Slovakia, the country with wine so delicious that you can't help but toast every single moment. Villages so open and welcoming that you feel right at home, and autumn days so picturesque that every walk becomes a work of art. Slovakia.
Does it work? Okay, great. Thank you, Johan. Hi, guys. I would like to just very briefly say something at the beginning of the second day of Fin Week. First of all, I want to thank Finas and David Čajko and his whole team for doing this very unique conference for 9 years already. Yeah, I think, and I'm proud that we can be part of it. We support FinTech event as it started, and now Fin Week for 8 years already, together with National Bank. I see this as a great opportunity to meet with you, people from market, and also discuss where are we with the financial innovation, what are the challenges, and what should be done in the next few years. We know that the situation now it's bumpy. I would say it's not easy. From part of Ministry of Finance, what I can say and would like to say is that we try to support financial innovation, and we started the initiative together with National Bank, Finas, and other associations under the umbrella of Center for Financial Innovation, and we want to come up with the strategy for support of financial innovation in Slovakia. And it's not just proclamation, and we won't be doing anything in the next two or 3 years, but we already started discussions and meetings concerning tokenization of assets. This should be or could be of interest to you, and also quite intense discussions about Sandbox 2.0. So really, we want to come up with not too many, but couple of things that really will help, and we will be able to deliver in the next 1 or 2 years in order to support fintech. So, thank you very much for being here. Thanks to FinWeek. To this conference, to Davi and his team, and back to Johan. Bye-bye. Thanks.
Perfect, Martin. And I will open it with thanking our main sponsors. Ministry of Finance of the Slovak Republic, National Bank of Slovakia, Visa, and a special thanks to our conference partners, Slovakia Travel, Embassy of Poland in Bratislava, CRIF, Slovak Credit Bureau, Dekta, Golden Gate, Blick, DevOps Group, Fumbi, Bratislava Stock Exchange, TPA Slovensko, Prosper and Pavlovic, University of Economics in Bratislava, Matej Bell University in Banska Bystrica, and also thanks to our AI stream partners, TechMates, and our official networking partner, IDEA. And a big thanks to you all of our supporters and media partners. If you have questions, you will be able to use Slido, use hashtag FinWeek, and we'll address them either in the Q&A section in the end of the panel discussions, or during the panel discussions if the questions fits straight into the discussion where we are. To begin with, I would like to welcome Gaspar Nagy, our keynote speaker. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. The microphone.
That's your microphone.
Where should I stay?
You can stand.
I have the microphone.
Oh, you have a microphone. Sorry.
It'll be here. Okay, let's do this. Let's try. It's working. Nice. So, thank you for having me here. Thank you, Johan. Today I will talk a little bit about AI transformation and why companies are getting it wrong and how to get it right. It's more wider than just the fintech and insurtech community. This can be used in any company. A little bit about me. I am like in business for 10, 15 years in software development. I have multiple businesses. The biggest one is TechMates, as we are sponsoring this as well. And we are doing AI transformation of companies and helping with the IT as well. Myself, I'm working as an interim CTO, COO, and a business mentor as well. So the biggest message I want to give you today is basically that all the AI projects in the companies, 95% of it are just failing. And it's not because of the technology, but it's because of the implementation. Right? Sure? Yes? Why is that? It's basically because the management, CEO, owners of the companies, and it is for all the companies from 20 people to thousands of people. They want to implement AI, but basically they don't want to buy. The only thing is they want to save money. Yeah, right? The middle management says that, okay, there will be having less worries, less people, and the people who are like the workers in the company are basically afraid because they think they will lose their jobs. With this, you need to change the mindset and the implementation of automations and the AI in the company should come from the bottom up, because the people who are working, who are doing their jobs, they are the people who can benefit the most from automations and AI in the companies. Okay? And from my experience, if I go to the company, usually the majority of the companies, or majority of the CEOs or the top management just don't know what is going up and down people. So basically they don't know where to implement the AI, they just want it. Okay? I will give you some tips. There are like 8 to 9 tips how you can approach this properly. And the first one is that you need to give your people space. They need to understand that the AI is helping them and not that they will be replaced by AI. Okay? As a company owner or top management, you would like to be more profitable, do better work faster, not just cutting heads in the company, because your business will not grow in that way. The thing you can do is basically buy a ChatGPT subscription. It can be one for all teams or one in the team, and the people just need to get used to it. I often get questions about to buying a subscription, or they can try the free one. I'm saying that the paid one has much more options and people can benefit from it much more. I'm not getting really into details because we have only like 10, 15 minutes. Yeah? The second tip is that you need to master the tools. What tools I'm talking about? We have here, it's not visible, okay. We have here like Gemini, ChatGPT, Claude, and Grok, which are all chatting platforms. Copilot from Microsoft is not here. You can use that one as well, but it's the worst from these 5. Okay, so just trying out, going in there, try prompting, try the answering, and so on and so forth. For research purposes, I would recommend to do some deep research through ChatGPT, Gemini, but you can also use Perplexity, which came as a first company doing internet search with AI. So this one is also a base tool set you should have in the company. Then we have NotebookLM, which is basically a platform which you can give you your files, and it will give you answers only from your files, there will be no hallucination in this way. Okay. Then we have 11 labs for audio to text, text to audio. So transcripts, for example, you go with a meeting, you record it with your phone, you upload, and then you can get a text, a transcript, follow-up action points, emails, whatever you like, whatever you prompt. Then we have for videos, you can use VO3. It's from Google. It's really fun to play with. If you are doing some ads, you can do, for example, you can do an example where you have the whole script written and you give it to Veo. You will have the video from it for your ads. And then what you can do is basically prepare the persona. Who would you like to target? And ask Gemini to validate the video with that persona. And you get the answers how you should change the script of the video. And then you can send it to production. Okay, so just this validation process. Okay, and there is Midjourney. Midjourney is for images. So again, you can do ads, you can do LinkedIn posts, for example. You can generate really great images for Midjourney. You need to learn how to prompt, how to properly prompt. This is also, I think, a really huge problem in the companies that they think they know what are they doing, but they are just asking ChatGPT, whatever it would be, Google or something. Here are some basics, okay? The basics are that you need to define the role. For example, I have here a ghostwriter. You need to say what you want. So I want a LinkedIn post. You need to define the output. So saying, if you are talking about LinkedIn posts, okay, there should be the tone of voice, the structure of the output, the format of the output. And also, it's really helpful. And it's needed to provide perfect examples, to put there like 3 posts which were the best in your LinkedIn, for example, and also give a context. As I was talking about Perplexity, you can do a research to your topic, and then you can put it inside the prompt and ask to write in your tone of voice a LinkedIn post, for example. Okay. Then it's really great to share the prompt library. So the best prompts you are preparing, share it across the company, or do a custom GPT, or the project, or whatever you say. It's an assistant, AI assistant, where you have some master prompt and you can share it through the company. For example, we are using ClickUp. It can be Jira, Asana, Monday, whatever you are using. And just put it in there. You can see the changes. You can see the people, what are they satisfied with, and everybody can add their changes and new prompts in there, and it's shared across the company. It is really great to introduce AI Fridays or some brainstormings. So if you have the people using the AI, any tool in your company, it's really great to organize a meeting every week, every second week, every month, whatever fits you, to share that information, to come up with new ideas. And this can help for the people. Again, we are talking about the people who are working in the company, to share all this knowledge so they will see how it can help in their work. Then really great tools are here, the communities, different communities in AI. I would focus on communities which are doing company use cases, not just personal productivity. It's really great for managers as well, but you need to resolve a company-wide AI transformation, so it's better to have these kind of communities. And this is one of them. So this community is basically focusing on leaders in AI transformation, and it's focusing on companies. They are doing online events, offline events as well. It's Brno-based, so it's near from Bratislava. You should be implementing internal training, which means that the people who already learned some tools, they should teach others. It can be combined with that brainstormings or AI Fridays I was telling about. You should consider external training as well, but please not with the institutions which just get established 1 month ago. It was a huge problem in Czech Republic that everybody just started to doing AI trainings, and they get financing from the government. So yeah, it was a bullshit. Okay, so like it was totally bad. Like I was talking to people who went to multiple trainings. Like there was a lady in 4 trainings like ChatGPT, some automation, so on and so forth. And she said, bro, like, I don't know how to do AI. I don't even know how to properly prompt, okay? So that was that bad. Then you should, afterwards, when the people start using those tools, you already have some manual flows, so the people are using Perplexity, ChatGPT, Claude, anything like that, Midjourney, and you are copying information from one to another tool, and then you can start automation because you have the use cases. You can do it with the 3A framework, really easy. It's analysis, action, and automation. So in the analysis phase, as we told now with these tips, you already are gathering the opportunities, and you know where can be the AI and automation implemented. And then you are doing the action, which means that the people are trying it, preparing the manual flow. So all these steps, these 9 tips I gave you, are heading into the automation and AI. And when you are doing already some manual steps, you can jump into an automation where you can use like those tools, Make, Zapier, and Nathan, and you can select the opportunities because you already know how long it takes to the people to work on one use case. And you say, hey, this guy is getting like 2K euro. It's 10 hours a month, so you can have the price for it. And you say, okay, I will, for example, save 150 euro on one person, and like I have 30 people doing the same, you know. So then just repeat, going and trying all new use cases. I'm not going into really deep about, you can build up a software on it, you can manage it, monitor it, so on and so forth. If you would like to talk about that, I have a stand here. So you can find me and we can talk about this more deeply. One thing here, this is a demo application. So this 3A framework is basically automated. So you go there, put there your email, you get to a chatbot, which will ask you about your process. And then it's doing automatic analysis where you can implement automation. That's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Gaspar. Now, I would like to invite the rest of my panel to the stage. That is Jonathan Middleton, Director of Financial Service at Naya One. Neha Mehta, Founder and CEO of Femtech Partners. Gaspar Nagy is already here. Thomas Reit, Chief Sales Officer at mBank, important bank here in Slovakia and Czech Republic. Marcel Klimo, Head of Artificial Intelligence at Vacuum Labs. Welcome to the panel. Thank you, Gaspar. We will build on your speech. It's a great introduction speech, and I see why companies make mistakes when they're implementing AI. The first question is a very naive question. If you don't know how to prompt, why not ask your AI how it likes its prompts?
Yeah, it can be. It can be, of course. So this is one of the things you can do, of course. But still, it will give you some of the structures. There are like more methods you can use, for example. One is that if you are prompting, you are doing just some stupid prompt, I would say, and you told ChatGPT or any of those chatting platforms that just ask me questions before you give me your answer. So as it would be a junior colleague, you know, and you tell them just to ask, and then you have multiple questions, and you can, for example, add those answers to your first prompt, and it will get a better answer. Also, you can do, for example, that you can say that break down your chain of thoughts, for example. So you tell them to write down how they go through the process of thinking, and then you see how it wants to generate the answer, and you can correct it. So those are some of the tips of prompting.
Thank you very much. We'll move on with seeing AI-powered hyper-personalization and autonomous decision-making delivering real return on investment, not just marginal improvement. I would like a comment from you, Neha Mehta, on this one, please.
Ahoy, Bratislava. Is it working? Okay, great. Good morning. I'm very happy to be here. I took a long flight to get here. So thank you so much, everyone, for joining us this morning. Before I answer that, I would like to share with you that last couple of years, I have spent some time in Fiji Islands. And the greeting in Fiji Islands goes like Bula Vinaka, which means good morning. Ahoy. So very happy that I'm with all of you today. So since we're talking about artificial intelligence and hyper-personalization, I would say in my definition, it's not just intelligence, it's also about inclusion. And the reason I say this is because most of my career has been bringing technology to the last mile, to the poorest of the poor people. So some of these people don't really have a digital ID. They don't have a digital or credit history. So how do we begin with offering financial services to them? Of course, digital tools come very handy. With my Singapore long journey, I have seen a lot of times the journey goes like from digitization to digital transformation. And now we are at digital fusion, which is AI-powered tools, like my colleagues were speaking about, using it in the right fashion. But sorry, it has a lot to do also to know who your target audience is and what you want at the end of the day. So I'll give you one very particular example. We were building a digital wallet in Fiji Islands for the Pacific Islanders. As you know, Pacific Island is the largest and the deepest ocean body, so it has a lot of natural calamities happening at all times. So for us, it was a big challenge to bring insurance to these people. But imagine, they don't really have sometimes an ID, and we're talking about 333 islands in Fiji, and some of the islands just have 10 people. So no bank would like to go there. Yesterday, we had a great award ceremony, and there were a lot of insurance companies winning awards, but I would be surprised if any one of them would like to go to an island with just 10 people. So the challenge was to bring all these capabilities of, let's say, microinsurance, parametric insurance, and a digital wallet for cashless payments. So it was a massive task, but long story short, I would like to share with you that even though during COVID, the government of Fiji was bringing government-to-person payments, which is the payouts they usually give in terms of recovery process after natural calamity, people will just withdraw all the money from the digital wallet and never go back to it because they are so scared to keep money in the wallet. And now the challenge was to bring stickiness, and that's where the beauty of AI also comes, because we were able to send drones when the natural calamity happens. The drones can take pictures and assess the damage in real time. And some of these people, since they had wallets, we were offering them microinsurance, which was parametric in nature. And once that feature was inbuilt with the drone capturing, we were able to send money onto that wallet in less than a few seconds. Because research goes to show the sooner you're able to send money after natural disaster, the resilient builds very quickly. So that was one of the examples, but also to know that if we are able to bring a school fee feature onto that app, on the digital wallet, I won't be having some of my colleagues not working on the last Friday of the month because you have to queue for long hours to go to the school and pay the school fee. So at that time, we realized, what is that pull factor? How can we make sure people keep coming back to the app? And we were able to do that by bringing the school fee feature and, of course, microinsurance. So the example is not perhaps very relevant to the market where we are sitting, but we are talking about a large chunk of population which is almost always unseen and unheard.
Thank you so much. That was a very, very inspiring speech. And it's interesting that we can actually reach people on an island with only 10 people with modern technology. And I suppose they have internet through Starlink and things like that to make communication easier as well.
So yeah, Elon Musk has done a lot. Yeah, you're right. There's Starlink, but also just like the early days of M-Pesa, those of you who know the Kenya M-Pesa story, the Safari.com, and then Vodafone. So Vodafone has a huge presence in the islands, and the idea was that we need to have a mobile device which has internet connectivity, because I think if you're trying to go from offline to online, that's the basic thing, yeah.
Thank you. We'll continue with Jonathan, and I would like you to comment on deliver real return on investment, not just marginal improvement.
Yeah, I think we're in an interesting place with a lot of AI transformation, and Gasper, you'll be able to kind of, I think, take this from your side as well. I'd say AI transformation is happening on the one hand quite slowly, and on the other hand very, very quickly. And what I mean by that is, and we go back to the org chart that he had at the top. A lot of senior executives are very excited about AI transformation, but aren't necessarily themselves overly equipped to understand what the tools can do. Engineers are very excited around kind of productivity gains in software development and other kind of back-end functionality. Business teams are beginning to try to understand what it can do, but then have a lot of constraints around, I'm thinking particularly in banks and insurance firms, right? So business units then have the challenge of, what can I actually do? Can I let my customer data anywhere near these tools because, security controls? We're beginning to see data come out from the partners that we work with that you're beginning to see massive reductions for the engineers in terms of pre-production bugs, in terms of like the quality of code that's being developed, the speed at which it's being developed. And this isn't like a kind of marginal 2%. This is like a 20, 30, 40, 50% improvement, which is huge. I would say that the real transformation that's likely to emerge, where we're kind of talking about entirely new organizational ways of working, is probably still a little bit of a ways off, if I'm honest. But I'd say both for back-end technology, you're seeing orders of magnitude improvement potential. And I think we're beginning to get to the stage now where kind of business unit teams who have to deal with customers in banks and insurance firms are beginning to kind of go, oh, actually, I can really begin to do some very, very clever stuff that will, and we're seeing this in terms of like cutting cost and improving, for example, like claims and processes like that. So we're still in the foothills. We're not even halfway up the mountain on this yet. But if the trend continues, I think we'll see massive transformations in terms of how organizations do their task at the moment, but also new organizational operating models emerge as well, which will be very exciting.
Very good. Now I would like to invite Effendi Zulkifly. is the founder of the Center for AI, Blockchain and Advanced Research, KABAR. He leads initiatives of AI governance in Malaysia. He's also the author of Artificial Intelligence, Law, Ethics, and Boundaries of Power. Welcome. Can you hear me?
Hi, guys. Yes, I can hear you. It's very clear. Is it okay, my voice? Yeah.
We hear you very well. Thank you so much.
Okay.
And,
Welcome.
it's great to have you here. And I know,
yes.
And you want to speak about cultural and ethical context for ASEAN countries and AI in Islamic banking, correct?
Yes.
Very
a little
good.
bit on that matter.
Very good.
That's all.
We look forward to hear your opening remarks here. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning to everyone in Slovakia and good afternoon to everyone in Malaysia. I am Effendi Zulkifli, founder and president of the Center for AI, Blockchain and Advanced Research in Malaysia and Indonesia. At Chaba, we focus on governance frameworks, digital inclusion, Sharia compliant InsurTech, and blockchain AI fusion across ASEAN. And my book, Artificial Intelligence, Law and Ethics, The Boundaries of Power, explores how emerging technologies must be governed in a way that aligns with human rights, ethics, and societal values. Because why? In our country, there are a lot of investment from USA and from China, and they invested a lot on the data center. For example, Google's, Amazon, and from the China as well, from Huawei. And this is a very important thing for us to ensure the sovereignty of the data must be complied accordingly to our country. I come here from the ASEAN region, particularly in Malaysia and Indonesia, where the combination of mobile first populations, regulatory agility, and high growth means we are both a test bed and a potential leader in the global AI and fintech shift. Coming from ASEAN, particularly Malaysia and Indonesia, I've seen how our region is leapfrogging into AI transformation, not by copying Silicon Valley, but by building an inclusive, human-centered ecosystem that connects finance, innovation, and ethics. And there are a little bit the black box problems that I can say explainable and responsible AI. One of the greatest challenges in AI adoption is a black box, especially in the finance and insurtech. Regulators and customers demand transparency, fairness, and accountability. So how you want to comply this? If all the data center, all the language is coming outside from our country, the data compiled and combined and was massaged from outsiders, right? When we have the data centers, but what you call this kind of coefficient data controlled by this kind of data center. It's not what belongs to us. Because of that, from our Prime Minister's last month in our budget 2026 announcements, our government provided 2 billion ringgit Malaysia, is around 500 USD, on sovereign cloud AI that we need to be implemented in our country. And in Malaysia, regulators such as the Securities Commission Malaysia and the Bank Negara Malaysia are already pushing frameworks around AI governance, model accessibility, and ethics. Because according to EY 2024 survey, around 80% of financial institutions in Asia Pacific now consider explainable AI board-level issues. So without trust, you cannot scale. In ASEAN, building responsible AI from the start with governance, audit trails, fairness, and cultural relevance is not a cost, but a differentiator. That's all from me, Johan. I pass back to you.
Thank you very much. And in what way is the culture context different in the ASEAN countries compared to, let's say, Europe or the United States?
So basically, on the cross-religion lesson, yeah, we compare to ASEAN and UK view or Europe view, ASEAN offers a distinctive strength: mobile-first markets, fewer legacy system, the openness to leapfrog technologies. Meanwhile, CEE and the UK bring regulatory maturity, governance frameworks, and R&D strength. So recent news from the ASEAN Summit 2025, where Trump was very happy in Malaysia and still cannot move on from us in Japan, in Korea. He's still mentioning about our country. He's quite happy actually, dance in our country. But recent news from the ASEAN Summit 2025 underscores this point. Malaysia hosted 47th ASEAN Summit in Kuala Lumpur under its 2025 chairmanship with the participation of the US President and the signing of major deals. So, for example, we have the ASEAN Digital Economy Framework Agreement, DFA, to be signed in 2026. So we aim to harmonize digital trade rules across ASEAN. And maybe CEE can learn from ASEAN about agility, market readiness, and digital native behavior. ASEAN can learn from CEE about institutional frameworks and regulatory design. So the key message here, the future of AI and digital transformation isn't competition between regions, but more on collaboration across them. We can build a model that is neither purely Silicon Valley nor purely regulatory sandbox only, but a hybrid, agile, inclusive, governed. That's all from me. Over to you, Ben.
Thank you, Effendi. Now the word is going to Neha.
Yeah, I just wanted to add to the ASEAN point. I think in the ASEAN market, the focus is on innovation and speed. So a lot of times you would see regulators playing catch up, and they're very happy doing that. However, going back to what my colleague from Malaysia was saying, I think when you look at the EU market, there's a lot of focus on safeguarding responsible AI, taking care of the ethics aspect of it, which is equally important for us. But I think a lot of regulators, when I talk to them, they rather be in the passenger seat, not in the driver's seat at all times. So I think that's where the agility and the speed comes. But at the same time, we are looking at a world where we are not talking about man versus machine, because it's all about man with machine.
Thank you. We talked about ethics in AI, and we talked about culture aspects. And let's move over to the banking. So, Thomas, you're representing mBank here today. So, AI can be a tool for operational security and anti-fraud tool, but it can also be a tool used unethically to create fraud. So, it's a dual-edged sword. Can we have some comments on that and the ethical aspects in the banking industry, applying AI in different situations, including learning systems for lending and credit scoring and such things?
Hello, hello. Yes, it's working. So good morning also from my side. I think what you have been mentioning, it's maybe 2, maybe 3 steps ahead where we are comparing, where we are sitting at the moment and thinking even. I think I would maybe get back to the presentation. What was here, and this is the situation where we're standing at the moment. So maybe to spread more information about the employee first, to think about how we can use it in terms of internally, but also externally. Definitely the question about the security and about the other things will come in the future, but we're not so far ahead, I would say. So the challenge for us at the moment is currently how to make sure that even the AI will be topic that spread across the company for more than people, more than, I would say, top management. We have bits and the pieces of the successes, but I think there will be a quite long journey going ahead. So I mean, we know where we are heading to, but when we come on there, I have no idea. But definitely what has been done here, this training, either internal and external, the weekly, monthly meetings to spreading the knowledges, this is where we are at the moment.
Thank you. I have a question from the audience. I think Marcel Klimo from Vacuum Labs might be interested in this question.
Sure.
As emerging small alternative investment funds begin integrating AI tools into their strategies, how can they responsibly apply predictive analytics and automation without losing the human layer of strategic judgment? And here comes the key question. Since Vacuum Lab it's a big player, but not the biggest player in the universe when it comes to AI, and still remain competitive against larger data-rich institutions.
Can you repeat the beginning of the question?
Of course.
Just yeah, go ahead.
I do the quick version. Investment funds with alternative investments, I assume that can include crypto, obviously. They start integrating AI tools in their strategies.
Sure. So I think people use AI for a lot of things today, including things that have nothing to do with what any reasonable person would, or any reasonable person working in the field would call AI. Including rules-based systems. So like all of you are probably used to, like if you try calling your energy company, they have this, call them up and it's like press 1 to do X, press 2 to do Y, and so on. That's a very simple rules-based system. It's basically like if something happens, then do something. A lot of systems that I see calling themselves AI are doing just that. They have nothing to do with artificial intelligence. I mean, I guess in that same logic, anything that has any sort of rules-based thing in it is an AI-based system, which is what in the 90s, when you had the movies and AI would take over, everyone expected it would be rules-based. Today we have two different types of systems that I guess are used the most. One of them is some sort of predictive machine learning. So you give it a set of data, you tell it what to predict, and it gives you some sort of output. And the other one is large language models and their cousins, like audio models, audio generation models, image generation models, which we don't need to go into the technicalities of how these operate. But the reason why I'm explaining these differences is that a lot of companies can truly benefit just from using rules-based systems and they just haven't implemented them yet. That could be even for banks. I've seen banks where they're now able to use their rules-based systems better because they can use LLMs and machine learning to enrich their data. There's one bank here in Slovakia that I know of, and I'm sure there are more, that are actually running their transactions through a tiny language model just to categorize them better so that the data becomes richer and then they can work with it better. So it really doesn't matter which one of these approaches you choose, whether you're an insurance company or investment company, whether you're doing...
InsurTech is fine as well. We're dealing with InvestTech and InsurTech. So.
Yeah, the problem with InsurTech is that there are still some insurance companies that use faxes, which is kind of an issue, including ones from Germany that you would expect at least have, internet. Although I guess you could say fax is a type of internet. Yeah. So my point is, it doesn't really matter which one of these approaches you use and which one of them you use as AI, as you call them AI. The thing I would really focus on is really just knowing what you want, as opposed to just saying like, oh, it's a magic, like we'll bring AI and everything will work. Well, it won't, because especially if you have no idea what you're prompting, and we could talk about this for hours. Either it's with Gaspar or myself. We see clients and they're very confused, but all they expect is like, oh, AI will fix everything. It won't. You need to know, even with machine learning, you need to know what you're optimizing for and what you're predicting. Sorry for a long answer, but try to at least think about what your goal is.
That's like the part of all decision making, and when you need to define what you want to achieve before you start. That is the basics of all business processes. Gaspar, please, you want to reply to this?
So the problem what I am seeing is also that every company wants AI, but truly what they want is automation. So it's not basically AI, but the automation was here already like tens of years, hundreds of years, even manual automation kind of things. And in software, like those things basically are based on tools like I was telling you, like Zapier, Make, and NA10. Like those tools are here for years, and the companies are just not using it. And now, because they see the potential in AI, they want AI, but often it's just automation, and one tiny part is handled by AI. Or it is like enriching the data, if we are talking about large language models.
Just a follow-up question on that. AI or just automation? Automation becomes very complex if you have too many if sentences and you can't really think of all of them. It's there where I think AI comes in when it comes to these expert systems. Because all the dumb automation, you end up in infinite loops or dead ends quite often.
That's a rule-based system. What are you talking about? And automation is more likely to connecting systems together and working in a different way. So programmatically, you can connect like different systems, and you have these automation tools which are basically like a user interface, and you have boxes. You say like connect here to the database, do this and this, and you go to workflows. Yet it can be complicated, and in some cases it's better to write software rather than doing just those automations. But then those things were here already, and then you put 2-3 boxes of AI agents whatsoever, and just prompted ChatGPT, which is doing some kind of thing. That's why I'm saying that the base of all these AI transformations are automation plus AI on top of it.
Thank you. Jonathan?
Yeah, I was just going to add, I think agree with everything that's been said. I think the other secret thing that people often don't quite get around to admitting is for a lot of large companies, banks, insurance firms, it can often take them 12 months to run proof of concepts to begin to test and explore these technologies, because if you have to do full onboarding and risk management in order to be able to like see if your customer data can go anywhere near these tools, we all know the speed of AI models or new tools that are coming out. They're coming out every 3 months, every 6 months. So if your proof of concept kind of validation methodology takes 12 to 18 months because of third-party risk management, you're already, like, even with the best intentions in the world, really facing a very, very difficult mountain to get up, because you're always just looking at tools that are a year old, effectively. So I think I guess as a practical thing, along with everything that's been said, I think a challenge out there to banks and insurance firms is, can you use tools to like vastly simplify your assessment methodology so that you can begin to actually get more real-time hands-on these technology tools? Because I think that would put firms at a major competitive advantage against their peers if they're able to actually validate these tools and find the right partner much, much quicker.
Okay, Meta, a quick reply, and then I will go over to Effendi, and then...
Yeah, because my colleagues were talking about alternative credit scoring, I just wanted to share some stats because only less than 26% women work in the AI or data analytics field. And if you talk about developing markets, less than 37% women have access to digital tools. So we are talking about industries where we are looking at transformation, but we are also aware that when we look at these data points, it doesn't really have a lot of women being included in it, because some of these softwares that we're talking about or the LLMs we're talking about, they are being designed by men. So there's already some sort of bias, and I think it's just important that we address that issue as well, because when Jonathan is talking about the proof of concept taking 12 months, but you're not even sure about the biases which is inbuilt in those data points, I think you're going to miss the whole intention of inclusive AI.
Effendi, please.
Yes. I think I also want to add a little bit just now, because you guys need to understand a little bit more on the Sharia compliant AI offers, ASEAN. So in discussing AI transformations, it's important to highlight, if you guys want to enter the market on ASEAN or Middle East, it's important to highlight how Sharia compliant AI offers ASEAN, especially Malaysia, a strategic entry point into the global digital economy. In my book, I mentioned about the Sharia. Yeah? This is for the Muslim markets, especially Malaysia, Indonesia, where there are 140 million Muslims in Asian and Islamic finance market, exceeding USD 3 trillion globally, embedding Sharia compliance into AI governance, digital banking, and InsurTech can unlock new markets and strengthen regional cooperation. So, supported by Malaysia Budget 2026, we focus on digital inclusion and highlighted during the recent ASEAN Summit 2025, where AI ethics took center stage. And this approach demands wise understanding and implementation because the future of AI in our region isn't just about intelligence, but also integrity. And these Sharia principles already emphasize fairness, transparency, and equitability, values that align perfectly with the global movement toward responsible and explainable AI. So this positions Malaysia not only as a leader in ethical technology, but also as a bridge between Western regulatory framework and Eastern moral system. So just I mentioned just now, with over 240 million Muslims in Asian and Islamic finance market, so to embed Sharia compliance is very important. And I would like to help you, to assist you on this matter if you are thinking to explore, to expand into the ASEAN market, basically where Malaysia, Indonesia, we can say that is leading on this market. That's all from me, Johan.
Thank you very much. And we will move on to Gaspar with a short comment, and then we will switch the topic somewhat back to talent and fusion in this area.
Short comment, all right. So I need to rethink that. No, it's all right. So
Not
Jonathan
that short.
Jonathan was talking about the POCs, the proof of concepts in the banks, and these like areas. Basically, what you can do is to have a local model, an open source one, which you run basically in-house, because we are doing for a company who is working with armies in the whole world, and they are having a logistics software for them, and we were doing an analysis for basically choosing the right model for them, which they can deploy. And it didn't took that much, and basically in that case you will have all the data in your servers and it's nothing going outside, so you can work out this as well. And also, of course, we in one of my other companies we are working with Shell. Like they are like Jesus about the data, like GDPR, everything. Like it's they have data publicly available, and we had like 5 people on the call. They were like complaining about that it is going to a system which is using OpenAI APIs. And I'm like, bro, like this is like public data, you know, it's already in the set probably, like the training set, you know. So yeah, it's hard to dealing with this compliance stuff.
Okay, let's get back to the core debate, talent and fusion. The panel theme is AI fusion. How do we break down the silos between banking, InsurTech, and FinTech? And first we ask us, are these silos really that rigid today? Because they start breaking up quite a long time ago. And where do you find talent that understands AI finance and compliance? We need talent that can understand AI and finance and compliance.
No way.
It's teamwork, right?
Yes.
Exactly. So who would like to dive into this question first? Meta, thank you.
Thank you. So I think we are looking at using technology for the long run because there's no way we can imagine our life without technology, but we need to plug in trust. And trust is the big currency when we look at the new space of AI because my earlier point on digitization to digital transformation, but to where we are today with digital fusion. And I think the word fusion is what you are encompassing it with, right? It's about talent. I was talking about lack of women in women-centric data points, but also not enough women working in this space, less than 26% women workforce. And I think that's where we need to bring inclusivity. For example, right now I'm in a panel with all men, so I'm quite used to it. But you need to be thick-skinned if you have to be in this space because a lot of times people just don't listen to you and you're invisible. So women are invisible. Sometimes the data points are invisible. So I think we need to fight that battle at many fronts. But beyond that, I think we're also looking at the fusion from the aspect of speed and safety. Because if we are talking about what my colleague from Malaysia has been discussing in terms of mobile first, leapfrogging, we are talking about countries like Indonesia, which is the 4th largest country in the world, and 97% of people there access internet through mobile devices. So that's a huge market, which is just looking at mobile technology, and the first generation mobile usage comes from using internet on a mobile device. So we are able to leapfrog into a place where there's huge talent because young people understand AI, and perhaps right now, maybe if we can do a show of hands, how many people used AI today? And how many people actually know they use the AI, right? That's the question, because it's almost invisible. It's like the Wi-Fi. It exists, but we don't see it. So to get here, I was using my Google Maps. It is using AI. You were talking to my colleague about alternate credit scoring. It is using AI. But I think what we are looking at is having the talent in terms of making sure that we have the right data points, but also bringing the inclusivity to not leave anyone behind. Because if the data is inclined to make decisions towards men or people who are rich or those who are coming from a developed market versus a developing market, I think that's where we are missing the point. Because in this long run of AI transformation, we don't want to have a world where AI is just working for 50% of population and not for the other remaining. And I think, especially when we look at markets like Singapore, Singapore has a lot of, because to your point of how we can find this talent, I think AI is not taking away our jobs, it's taking jobs of those people who don't understand AI. So how do we make sure that we look at constantly upskilling and kind of unlearning sometimes? Because I think if we talk about, oh, this is how it's always been done, that's where you stop creativity and innovation. So we need to think out of the box. And Singapore has been at the forefront in terms of giving away grants to its citizens and permanent residents to take courses on AI. They also have this visa scheme which allows people from across the world to find jobs, especially if you're in the AI space, because they want to make sure that they are the talent pool, the hotbed for innovation and testing all these new ideas. So I think it has a lot to do with the ecosystem approach where the banks are working hand in hand with innovation labs, but also regulators working with the immigration policies and making sure that you bring that talent in. And of course, being a woman, I would safely say that it's very important as a woman to know what's happening around you and to take those bets on yourself and upskill yourself, because only you can be your own cheerleader.
Thank you. We move over to Kuala Lumpur, and
Yes.
Singapore mentioned.
Yeah.
Now we take Kuala Lumpur
Yeah.
and the perspective from Malaysia and
Yes,
the
yes.
culture aspects.
Thank you, Johan. Now we fly back to Kuala Lumpur. Yes, I agree with my colleague Neha Mehta talking about the ecosystem. So if we talk about AI fusion, what we really mean is bringing together intelligence, finance, governance, and technology into one ecosystem. So the real bottleneck today isn't technology, it's talent. We have the algorithms, but not enough people who can speak all these languages at once. So I give a fact. According to Deloitte's 2024 Future of Work report, 65% of ASEAN banks say their AI projects are slowed down because they don't have enough cross-disciplinary experts, people who understand both the code and the compliance. I'm so lucky because I'm involved, actually my first degree in law, then I have my second degree doing blockchain, I learning coding, I'm putting some sort of a discipline on big data, learning Python, then go to blockchain, and now I was certified by IBM on AI. So we need to have people who understand both the code and the compliance. So in my organization at the Center for AI, Blockchain and Advanced Research, or CHABA, we've been promoting what we call AI bilinguals, professionals who are fluent in both algorithm, logic, and regulatory of ethical frameworks. So these are the people who can make AI real in sectors like banking, insurance, and governance. So we are seeing progress in Malaysia. Our national AI roadmap, 2021 to 2025, I'm part of this kind of roadmap implementer, is already training thousands of AI professionals. In Indonesia, the Digital Talent Scholarship has reached more than 300,000 participants. This is the beginning of what I call fusion talent, people who can connect AI, finance, and compliance under one vision. And I think PwC's latest report supports this. Skills for AI-related jobs are changing 66% faster than for other roles. Companies that successfully scale up AI are also 30% more likely to integrate AI into new products, processes, and workforce capabilities. So this is ASEAN's opportunity. We have a young, mobile, first population, and governments like Malaysia and Indonesia, Singapore, are investing heavily in digital upskilling. But to really win, we must break the silos, like Johan said just now. We must break the silos. Don't treat data science, business, and regulation as separate worlds. The future belongs to those who can merge intelligence with integrity and technology with trust. That's all for me. Back to you, Johan.
Thank you very much, FN. A quick reply from Jonathan, then we move over to M-Bank and Vacuum Labs.
Yeah, I think it's very easy to reply to a question like this with kind of, we're all in this together, all the technology and all the banks and all the regulators. And that's 100% true. I think it's worth noting that we're not all in it together in the same way, in that there are certain trusted parties like banks and insurance firms who come under a regulatory umbrella, and their code of conducts and their rules set them apart from the technology providers. I think that's just inevitably true, right? I mean, unless the regulatory framework changes. So everyone has to work together, yes, but I think it's just worth remembering that actually people have different roles and they're held to different standards. And so the system has to learn to work together, respecting the roles of the different participants, because unless the regulatory framework changes, OpenAI is not held to the same regulatory framework as a bank, normally speaking, under a national bank or a regulator. So yes, everyone's important, but I think it's for that system to work, we have to remember that not everybody has to play to the same rules. And that's okay, but I think it's worth remembering.
Let's move on to Thomas at M-Bank. How is it with the silos and attracting talent and that understands the bilingualism, both the regulatory framework and the technology?
I don't think there are silos.
That's good to hear.
I think it's about combining both, right? There was a really nice discussion about upskilling, and I think this is maybe the new slogan which we have to put through. I think nowadays, how I see, at least within us, within the company, it's more maybe touching the way how to use AI as something operatorize, right? In terms of the compliance, maybe the data secrecy, GDPR, but also how to help people to work. But honestly, haven't seen the silos between the IT. I think the IT nowadays is more pushing to even make it happen than thinking something else and other. But so I think at least no fights, no silos so far, which I'm proud to.
Thank you very much. We move over to Marcel from Vacuum Labs, and basically the same question: attracting talent, people with an understanding, and how are you doing that at Vacuum Labs? And one follow-up question that is slightly different: what can you learn from the rest of the world, including the ASEAN countries?
Ooh. So, in terms of talent, it's obviously difficult. That's always been a challenge because just finding people who know what they, just understanding, just it's like a simple thing is just onboarding customers and doing identity verification, just knowing people who have done that before. Before AI, that was an issue, and now with various tools, it's difficult. I think there's a certain level of positive pressure that we're applying to our employees. And when I say pressure, it's not forcing them to do things, but rather challenging them to do things faster, almost unrealistically faster, meaning build this in a day. Whereas before, something like that could have only been built in a month. Not to everyone, not everyone is capable of it, but it's really the stars that are capable of doing that and taking something and building it really fast, and they can then be the ambassadors for others. So I almost feel like an engineer will really just trust an engineer. A compliance officer will trust a compliance officer who has broken their mind trying to do something they weren't capable of doing so fast or so efficiently, or just breaking your own mind, trying to do something really, really hard, whether that's physical or mental, can inspire others. So I think, it's rather than attracting the talent, it's actually building those superstars internally who can then inspire the new incoming people. I think that's my answer to your first question.
So the key issue is to develop the talent in-house.
I think so.
Okay. And the second question, do you think you can learn anything from the ASEAN experience, including the inclusiveness and what Meta also was talking about, providing AI and not excluding 50% of the population? We're in Slovakia now, and we know, for example, that a large portion of the population is not that IT literate, let's say it like that.
I'm always in awe. I was in Singapore last month. I've been going to Hong Kong often in the past. I'm always in awe of just the sheer amount of people in those locations. I mean, Singapore is just this little island, but then there's Malaysia on the one side and Indonesia on the other side. I can't pretend to understand the culture of the people I didn't grow up in. All I can say is that AI has, whether it's LLM-based AI or machine learning-based AI, has the potential to uncover where we have failed as humans to be more inclusive. But it will also show us that in some places we don't necessarily have to be inclusive because our perception of reality has shifted. We're no longer living in the 15th century, and things have really improved for people of many. So I think let's give LLMs an attempt to show us that some things are already improved and others really need to be improved. The various types of values that we share, whether it's more Christian European values versus the Islamic values that my colleague in Malaysia has shared, we're still based all around a similar code of ethics. That has been able to build this globalized world. So let's find the ways that help us do that in ways that don't break the world, because AI can break the world. So that's also a big challenge mentally and for me.
That's very well said, because the more people I meet from different culture, the more similarities I find. So we should build on the similarities and take the peculiarities into account, I suppose, even when it comes to AI and the implementation and the inclusiveness, which of course brings it over to Meta with the female aspect, where females are underrepresented, and back to Malaysia with Effendi, what we can learn from each other from the ASEAN countries and the CE region. I will start with Meta and the female aspect on this, and then we move over to Kuala Lumpur and Effendi. Thank you.
Okay.
So, Johan, your question is what we can learn, the ASEAN can learn from Central Europe?
The question is for Effendi, what we can learn from ASEAN and what they can learn from us. And after Marcel's great speech here regarding inclusiveness and that we have more similarities and so on, I would like you, since you're representing Femtech and told us that women are underrepresented, how we can actually make action points out of this instead of just basic talk.
So I go first or he's going first?
You can go first.
Me first? Okay.
Ladies first. Ladies first.
Ladies first. Yeah.
Yes. We're soon finishing, so you will get a big chunk of the last piece of the block. Effendi.
No, I need to have the last word.
Okay.
Well, I can speak from my own experience. I think I can just share my story being a lawyer, just like my colleague from Malaysia. It has not always been easy, but I just go with 3 rules in my life. The first is whatever opportunity comes your way, show up. That's what I've done for most part of my life. You've got to be a risk taker. The second is have a lot of trust in yourself. Sometimes we don't really ask for what we want, but also we don't take enough bets on ourselves. So it's very important to go deep in yourself and identify what really matters for you, and then just go ahead and keep asking people for I would say favors, but also I'm very shameless. I do cold calling. I reach out to people on LinkedIn. So if I want something, I just go after it. So that's, I think, a good message perhaps for everyone. If you're aiming to get somewhere or you're aiming for stars, then you have to keep asking, because for me, no is just another way of doing things in a better way. And lastly, I would say keep your blinders on, because sometimes you make mistakes, but it's just knowing that a lot of people are not supporting your journey. So you have to find your inner confidence to do that, because I wear multiple hats. I am an author. I'm signing book copies after this. I teach at NTU and SMU in Singapore. I teach in India as well. And this is when I don't even have a master's degree. So I know, Johan, you are a professor, you are perhaps PhD, and I'm able to do that in multiple universities across the globe. And it's just because I could not get a chance to study in Singapore. And I told myself, it's okay, I never got a chance to study, but now one day I'll come back and teach there. And that's exactly what I'm doing. Was it easy? No. But every time I show up, I give my 100%. And I think one thing leads to the other, and the door keeps opening. So through my own venture as well, Femtech Partners, we are amplifying world's 50% population. So for me, if you ask, the message is very clear. If you want something, then you have to have the courage to cold call, ask people, and keep working on yourself to upgrade yourself and be a better version in every sense.
Thank you. We only have about 5 minutes left. We move over to Malaysia and Effendi. 2 things, what we can learn from each other. And then the last question, the black box problem. How do we practically implement explainable AI for regulators and responsible AI for customers without killing the model's efficiency or effectiveness?
All right. From my perspective, thank you. It's a very great question. ASEAN and CEE are different, but both are trying to balance innovation and regulation. From ASEAN, we can see the power of speed and flexibility. Countries like Malaysia, Indonesia, and Singapore move fast, testing digital banking, e-wallets, and AI in the real markets. That energy and creativity are our strength. From CEE, we can learn discipline. The region focuses on structure, strong institutions, and clear regulations like MiCA that builds trust and long-term confidence for investors and users. So CE can learn agility from ASEAN, how to move faster, and ASEAN can learn structure from CEE, how to make growth more sustainable. If we combine both ASEAN speed and CEE's discipline, we get a stronger, more balanced model for digital transformation. And when we talk about the black box, it's a quite interesting problem that we want to, when we talk about black box problem, explainability is now a regulatory requirement, not a research topic. I can say that EY 2024, 80% of ASEAN financial institutions have integrated explainable AI models. So our regulators like Bank Negara Malaysia and Singapore MAS, Monetary Authority Singapore, lead responsible AI adoption. So our organization, we advocate RegTech by design. We try to do some sort of embedding ethics and explainability from the start. So if an algorithm can be explained to a aggregate of customer, it doesn't belong in finance. So that's from my points on the black box. Back to you, Johan.
Thank you very much. We have one question from the audience that I will wait a little bit, but Meta, do you want to follow up on this really quickly? Because we're running out of time as usual.
I think I will say what I had said earlier, just in terms of you don't really have to copy-paste the model, because EU has shown to us what it means to work in a guarded fashion, safeguarding the interests of the consumer, but also making sure that the business side is also not affected. But at the same time, Singapore or the key markets in the ASEAN jurisdictions are largely focused on letting the innovation thrive and not stifle it. So I think if you ask me, it has to be a blended model where we are able to bring the safety aspect, but also the speed and the efficiency, so that the transformation is not happening just to make a quick buck, but also it's more inclusive and responsible, so that when we look back at the journey, we don't really feel sad about making some wrong choices.
Marcel, please.
And Johan, I think we need to start building your responsible AI framework now, not where you are scaled, data integrity, bias checks, auditability, make them part of architecture, not afterthought. That's all for me.
I completely agree. It should be built in from the beginning, not put as an afterthought. That's very good.
I just want to...
Yes.
Thanks.
I just want to add, a vast majority of the regulation in the world completely excludes any military and law enforcement use. So the EU Act itself basically says like, oh, well, you banks can't do it, but our police, our military, our everything can use it. I think that's very concerning. Because almost everything we say in this panel is almost void, because the government will then be ahead of us for everything.
You're being recorded.
Sorry?
You're being recorded.
Oh, that's fine. The government, I don't want you to be better than people. That's fine. But that's one part. But explainability with LLMs, I don't think is reasonably possible today. I don't think you can really explain the reasoning of LLMs. You can do it with rules-based systems. This is why banks will tend to do that and will not implement LLMs. And you can do it slightly with machine learning models, which have very clear ways of being trained and how they're interpreting data. But I think this will then stifle innovation with LLMs, or large language models, image generation models, diffusion models, and audio models, because they are not explainable. So I have concerns around the regulation, because it's not like something that can be easily tracked around the world on who's developing what type of AI, and we are stifling innovation by over-regulating it. And it's not like I like it, it's just that it's like a nuclear race, and I don't know how to solve it. I don't have an answer. I'm concerned about it, but when talking about explainability, I think it's very good to say that you don't really have explainability with your own employees. And that opens up a whole Pandora's box that nobody really wants to talk about. Sorry.
Have we have a comment from Kuala Lumpur first, or?
I just wanted to add, so who we trust more, AI or politicians?
Sorry, Effendi. Okay, who do you trust more, AI or politician? That's a very broad question. Just a quick reply now for Effendi, and then I will do the question. We have to round this off very soon now. Okay, Effendi.
Okay, so it's about integration. So when we talk about, for me, let's talking about the call to the action. So AI fusion is not simply the addition of AI to business, but it is the integrations of AI, regulation, talent, and business model into a unified ecosystem. So in ASEAN, we are building that ecosystem now. So what I mentioned, my challenge to all the people in the industries. So as you think about AI fusion in your enterprise or region, keep these forwards in mind: context, governance, talent, and scale. So let's build AI systems that are not just powerful, but trustworthy, inclusive, and culturally embedded. Thank you.
And I'll do the question. With institutions like Bank of England and IMF warning about potential AI market bubble, especially given how much of S&P 500's growth now just depends on a few AI firms, do you think the current AI valuation are sustainable, or are we heading toward another dot-com style correction? Well, as a professor in finance, I will actually answer that question myself because we're running out of time. The answer is yes and no. The head shops, they will be hit hard. The ones that are scalable, they will manage quite well. And you know all who are the head shops. I'm not going to point out any firms here. But lots of AI in some of the companies in the S&P 500, they rely on a huge cadre of employees to get the AI done, and those will get hit. The ones that are scalable and run a bootstrapped organization, they will manage. We don't have any more time right now. We're already over time by 4 minutes, and I would very much like to thank the panel.
We got the feedback. Hi, hello, good to see you. You should go here because yeah, go ahead. Check out. Go. So I will not be. Control. According to this, I would like. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Then I should. Then just move one seat closer, all of you guys, because we are one person missing. Ah, okay. Yeah. So Peter, is it okay if I call you by your name? Yes. Okay. Great stuff.
One. Okay. Let's continue. So now we're going to be talking about a thing that is very, very dear to me. It's about crypto. It's about regulation in crypto. And the title of the panel is Digital Assets and MiCA Revolution. Fortunately today, we're one panelist less. Juraj is not going to be joining us because of he's ill, simple as that. So I just want to set the tone slightly before we start. I was asked first to thank our main partners, the Ministry of Finance of the Slovak Republic, the National Bank of Slovakia, and Visa for making this event possible. And now to our panel. We are in a defining moment of digital assets globally. The story of crypto in 2025 is one about crypto now truly matters. It is becoming a part of the financial system. We are seeing traditional financial giants like Visa, BlackRock, Fidelity, JP Morgan, and so on, and also the native challengers like PayPal, Revolut, Stripe, and so on. They're all offering or thinking of offering crypto products. I was just checking the State of Crypto 2025 report by Anderson Horowitz, and I read that the blockchains currently process close to 4,000 transactions per second, which is 100 times growth over the last 5 years. Same report also stated that the stablecoins power more than 35 trillion in US dollars in annual transactions. The recent report by the European Systematic Risk Board about crypto assets estimates that there are over 200 billion US dollars sitting globally in crypto investment products, of course, with majority in Bitcoin and Ethereum ETFs. And then the regulation that we're going to be discussing today, we have the major changes that actually legitimize the industry itself. In Europe, we have the MiCA that we're going to be talking about today that provides clarity, or let's say it's supposed to provide clarity, and customer protection for the entire 27 EU member states. In the United States, we have seen the Genius Act, and we're also going to be touching slightly about what is happening in Asia. So by saying all that, crypto is no longer just a technology experiment. So to start, first of all, my name is Dejan. I'm the co-founder of Cryptomat, which is the crypto investment platform out of Estonia. And today I'm joined by 3 great co-panelists. And I will start with Peter, with you. What do you think? What parts of MiCA do you believe will most influence innovation? And are there, and where are there, the risks of over-regulation from the supervisory perspective?
Okay, thank you. So first of all, I would like to introduce where we are currently in the MiCA regulation. So currently we are in the transition period where so-called VASPs, which are virtual asset service providers, serve their services. And under the current regulation in Slovakia, they need to fulfill only AML requirements. And this transition period, it takes basically till the end of this year. After that, the MiCA comes in place, and MiCA doesn't require only AML requirements, but MiCA includes also more stricter view on the personnel inside the CASP. Also, it requires to fulfill all the cybersecurity regulations according to DORA. Also, some communication of personal data through TFR2. So we can see that MiCA brings a lot of difficult regulatory environment to the existing firms and also to the new startups. So now we are in this transition period, and what I see as basically what MiCA brings good in this environment, I would tell that the good innovation is, for example, the EU passporting. So when some company gets a MiCA license in one European country, it passports to the all EU member states. So this company can do all the services across all the Europe. The next innovation, I would say, is the clear regulation of stablecoins. So in Europe, with MiCA, it comes that stablecoins need to be backed with fiat currency, with liquid assets. So if some stablecoin provider has a MiCA license in Europe, you can basically rely on that these stablecoins are backed. There are a lot of projects like algorithmic stablecoins, which are very good idea, but due to market volatility and big crashes, also short-term crashes, can cause decoupling of the algorithmic stablecoins, and they can crash. So currently, these algorithmic stablecoins are not caught up with the regulation. Only the I would say some generic stablecoins which are backed by fiat currency, there are included in MiCA. And also, which I like in MiCA regulation, there is a segregation of assets of the clients and the assets of the company. So when something bad happens with the company and it needs to crash, the client funds should be untouched and can be returned to the client. So whatever happens to the company, only the funds which belong to the company will be basically used in order to fix these issues.
Just a small follow-up question. You started with an introduction on from your perspective, like in Slovakia and the VASPs and so on. Are you? Can you maybe just disclose anything in the numbers? How many of the VASPs are there currently in the country, and how many do you guys need to process by in such a short term? And what are your? Can you also speculate in a sense of the readiness of the companies who are going to be actually applying for MiCA?
Okay, so currently we have around 500 plus VASPs in our country. We also, when we started to do the MiCA regulation, we contacted most of the VASPs and asked them whether they want to continue with the MiCA license or not. A couple of them responded, a couple of them didn't. And currently we expect that we will have approximately 10 plus MiCA entities.
Thank you. We have a guest joining us remotely from another continent, and I have a question for you. Effendi, can you hear us?
Yes, very clear.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, absolutely, and good to have you
All
here.
right. Yes, thank you.
I have a question for you. In how would you compare the climate, the general regulatory climate for digital assets in your home country, Malaysia, and in general the Asian countries with MiCA, as far as you are familiar with MiCA?
Okay. Good morning to everyone in Slovakia, and a very good afternoon to Malaysian, ASEAN. We have the same time zone. My name is Effendi from Malaysia, founding CEO of the Center for AI, Blockchain, and Advanced Research. At Chaba, we focus on AI governance, blockchain innovation, and ethical finance. I also wrote the book, Artificial Intelligence, Law and Ethics, The Boundary of Powers. So the questions on comparing regulatory issues of MiCA and ASEAN. I can say that from my experience, traveling, doing research, R&D to 30 countries, including CEE, MiCA gives Europe structure and clarity. We can say a single rule book for 27 countries. But in ASEAN, we don't have one regional law, but we do have something just as powerful like MiCA. We have flexibility and experimentation. So Malaysia, Singapore, and Thailand use sandbox models to test digital asset frameworks before scaling them. So this allows regulators to learn with innovators. For example, our Securities Commission has run digital asset and eKYC sandboxes earliest in the market since 2019. And allowing startups to innovate while regulators learn in the real time. So the sandbox, sandbox culture in Asian's age, it encourages experimentation and adapts quickly to local needs. So from cross-border payments to Sharia-compliant tokenization. So while MiCA builds trust through structure, ASEAN builds trust through collaboration and participation. Both models can learn from each other to shape and balance global digital asset ecosystem. That's all for me. Over to you back, moderator.
Thank you, Effendi. This is actually now a great starting point, a great continuation of what I want to cover next, which is the MiCA implementation, Eastern Europe versus the Western Europe. And this one goes to you, Ivan. I just checked yesterday the registry with ESMA for CASPs, and we have something, I think 80 licensed CASPs entities in the EU. Out of those 80, there are 20 big global players. Then we have around 20 TradFi entities who are actually, they're not going through the licensing procedure, but they just submit a notification to the regulator that they also want to offer crypto services. Out of all those, I found one case of a company in my home country, in Slovenia, who also is offering crypto services with notification. And there is one company, which is a global player, Robinhood, in Lithuania. So none of the countries from Estonia to Greece has any crypto, any MiCA license issued yet. So my question is, what differences do you anticipate in how MiCA will affect this digital assets landscape in Eastern Europe versus Western Europe? And also, this is kind of my feeling that I get as somebody who's also heavily involved with the landscape. Are smaller CE markets, again, at risks of being left behind?
Before I answer your question, I would like to thank Finas and David Čajko for inviting me, and I represent educational entity, institution, Matej Bel University, and I specialize for finance and blockchain. And we run 3 courses on blockchain and crypto assets, and there is a huge demand for these courses, and those may be future talents for the companies of yours that could be working with you. With your question, I think we already heard the numbers for Slovakia. So 500 VASPs and maybe 10 would be licensed. In reality, maybe it will be 5. So there is a ratio 1 to 100 of the entities, of the companies who are real companies working in the environment of innovation, environment of crypto assets. And I think there is a huge potential loss of not applying, and so an innovation loss. So your numbers, those are true. I think if we see the split 50-50, those big companies, big players, traditional finance companies, most of them are coming from West. And in the East, we have small innovative companies, new platforms, lots of new innovation. But let's do the math of the compliance cost. So if you have a company which has lots of clients, the big turnover, and the per unit cost is very low, the compliance cost. How can small company from East or Central Europe be competing with such a huge company with lots of lawyers, with lots of experience? And so I think that's a burden. We'll see the results, how it will end up, but I think the solution could be also scaling the regulation to put less demand for small innovative companies, and as they grow, maybe put more regulation demands on them.
A follow-up question to this, and anybody can answer, whoever wants. I somehow get a feeling that, also from my personal feedback, that the general ecosystem, because Peter, you mentioned what MiCA brings, all of the different aspects. from the risk management to information security risk management to the bigger AML to the corporate structure that needs to be changed and so on and so forth. But then there is also, let's say, there is one part in MiCA that demands for crypto asset service providers to keep the customers' funds, euro funds, overnight with the credit institution to safeguard the funds. And then on the other hand, I can speak from my personal experience, in Estonia, we are present in the market already for 8 years. There is no way that any of the local banks will open a bank account for a crypto company. Not even give us a letter that they will open a bank account later once we are MiCA licensed. So the feeling that we get is that the ecosystem itself, it's actually not supportive for a regulation like this. And then actually the question is, will that lead to, let's say, a slower implementation of the regulation itself? And this, of course, causes, as you mentioned, the innovation loss.
Yes, you are right. So currently...
I'm not trying to be pessimistic. I'm just trying to be realistic.
I know. This is a real issue. We call it de-risking, that banks doesn't open accounts to the crypto asset service providers. And we are doing some dialogues with the banks dealing with these issues. Currently, I cannot tell you any outcome, but as soon as the CASP will have a MiCA license, it become a participant of the financial market. So, yeah, this is basically a fact. But a lot of crypto asset service providers don't use credit institutions for their custody, but they are using payment institutions. And currently, this kind of works. So we will continue with the dialogues with the banks. And from our side, we are willing to and we want to make it happen that banks will open the accounts for the CASPs.
Thanks. I want to move on to the real use cases and the integration. And here is where you come in, Daniel. First of all, I would like to hear about what you guys are actually doing and what is the just recent feedback that you and the happening that happened with your company.
Hello, everybody, and thank you, David, for inviting me for this panel. Firstly, my name is Daniel Rajnoch. I'm founder and CEO of company in West Bay. In West Bay, we are tokenized real estate, and these real estates we offer the clients and give them the possibility to invest from 100 euros in various property in a holiday spots across the world, actually, in these days. We were discussing with Dan how we are and what's our experience. And our experience with our national bank, Czech National Bank, is this, that we didn't have a chance to prepare ourselves in 2 years ago, how it was done in Slovakia. We have to prepare directly the MiCA regulation, preparing with our legal firm, and we have to do the DORA regulation. And when we apply for, or we have a first meeting in the National Bank, we found that a company like we are will not be under the MiCA regulation, because the ESMA say that if there is a financial product, which is the offering the investment in a property, we have to go to different regulation. And it means that we currently changing our regulation setup, which was surprising, because before it happened, everybody was expecting that real estate tokenization will be one of the biggest asset class to tokenize, but actually the MiCA regulation probably it's not done for this type of the assets. And as I say, we have to go under the MiFID regulation. Finally, I'm happy for this one because it opens some possibility of a distribution, because connected to the MiCA regulation, also the sellers have to have a license. And there are the financial groups and financial advisors who already have a MiFID regulation. If they want to sell the tokens, they will have also MiCA regulation, and I'm not sure that they will going to this direction. It means that this gives us opportunity to change the business model, and we did it.
So it's a good thing for you that you...
Finally, yes, but we didn't have to wait so long, and we can go directly. But also, because we are using the DLT regime from Central Depository of Prague, we will have to wait for it as well.
Yeah. Okay, thanks. Ivan, a question for you. So you, working in education, you work in the, let's say, intersection of finance and blockchain. And how do you see blockchain integrating into the traditional investment products, as we just now discussed also with Daniel? And would you say are banks and also universities and the rest of the stakeholders moving fast enough?
I think it's two sub-answers to your question. So first, the blockchain. I perceive blockchain generally as a tool for investing or to use investing of anything or investing in anything, anywhere in the world and anytime. So it's 24/7. Anything means that we can tokenize real estate or dollars or whatever we think of. And it brings lots of opportunities. And it's a learning process of the traditional investing, traditional investment products and crypto asset products. So I think they're learning from each other. And that brings the fractional ownership, and the tokenization brings opportunity to small investors. Especially, I was talking to other panelists yesterday, especially, and we heard it in the first panel, that those countries where the infrastructure for investment or banking is not there, there is a financial exclusion. So I think the blockchain helps. There are lots of use cases that blockchain helps to financially include those areas. And it's also it's a case of democratization of investing. So you can own anything in small fraction, and so that's first part of the answer. And the education institution. So it's a very hard topic for me, and we could spend hours and days. But generally, the education is about talents. So if we want to keep the talents in the country, in Slovakia, Slovenia, Estonia, Czech Republic, we need to provide them not only good education, but also opportunity to implement what they learn. So I think the solution is not to change the system, educational system. It's almost hard to do, but the company should provide as many opportunities for intern programs to keep the talents here in the Central Eastern Europe, and not to give them opportunity to flee to Western Europe. So I think that's a challenge. And I'm glad that I could bring some of my students here, which were here yesterday, and some of my colleagues. And I hope that we might build some intern programs.
If I can add something, how we see it in real life, we see that there are two parts of the tokenization process. There is a fractionalization. This is one part, and which was able to doing by another platform as well. It means that the tokenization layer, we are feeling in these days that it's just a technology which exactly enables certain things to do with it, like a better sell, faster sell, cheaper sell, and dealing with this one. And also you can, for example, in our case, you can borrow the money against the collateralization of a tokens. It means that this layer of technology currently bringing this possibility, but is also that it's creating new infrastructure around it, like a DeFi. You can better sell it to the tokens overseas and so on. This is how we feel it.
Thanks. I always like to say that one of the things that our industry lacks is trust, and it's actually our fault, the industry's fault, that the things are as they are. And it is. I'm optimistic that the MiCA is actually going to help us build that, and it's also going to help with adoption. So here is a question I want to address to our guest, Effendi. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Yeah,
okay.
Please proceed. Yeah.
So I'm interested in what is driving this mainstream adoption in your markets, and from what I heard is that the Asian markets are more kind of mainstream for when it comes to crypto adoption. In ways, you guys have adopted crypto more than Europe. So how would you comment? What is driving this mainstream adoption, and why it is that you guys are better than us in this way?
Yes, it's a very good question. We just had Trump to our country because Malaysia is an Asian chairmanship, and part of that, they are talking about this kind of AI, blockchain, in fact, on the crypto inclusion, right? And Trump still yet could not move on from our country. He's still mentioning our country in South Korea. Okay, yes, I can say that ASEAN is more ready in some ways. Because we are mobile-first region. In Malaysia and Indonesia, I am based in Malaysia and Indonesia. Over 90% of internet user access financial services through smartphones. So the median age is around 30. So digital adoption happens very fast. But it's not just youth, it's also a necessity. In parts of ASEAN, people use crypto for remittances or as a hedge against inflation, not speculation. Because some of the countries, they have a very poor in terms of currencies, right, compared to Europe, to ASEAN. So crypto is part of necessity. And that grassroots use builds real adoption, something Europe can learn from. Regulation here in Europe is catching up. In ASEAN is catching up, but the market demand is already there. And ASEAN's strength lies in demography and mindset. We have over 650 million people, mostly young, mobile first, and open to digital finance. So this gives us a natural testing ground for Web3 adoption. So when you combine regulatory flexibility, strong central banks like Malaysia's Security Commission, and regional cooperation, ASEAN, I think, can grow a digital asset hub that complements, not competes with Europe. That's all. Come to Malaysia, and we do a lot of wonderful things together. That's all from me. Back to you, moderator.
Thank you. I want to thank the audience for sending the questions via the Slido app. I will make sure that we address them later, so keep on doing that. And one question actually relates to my next topic, which is the small players versus the big global giants. For you, Daniel, you're actually building the company yourself, and I can also speak from my own experience. So smaller local platforms face competition from these big global players. I will not be naming names. I think you all know them. And of course, they have bigger compliance teams. They have much bigger pockets, and sometimes they also use unfair market practices. So why is that so? So why is the Europe currently kind of bombarded, and actually they are the market leaders when it comes to all of our markets. Whatever market you look into, it's dominated by the global players. And how can we then remain competitive within the MiCA environment?
I would say that specifically in our case, there is few companies who do the real estate tokenization. It means that, and we also competing with a company like Arrive Homes, which do just the fractionalization. It means that this is a similar segment which we targeting. It's not still such a big move from America to Europe in this segment. It's more that the really big players like Securitize or another companies, who are big players. They are moving the direction, but from this perspective, we are not compete with them because we cannot. They have lots of resources. For example, Securitize, the BlackRock stablecoin, and so on. It means that it's huge. Currently, they are going to IPO. It means that we doesn't have a chance to compete with them, and this is it. What we think that the real estate market is huge, and because it's not done different way, like for example in Dubai, the tokenization of the real estate will have to go through the process what we are currently doing to creating security tokens. It means that company like us will have to go to the market, choose the right property, buying on a special SPV, selling the shares connected to tokens, and it has to go step by step. What we see that each country has one specialist, for example, for Dubai, and they are selling overseas, or there is a company who is selling only in Spain. We going differently. We are trying to sell currently in Central Europe, but different property from different countries. It means that this is how we are going, and we think that in these days the RWA space, which real estate is including, will be growing just in these days. Recently, I returned from America, and the information from one investor was that 6 years ago they already received some similar project what we are doing, but it was still too early. But now they want to follow up this possibility because they see that the market is just right, and we are betting on this one.
I will continue with this. There was a panel I participated a week ago in Croatia, and the panel moderator said, actually they posed a question to me, that MiCA unintentionally introduced an innovation tax on smaller companies. And what they mean to say by that is that they favor scale over agility, because all of the expenses, all of the resources that you need to have to be able to comply, it makes it hard for smaller companies. And it's usually the smaller companies that innovate. Who can comment on that?
I can take it. I think this is true because the compliance costs for the MiCA license is very high, because also the process of obtaining the license is long, because from our perspective we need to check a lot of parameters on the license. We need to review all the persons that are included in basically the application. Also, we need to review the business models. We need to review whether the cybersecurity or the whole setup of the systems, internal systems, are good, and we need to communicate back to the applicants. So this takes a lot of time, and also when the applicant does not fill its application properly, it also prolongs the time, because we need to ask them to add the proper information there, and it can take like 1 year. So yes, it is true that for the startups and for the small companies, the the regulatory costs are very high because they need to focus on the regulation, not to the business itself and not to the innovations itself, but they need to fill all the requirements.
Thank you, Peter. You wanted to comment?
No, I think that the regulatory part, it's a part of a trustable business and the trust from a client, the building this one.
Yeah. I want to continue with, I want to hear your kind of point of view on this question, Ivan. And it's about DeFi. So where does DeFi currently fit in the framework of MiCA? And even how realistic it is that you can regulate something that by design is supposed to be decentralized. What would you say?
Yes, I think the whole crypto sector, the idea is decentralization and omitting the intermediaries. So that's, of course, intermediaries could be the big banks. And these big banks, as we heard, they have a large compliance cost, which they have to transfer to the fees. So that's might be, that's why the products are expensive. And so that's the answer is DeFi, where the new innovative fintech solutions are being provided, better and cheaper, and that's the original idea. And we have now the regulation, which is having a burden at the cost side of these companies. So I think there will be ways the DeFi will develop in the future. There will be more self-custody projects, not just wallets, but protocols, etc., etc. And it will try to compete and try to escape the regulatory burden. And I hope that somehow we will reach some compromise in the future. So, and if we go concrete into some actions that I see from academic perspective, but you can check in the reality. How can you regulate the Bitcoin or any token which is has no intermediary? So if you go for the measure for licensed entities under MiCA, if you want to offload your account, which is under the licensed MiCA entity, and you want to send your Bitcoin to self-custody wallet, effective 1st of January this year, you need to provide KYC. So you need to tell who you are sending your Bitcoins. Are you sending it to yourself or your friend? So I think there is a loss of privacy. So if you're talking about the original question, MiCA finds the ways and the regulation finds a way also to deal with these things, to regulate something which was not meant to be regulated.
I would comment also on this. So your question was basically the regulation of the decentralization. I don't know currently how this is being processed in MiCA 2 or something like that. So I will provide my personal opinion. So, for example, we need to distinguish the real DeFi and the so-called Dino, which is decentralization in name only, because there are a lot of projects on the blockchains which call themselves decentralized, but they are not. I think, from the risk management perspective, these applications, these Dino applications, should be somehow supervised, because there are a lot of hacks and there are a lot of bad stuff going with these kind of applications. So I would say that, for example, these centralized, decentralized applications should be somehow supervised. For example, Ethereum L2s, they usually rely on single sequencer, which is either machine or some cloud service, which is running basically on itself and doing the settlement on the Ethereum layer 1. And for example, a lot of people can have their funds there and some investments or some custody. And imagine that this L2 sequencer goes down. How do you withdraw your money? So, for example, we need to use, in these cases, Dora. For example, we need to do some backups. We need to do some provider handover. For example, if you have on AWS this sequencer, you need to have some business continuity plan in order to hand over it to, for example, Google Cloud or something like this, in order to make sure that this sequencer is running 24/7, so those funds are safe. So a lot of projects that are L2s claims that they are decentralized, but they are not. So this is the example what I would look at it. And also there are some smart contracts which has some single admin key, and some developer has the admin key of the smart contracts. So this developer can wipe out all the account, or he can destroy the contract, or he can basically change some parameters, or he can change the proxy contract which is communicating with this smart contract. So this is also the Dino. This is also some on-chain application which have a single admin. So as soon as they are real decentralized applications with no keys, I think, from my personal opinion, not the National Bank of Slovakia opinion, this doesn't need to be regulated because it's running it by itself and it's good. But as soon as there is some person who can mess it up, it should be somehow supervised, I think.
It's so refreshing to hear opinions from somebody who's working on the regulatory side in such matters. So thank you for this. Very good, Peter. I want to actually continue with you to my kind of last part of the actual enforcement of MiCA. I always also like to talk about how will MiCA be protecting us, the market participants, the CASPs that are actually on the market. And we have recently seen the UK FCA, they actually sued one of the biggest crypto providers, which is Huobi. We've seen the Dutch authorities issuing fines to OKEX, Bybit, Binance, and so on and so forth. And MiCA is supposed to protect both customers and all of the market participants from the unlicensed offshore platforms, from Coconut Drive 7 in some exotic island. So I'm interested in what are the actual enforcement tools that you have, and what it is that you can do when you see somebody, let's say, offering services in your market that is not licensed. What are the tools available for you?
I can tell you about two tools that we are using. First, we basically show this entity on our website that it's doing the business without the license, and basically as soon as you search this entity, I think mostly it is the first result, for example, on Google, that this entity doesn't have a license, so be aware, don't invest it there, don't use it. So we can do this kind of awareness. Also, we have some cooperation with the other sectors. So as soon as we do this, as soon as we post this information on our website, they are basically sharing this. For example, police are also sharing on their Facebook and so on that this provider is unlicensed, so be aware of it. So this is the first tool. And the second one, we can coordinate the web blocking, so blocking of the domain. So in our country, you cannot, not in our country, but in our basically IP address field. So, basically Slovaks cannot access this, but of course, if you have VPN, so you can access it, but Slovakians by themselves cannot access this website.
Have you ever done it?
No, but yes, I would share some information with you, but I cannot, sorry.
Well, yeah, I understand. Well, I really hope that you will get the necessary tools that you can actually use, from blocking the domain, as you said, and also requesting the apps take down from the app stores and stuff like that.
Yeah.
That would actually give you the measures that you can take.
Yeah.
Thanks. Yeah, go ahead.
Just want to add from the educational entity side, your question was about the consumer safety, and I think there is also other way than regulation. That's called the reference reputation system, and that's about the financial literacy, and that you do your job and investigate and find out if the entity which you're investing with, if it's reliable, if it has references. So it works very simple way, as you ask your friend, are you comfortable with your shoes? Where did you buy it? And that's and with all the AI tools and internet, you can find lots of information, and you can also go to the website, or it can redirect you to the website of the regulator, and such a list of the non-compliance and maybe fraudster companies. So that's our part, of course. And from my personal experience, the students which are interested in crypto, young people, they do invest, they do involve in lots of fraudulent projects. And I have many cases then the student wanted to contact me after the class to discuss it. And it's, of course, we can have a strong regulation and lots of lists, but the reputation, the referencing it's very, very important. That I think the reliable companies, they cannot afford, to cheat the customer, and they need to be fair and reliable, and that's their core mission.
Effendi, I have a follow-up question for you on this topic.
Yes, please. Yeah.
Let's say that we, in my company, we decide that we're going to start offering services in Malaysia. So what we do, we translate the service into your language. We start promoting the services via TikTok or whatever social media is popular there, and we start getting clients and so on. So how would the local regulator react? And what is their kind of approach to the offshore service providers?
Okay. I think because Asia is very huge, we have countries like Indonesia and Malaysia. So I think I will give my perspective on Malaysia perspective, because I involved in a lot of blueprint in our country, basically in crypto and also blockchain space. In Malaysia, if an offshore crypto platform starts operating or marketing to locals without approval, the Securities Commission, SC, will step in quickly. So they have already issued cease and desist orders and even blocked unlicensed exchanges before. And ASEAN regulators generally prefer a progressive enforcement model. First, educate, then warn, then enforce. So many use digital surveillance tools and cross-border cooperation through ASEAN Capital Markets Forum. So maybe the EU could borrow this balance, firm on compliance, but still open to innovation. We don't kill startups with red tape. We guide them into sandboxes, test their models, then regulate once value is proven. That's how Malaysia keeps innovation alive while maintaining consumer protections. For example, in Malaysia also and across ASEAN, regulators are getting smarter about this. If someone like Juraj launches services targeting Malaysians, even from overseas, the Securities Commission will classify that as operating in Malaysia and can issue cease and desist orders or block local access. So, but yeah, the idea is without regulation, regulators like the Securities Commission of Malaysia can issue warnings and block domains and restrict advertising. But of course, most of the ASEAN regulators prefers engagement over punishment. So the idea is to encourage responsible entry, partner locally, join a sandbox, and comply step by step, following all this kind of regulation with the sandbox. I think again, CEE, EU can learn from this collaborative approach, while ASEAN can adopt more of MiCA's enforcement consistency. That's all for me. Over to you back, moderator.
Thank you, Effendi. Let's wrap it up with a question from the crowd, and I think Peter, you will be the one that can answer this. And the question is, what will the regulator do when the transition period lapses? And the VASPs that has not secured the license yet, what should they do? Should they close the company?
In one word, yes. Yes, they should end their business. This is currently our regulatory setup here in Slovakia, also in Europe. So as soon as the VASPs were not able to obtain the license, they should cease the business.
Thank you very much. This wraps up our panel. I was trying to be on time, and we did it. I wish to thank you all for participating in the panel, and please, a round of applause for my panelists.
Thank you all. Welcome to Malaysia.
Thank you very much.
Compliments, man. It was so refreshing to listen to you.
Thank you very much.
Because I was just discussing earlier. We just had an audience with our regulator, and they brought in like 9 people from all different departments, and everybody was young, like you. It was so refreshing to talk to them because they understood everything that they were talking. They had really great questions. There was only one lady who was from the risk department, and she was just taking the parts of the law. It needs to be like this, like this, like this. So no left or right, just like this. And
we also try to do basically our crypto as a scheme, that we understand stuff. So, for example, I'm the technical person. Also, we have an AML person, and 8 other colleagues are lawyers. So most of us are lawyers. I'm not a technical person. Yeah, we try to set up a team like this.
And I like your approach in Slovakia that you make a consultation 2 years ago.
Yeah.
I spoke many times with Mr. Pender about it. We didn't have a chance in the Czech Republic, and we were waiting until 1 month before we should apply for regulation. And we have to prepare all the stuff upfront. We burn lots of money.
Yes, but
good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure to be speaking at the FinoWeek conference this year. It's actually 3rd year in a row. My name is Gabriel Štefaniak, and I represent the company Dekta. I originally come from Slovakia, so born and raised here in Bratislava. But approximately 11 years ago, I made the best decision of my life. I moved to Riga, Latvia, and You may think, why the heck the best decision? Isn't it too cold and too dark in the winter? But in fact, the reason is quite simple and romantic. I met my beautiful wife in Riga. I have 2 beautiful daughters, and well, life has been great. Cannot complain. And I'm mentioning marriage because today I have a small giveaway at the end of this presentation. We are providing technology for issuers and acquirers, and I believe choosing a good technological stack for your fintech and payment institution, EMIs, it's almost like marriage. You have to choose wisely, and you have to choose good at the beginning, so you have a happy life. And I will share more details at the end of this short keynote. But today, the main topic is building a payment infrastructure, aka how to choose between custom-made or off-the-shelf white label, or whether to develop in-house. So I will try to talk about these 3 options to narrow it down. We will try to draw some conclusions at the end of this presentation. But most importantly, I will share a case study of the journey of Decta, transforming from a payment institution or acquirer onto technology provider. I will show you real numbers, how the investments grew, how the cost grew, how the headcount grew, and you can take your own conclusions out of that, which is the best approach. So this is how it goes down today. At the beginning, I will talk about some variables which affect the decisions of each CTO, product owner, company owner when thinking about building payment infrastructure. We will talk about the core business and how it affects your decision. We will talk about some challenges and pain points. Then very quickly about regulations and emerging trends, because this whole conference has been about regulation and emerging trends, so I will not spend too much time there. And then I will go over the case study, so kind of case study which closely maps the journey of Decta, and then we will summarize it. I think without further ado, let's get into the topic. So I already mentioned that there are several variables which you have to take into account as a business owner or product owner when building payment infrastructure. Definitely the first one is the core business. So you need to understand what is your core business and how it affects the way you go about your payments business. Now, we usually work with banks, fintechs, EMIs, payment institutions at Decta, and they very often choose to take off-the-shelf white label or custom-made solution. So they usually don't develop in-house because they understand the core business is elsewhere. However, I very often talk to sort of young entrepreneurs in business in payments who are new to the business and they have built successful businesses outside of payments. And they very often bring this mindset to payments that they want to do everything themselves. They want to develop in-house, which very often results in delays in delivery and overspending, of course. And I think the biggest pain point or challenge there is to have sufficient or quality people on board. I think in general in payments or in business, quality people are scarce, and if they are there, they already are in their comfortable places in other payments companies, so it's hard to get them. So I think in general, the talent you gather is very, very crucial and also one of the biggest challenges to go about it. So then, of course, you need to align your long-term strategy with the core business and consider what the talent you have on board and if you can pull it off, sort of. Now, very quickly about the regulations and emerging trends. So these are very important variables which affect your decision as a product owner when building payment infrastructure. Obviously, if you do business in payments, there's a lot of regulation. And even the pure act of obtaining a license is a project in and of itself. So you're usually spending 6 to 12 months at least. It's very expensive, it's very lengthy. And once you have the license, the financial license, let it be payment institution or EMI or even other licenses, then you, of course, have to think about PCI DSS. If you're talking about payment infrastructure, you have to think about GDPR. If you work with banks, you have to talk about and think about ISO, so ISO 27001, 9001. AI Act, and so on. So there's quite many, and it's very heavy. And once you get them, you have to upkeep them as well. On the trend topic, well, there are quite many trends. I can mention, obviously, AI. There's been a lot of talk about AI agents. So you have AI on the front end, on the back end, helping with fraud, with orchestration, machine learning. In terms of other trends, perhaps crypto is no longer a trend. It's a mainstream as a currency, but also blockchain as a technology. So there are many solutions which are combining these two worlds, so traditional world of fiat and crypto. So as you can see, many factors to take into account. On top of that, local APMs when you are expanding to other markets and so on. So I'll try to demonstrate during the case study all of these little variables and how they affected our journey and how much we spent on developing the solution. So just to make sure that we understand, we are going to discuss between custom-made solution, off-the-shelf white label, and developing in-house. For the purpose of the case study, of course, we are talking about a case study which closely maps the journey of Decta onto becoming a technology provider. But we, in the case study, are talking about a merchant coming out of Baltics, building payment infrastructure to accept euros, so the local currency in the Baltic markets. And I will go through the first 5 years, showing you how the headcount grew and how the also costs and expenditures into building grew. So in the first year, the main goal is to ensure the business can accept one-off and auto top-up card payments for the Baltic market. So the first challenge is obviously to integrate with the local acquirer. So we have a basic payment module, we have Acquire X, and we are launching the business accepting euros. The annual cost is less than 100K. That's approximately 8,000 euros per month, brutto, of course. And we have one senior developer aboard. Now, the second year is becoming interesting. We are expanding to international markets. Let's imagine that we are going to Poland because we have Michał from Blik, so it's going to be more interesting. So we need to obviously find a local acquirer, so we need payment acceptance in local currency. So we are finding Acquire Y, which allows us to accept payments in Polish zloty. We know that in Poland there's a Blik, and Blik is a very popular payment method, so you have to have it. So we are integrating APM in the form of Blik. In the slide we have PayPal, because I'm using this presentation in other purposes. And we of course want to have open banking, so direct debit. So we are integrating that and allowing our customers to use open banking, which results in developing different processing modules. So very quickly, the logic in returning authorizations in direct debit is completely different. So we are building different processing modules for each and every payment method. And the last challenge is actually unifying the customer experience, so the end user experience. So we are creating our own custom pay form. So there's this checkout page the customer sees when he's checking out from an e-commerce store, which of course results in a PCI compliancy, so we need to be PCI compliant. At the moment, just the self-assessment questionnaire. And our headcount grew significantly. We have added one more senior developer, 2 mid-level developers, QA engineer, and project manager, with annual cost of 372,000 euros. Everything has been going well. Now we are going overseas, so we are expanding to the US market with another set of challenges. There are 2 goals: reduce payment processing costs for the US market and reduce card payment friction for US customers, which means that we have to use BIN service to identify the BINs on the card of the user who is paying online, and based on that, create a routing module which routes the payment to appropriate acquirer or payment method. And of course, we know that not all the markets require SCA, so strong customer identification. So we are integrating a merchant plugin, and based on that, or thanks to that, we know when the 3DS has to be triggered and when not. So we have added 2 mid-level developers, compliance officer, and DevOps engineer, and we are over 500,000. We have 10 people working full-time, and going to the year number 4. And year number 4 is basically improving our payment infrastructure. So we decided that we are going to deal with fraud ourselves, and we are also going to be the owner of the card data. So we are going to create card tokenization, card vault. Let's see how it looked. The first challenge, it's related to card data and their migration. It's very expensive and difficult. That is why we are creating Card Vault. So we'll be the owners of the card data, which means that we need to be PCI compliant level 1 already. And the second challenge, well, we want to deal with fraud. So we are creating our fraud prevention and fraud detection module. It looked like this. We are at 12 people after year 4. An annual cost of 720K. So we added one senior developer to the team and one QA engineer. So I'm ending the case study with year 5, which is kind of the ultimate goal of payment platform. We are achieving full orchestration. So essentially creating orchestration platform, which means developing some machine learning or implementing some machine learning, so AI. So machine learning allows us to reroute transactions which failed, which pretty much allows full orchestration. So as you can see, we are adding machine learning to the routing module, which smartly decides which acquire will be used. Okay, so let's look at the annual costs of after the 5th year. We added one more mid-level developer and DevOps engineer. We are almost at $1 million, okay, just shy of 1,864K. Now look at the summary. This is the summary of 5 years of development of a payment infrastructure. Of course, we achieved the sort of ultimate goal of having an orchestration platform. But as you know, the work doesn't end here. You still need to spend the same amount of money for upkeeping the platform, for the PCI compliancy, for adding additional payment methods which will be popular. There are changes coming from the scheme, so you have to comply with those. But in short, in 5 years, we developed smart route and logic. We have adaptive 3DS. We have fraud prevention. We are PCI DSS compliant, and so on. So this is a journey of developing an in-house advanced platform which allows you to have full orchestration for multiple markets. Of course, you can decide which approach to take, whether to develop in-house and copy this model to be very unique, and if you want to do it yourself, you can take off-the-shelf white label solutions which have many of these modules available and even some PCI compliancy already in it. Or of course, you can also custom build with some third-party provider, which of course, in many cases, these solutions are kind of prefabricated. We can talk about the details, of course, during some break and maybe even during the panel. And now very quickly, what I mentioned about the marriage, I want to propose you a marriage with a tech processor. So for future issuers and acquirers, DECTA is a technological processor, both issuing and acquiring side. We are launching a program, or we have launched it this year. It's called DECTA FinTech Fast Track Program. We got inspired by Visa. They have the same type of program for future issuers and acquirers. So in short, you can get incentives up to 100K for the implementation. Of course, there are some prerequisites. You need to be a licensed entity, or at least be in a process of obtaining the license. You need to think about or be a principal member of any of the schemes. And you need to be having an interesting business model to get selected. Each quarter, there's one acquirer and one issuer selected at the DECTA site. So you can either find more info on our website, scanning the QR code, or you can reach out to me pretty much anytime, because it seems like we'll be running the program for the next 6 to 12 months as well. I want to thank you for your attention for now. I'll be also sitting there for the panel discussion, but I'll be happy to catch up with the rest of you if you have some questions during some of the breaks. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks, Gabriel. Okay, can you hear me? Good. So this was the keynote before our panel, so thank you that you joined already. So let me introduce the rest of the panelists. So Rudolf Wido, from Head of Product of Vacuum Labs. Also, Jiří Raška, CTO and co-founder of Partners Banka AS. Michał Szymański, board member and director for New Markets BLIK. And Michał Łukasik, CEO of Contomatic, and Filip Marak, Business Development Manager, CE Visa Slovakia. So just one technical problem we have, that we are managing the missing seats. So okay, gentlemen, so we had a really interesting keynote before our discussion started. Today we will talk a little bit more about the innovation in the payment sector and open finance as a construct that all over the Europe is developing still and still. Before the PSD2 were applicable in the whole European Union, we heard that the open finance will change everything, that we will have access to our data, we will use our data for our purpose. We are after some period that this law already applies, and potentially maybe this is good starting point for the discussion about what will be next, what we see that will come from this, and whether the FIDA or the next regulations will change anything in the financial sector, in the payment sector as a whole. So the first question, because topic is broad, unfortunately. So and we have not enough time, unfortunately, for everything. So maybe let's start from the topic that was one of the first that we discussed previously. So the instant payments. That we had that discussion. So Philip, maybe question to you, because you're one of the main actors of this discussion. How do you see that instant payments will work in the real life soon? Because right now we know about what you are doing in Visa, of course, and what you think will happen soon with instant payments.
So good morning / afternoon, everyone. When we talk about instant and payments, and I will take it more broad, basically that's what we do in terms of card payments, of course, but I believe when we talk about different payment rails, if you will, then I think we would see combination of different basically payment types blending together. I can give you one example. We have our own way of sending money cross-border aside of the payment rails. And nowadays, when a regulated institution would like to use it, they would first need to fund us via SWIFT. So this, let's say, speed and predictability kind of loses its charm because you would need first to go through SWIFT, which takes some time. But we are, for example, now introducing a pilot where we will let clients fund us via USDC. So this is then instant, fast, and this is, I think, what I feel it's a future, really blending those different payment rails to the biggest effect for the consumer or businesses.
Okay, and because we are connecting to the previous panel that we discussed about the MiCA and the influence about the crypto sector for the financial sector, and from your perspective and from the perspective of the others, how do you think whether the instant payment will change the whole payment market, or the existing rails, the existing networks will exist still? What do you think?
Yeah, I think this will be an evolution, right? We will see which payment rails will be still in place, especially I think when we come to domestic payments or, for example, intra-Europe where we have SEPA, we are, I think, in very good shape in order to do account-to-account transfers or instant payments in general. But when you go outside of Europe or even try to send money from Poland to Czech Republic, which is not Euro, then you might be hitting problems. And this is, I think, where the next wave of innovation will come.
Okay, good. And because this discussion is focusing, is going to the BLIK, of course, because you know that the BLIK is one of the biggest market players of, for example, Polish e-commerce, and starting business activity in Slovakia, for example. Yes. So, Michał, from your perspective, how do you see the local market and this, let's say, tokenization that is existing and going from the payments, the existing payment routes to the, let's say, fast payments, instant payments like we discussed minutes before?
Yeah, thank you. So starting from tokenization, Blik actually was built around tokenization because our primary user experience with the 6-digit code, which is actually a token. So that was the very concept around which Blik was built. But mentioning also the instant payments, they are for a while in the payment market. In my previous role at the Polish Clearinghouse, we were actually one of the first in Europe to implement instant payments in Polish zloty. And of course, the game is about the overlay over the instant payments, because if they could be initiated just from as a regular transfer from the mobile banking application or internet banking, that's not enough to build the scale. So, for example, Blik is using instant payments in Poland and also in Slovakia for P2P transfers. And the interesting fact is that around 80% of all instant payments in Poland are initiated by this Blik interface. For the other use cases, including e-commerce, P2P, ATM, we have our own settlements. So I very much agree that there are different models, and it doesn't look like instant payments will just dominate all payment spheres. And I fully agree that interoperability is definitely something which is missing. And my personal experience with Asian markets is that they are much more advanced in different kinds of interoperability. So in Europe, we are basically discussing things about making interoperability between instant payment systems in different currencies, for example. And that's actually a reality in the Gulf countries or in Asia. The same is for QR code payments in different countries. So I think there is a lot of work in Europe toward this.
So in Europe we have unified legislation and let's say application for the license, but Asians have the system that work actually very convenient for every countries.
Yes, they are much more advanced in interoperability of instant payment system in different currencies, and also of local card schemes and local mobile payment systems. So definitely we see a lot of development in the European market currently happening, but definitely the Asia is more advanced in that area.
Okay. Gabriel?
I think I just wanted to add quickly from kind of the user perspective that sometimes there are these attempts to bring something new to the market, but if you look at, for example, the example of Revolut, which is kind of the ultimate challenger bank out there nowadays, they've been providing instant payments, I don't know, for 5, maybe more years, and I think they're using Visa Direct or MasterCard Send Rails. You just find some nickname of someone, and that's pretty much an instant payment. So the same you have with stablecoins, they provide instant payments. So at the end of the day, it comes to the kind of convenience for the end user, for them to actually make it work and use it. So it's sort of combining the availability and possibilities that the legislation allows you, plus some infrastructure on the back end, which the end user doesn't even see. It has to be smartly created and know which API call should be triggered for the end user to have seamless experience. But this instant payment, I think it's it's been here for a while with different shape and form, and I think if it's not convenient for the end user to use it, they will just not use it.
So we jumped a little bit from this, let's say, instant payments to maybe the second topic that we had on the agenda, to embedded finance, because as you told that customers right now in Europe expecting that, okay, I will pay, but I don't want to be involved. Let's make it somewhere on the back end. Yes, so this is the trend that everybody sees. For example, in the e-commerce, I want to have some goods, but I don't want to see the payment that I have to, I don't know, click the digits from the payment from the card and accept anything. And question to you, Gabriel, because this is, let's say, question to you a little bit. How do you see that this will develop this, and do you see any potential, let's say, schemes that are already or patterns that are used for example, for that embedded finance payments?
Well, I think I mean, there are several, I guess, industries or parts of the fintech where this could be applied.
Mm-hmm.
What comes to my mind is it's of course AI agents and the payments which are being triggered literally embedded. The AI agent will be able to read your card data that you saved in some other service, and they have access to that. Although I think for that we need to create some kind of regulatory infrastructure, so it's possible. But what came to my mind is actually biometric payments. I think it's that is an interesting area, which is also allowing interesting things in terms of payment side. So I had a call, I think this or last week, with one bank in the Philippines, and I think they are second or third biggest, and they are sourcing their payment infrastructure. So we discussed that, and when after they finished roasting me, I started asking some questions about what's popular in the local market, some APMs, for example, or any other things that we have to have in order to sort of qualify. And well, they told me that it's very much a cash economy in the Philippines. Yes. Although, you know, if you go to Manila, it looks like Manhattan. It's amazing. But he told me it's pretty much cash economy, but we have biometric ATMs. So their bank have ATMs which allow the customer to withdraw cash just by scanning the face, which I was thinking that's, well, I don't even know how it's possible that you have such an undeveloped part of the country on the infrastructure and regulation side, but then they allow biometric payments. So I think this could be kind of breakthrough also in the embedded finance field. And also another thing is separate from that, but you know, these biometric payments in terms of I don't know, scanning a palm or anything else. There are many startups in Europe which are raising quite a lot of funds and are trying to qualify and be the first one who will also provide that. But as we know, in Europe, because of the regulation, well, it may take a while.
Just to comment on that, we actually in Vacuum Labs we are building a bank in Philippines. So we saw firsthand like the complexity that the low regulation can also bring. So for example, when we were doing onboarding flow, they have 16 different IDs. You can have like some fisherman license that you can use as your ID, right? So we had to like implement 16 different IDs, and then on the side of payments. What they have is they have like payment aggregators that are aggregating different payment rails together, and you are connecting to this payment aggregator usually. And what is interesting is that, for example, if you want to pay your bills, a lot of people go to their like utility provider and they fill some forms, and this is the way how they pay their bills. So yeah, on the one spectrum you have the QR payments which are working there. Mm-hmm. And on the other end, you have still these forms and these like prehistoric rails that are also existing at the same time, due to also maybe low regulation, because you can do whatever you want there, but it has its own cost. And the second topic I wanted to just follow up on too. Is the embedded finance, like what is happening now in the buy now pay later world, right? Mm-hmm. The apps were firstly like customer interface that was being used, and now what Apple did, they wanted to do their own Apple Pay Later, right? And they failed, and now they are implementing Affirm and Klarna into that. So that the checkout experience will be actually a marketplace for different buy now pay later and different rails, and it seems that people are using more and more the wallets like Google Pay, Apple Pay, also maybe Blik, right? And this could be the places where you could like integrate different rails and the means how to pay.
Yeah, especially that the BNPL from starting maybe 5 years ago, the trend as a whole really boost up in the United Kingdom, for example, in the Germany. You can imagine that over 20% people that are buying in the online in Germany are using BNPL, for example. In Poland, I saw that it's not so popular. The numbers are growing still and still, but it's not so popular like for example in the UK, where even the FCA told that we identified the potential risk that it's very convenient, but people are not understanding that they are taking the loan at the end of the day. So convenience is one thing that you mentioned, that we are paying, we are having the goods that we want to have in a seconds, or maybe in a days if it needs to be shipped, but it also creates the risk. And the question is whether we really know that the people have the funds to pay back the money. And this is the question to Michał, because Michał is developing the software. He's managing the company that is known from the analyzing data and giving the information to the, for example, loan issuers to how looks our financial standing. And question to you: Do you think that the BNPL have the potential, and what are the risks, for example, from your perspective, that you identify having the knowledge about the customers, this really vast amount of information?
Thank you, Janek, for the question. Good afternoon, everyone. So there was actually quite a few questions. Within one question. So just to give you a broad overview. So we are the open banking aggregator, Kontomatic, and we're a major player on the Polish market, actually processing 1 million of different lending requests every month, and we are cooperating also with the main buy now, pay later providers. And actually, in Poland, I don't know what's the specific of the other markets. I could say it's fairly specific because we are having one largest company, which is Allegro Pay, which is the sort of payment institution that is subsidy of the largest e-commerce marketplace. So, and I believe, I don't know statistics, Janek, but I believe 80% of all buy now, pay later, there are billions of Polish zloty every quarter, are just actually produced by them. And there is different perspective of marketplace and their strategy and independent buy now, pay later provider. Because if you look, you mentioned debt and the risk that the people would take loans and have liabilities.
Would be over debt.
That sort of they are not able to cover and pay back. If you look at the average transaction in buy now, pay later in the Polish market, it's roughly 40 euros. And of course, if you are like a lending product provider, you would like to give as big loan as you can reasonably, taking into account your underwriting process and risk assessment, and you'd like to have a big portfolio. But that's like a typical buy now, pay later institution, like a lending institution perspective. But if you are a marketplace, you don't necessarily want that to happen. From marketplace perspective, you don't perceive, I believe, the buy now, pay later like a lending product as something very, very attractive in a sense of financial gain that you are getting from this very product. If you think about it, I would say commission rates on large marketplace in Poland would be from 4 to 17%, depending on the goods that are being sold. So for marketplace, the strategy when it comes to buy now, pay later is that they rather want the customer to stay as long with them as possible, build a habit of paying using deferred payments for purchase, and keep the customer for at least 5 years. Then they are not really earning on interest, or they can eventually even offer the loans on which they are losing effectively as a financial product, but they are earning on increase of average order value and effectively the higher commission, and they are earning it right away. So I'd say there is a great perspective,
And I see that the big marketplaces and the big players, they would like to actually have their own payment products like Allegro did. But it's not necessarily because they want this as a main product line, but they want this product actually to drive their strategy for the whole marketplace.
So maybe Philip, okay, question to you, because we are discussing, and from what Michał just mentioned, we can easily see that people are not necessarily treating the BNPL as a product for just taking the loan. Maybe it's rather the payment, new payment mean for everything. How, from your perspective, from Visa perspective, it should be treated?
Yeah, I think you had a good point there in terms of basically increase the shopping basket, and I think this is even more relevant in terms of the business lending, which we are seeing. There are companies that are focusing on e-commerce specifically, where they are basically connected to the payment gateway, doing the risk scoring of the e-shop and saying basically, I'm providing you working capital and you are repaying from your turnover on the payment gateway. If you sell a lot, you are repaying faster. If you sell less, then you are repaying slower. And this is exactly the kind of product that, especially in business world, helps a lot, because they can buy more stuff that they can sell. And for example, we are also seeing this in, let's say, in person, where we just launched cooperation with one such lender and a hobby market called Hornbach. And they basically built a new digital lending solution, which allows them to take a credit line. And basically, they can take more jobs, for example, construction workers, because they have working capital to work. And basically, for them, it makes perfect sense. So I think it's important to think of, let's say, both retail market and business market, but we see it as basically an important step of evolution. And basically, in both cases, at the end, like if we are looking where Visa is, when we talk about that payment, like percentage of those payments over the e-commerce will go anyway through cards. So we are basically there a sort of data feed that helps also to do this lending possible. And in case of this Hornbach example, for example, they are providing the possibility when you are repaying the loan to do it also via payment card, because the experience is fully digital, so you can just do it within the platform. So we see it as a great enhancement of basically the flow, and then the payment part is sort of staying in the background, but of course important as well.
Just a side comment. Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, like a quick comment. I fully agree. And if you look at what is happening now around the marketplaces and buy now, pay later, like we are getting a lot of requests like to support businesses with risk assessment. But if we would look at them right now, there's not that much of a consumer products. There's business financing everywhere, and there's like everyone wants to do like turnover-based financing, merchant cash advances, and products like that. And like even the example of Allegro, okay, what is visible that we are actually helping people to go through to get their acceptance for higher buy now, pay later limit. But somewhere in the background, we are doing the same thing for all the business, like business purchases on Allegro. That's one thing, but also the same for the merchant financing. So basically, it's a great market, and it's growing from every single perspective, and the customer is just a part of it.
So if I may add two things. First is that because in Poland we also introduced the BNPL service, Blik Płacę Później. So first thing is that we see a lot of interest from the bank side because banks simply want to be in the game, and there are a lot of already mentioned non-bank providers doing that. So that's this kind of a competition, and the willingness to keep the position of the banks because that's their core business, and that's where we find the rationale for our service. But the second small thing is that there are different reasons for customers using this BNPL, and one is, for example, not actually related to loans, so especially in fashion industry. People tend to buy much more things that they actually need to just choose one, to order 10 pairs of shoes and choose one and send back 9 of them, and BNPL is nice for them not to actually frozen
not
the
using
capital.
your capital for that.
Exactly.
Yeah, but if you end up with 2 out of 10, not the one you would normally buy, then
still good.
Everyone is happy, especially marketplace.
Exactly, and from the perspective of the bank, because we are talking still about whether it's loan, whether it's payment mean. From your perspective, how it should be treated, whether the client should have more knowledge to use it, or maybe it should be treated like the credit card, for example.
It's still credit, it's still loan, and it's smart way how to sell it in Germany at the beginning, because all the Germany hates the loan products. When you rename it to buy now, pay later, you are able to sell it in Germany, and that's the reason why it comes live in Germany, and it can be used or reused everywhere around the world. So yeah, it's a new nice way how to sell a loan product.
Okay, and do you think, because right now the credit consumer regulation is new, and before it was implemented on the EU level, between the countries it was discussion, okay, it's loan or not, because nobody knew when it started the loan, where it's just only the payment. And from your perspective, because Michał, you are one of the suppliers, for example, for that market, you think that this regulation will change anything from the perspective of the suppliers of the BNPL?
Well, I frankly don't know, because there was actually there is a CCD directive, of course, there is a framework, but then it's all down to the local implementation. You know how the local states will local implement law to their legal orders. So I don't know. It's very much dependent on affordability checks and where the threshold will be set or not. We operate on 8 markets, and every market at the moment there are different sort of different discussions. Or like in Spain, there are basically no discussions. There were consultations last year, and no one knows what will be happening. It will be massively delayed there. In Poland, it will probably not impact buy now pay later to this very big extent, because the average threshold for this more sophisticated income checks would be set around one minimal wage in Poland, which is 1,000 euros. So effectively, it's way above any average purchase. So that will it will be important for all loans that are given to small businesses, also or sole entrepreneurs, but not necessarily to BNPL. So yeah, maybe additional reporting requirements, bit of overheads here and there, but nothing very significant in terms of variable operational cost.
Yeah, and because we are talking about the BNPL, so kind of financing, and guys, open question, because we see in the Europe multiple new ways of, for example, microcredits, crediting of the market. Not only consumers, because this is the obvious for you, but also the broader, meaning also the companies, for example. And do you identify any new models that are on the market that are good to look a little bit closer? Philippe?
Yeah, and probably thinking 2 way ahead. One thing I'm hearing, especially from crypto fintechs nowadays, is they are interested in providing credit based on the collateral that is in Bitcoin or Ethereum, for example, because those are effectively locked there, and also people don't want to sell them because of the tax reason often. So this is, I think, one avenue that might be more and more important. I think we are still a long way before this will be standard part of savings, or for example companies actually putting this on the balance sheet in large. But I think this is one of the things that we should be aware of, and this is something definitely that I see as one of the potential innovations.
Actually, I will quickly mention a couple of them that I came across recently. There's one startup in Hungary, actually, that I talked to, and they are providing BNPL, but they have a license in Hungary, and I believe on top of a standard white-label BNPL solution, they also have factoring included, so they can also finance. And the second example, I already mentioned there are quite many neobanks licensed in the UK and in the Baltics, where I come from. Well, I come from Slovakia, but I live there. So there are many of these neobanks, and it's very hard to differentiate between one another. So they just open accounts and cards. However, I spoke to one recently, which is in fact our client for the issuing, and they are coming from the industry of app development on Apple Pay, which is kind of their specialty. They understand the Apple Pay market, or how do you call it, like the Apple Store market. So they are providing, and the way it works is that if you are a developer and you release an app on Apple Store, you only get paid in 3 months. So that's the contract, so you don't get paid instantly. So what they do, a small innovation, that they understand the market, and they also do factoring and provide financing for these companies who bank with them and are developers on Apple Store. And this is kind of new line of business they developed because they understand it. So sometimes the innovations actually come from places where you don't expect them, and it can be actually a very good stream of income for a company in fintech.
Yes. Okay.
In Poland, we see that more of a demand for the turnover-based financing in like this sort of range of 10k euros to up to 50, and there is like a sort of a lot of companies that are focusing on that, either in a factoring form or MCA or something similar turnover-based.
Okay, so financing for the SMEs potentially. We are saying in the e-commerce and traditional, let's say, direction. And you, Philip, told also about that crypto market, something what previously was not even in the scope of, let's say, lending, is coming to be something potentially relevant for the people. And in Visa, maybe you can share with us what's your position about this, because this is not traditional financing. It's something interesting from the perspective of mixing this real world with the crypto. So it's becoming something one. So how do you treat it? What's your approach for that? And maybe we'll see something interesting soon.
Yeah, I think in terms of crypto, like if you look at Visa, we are a payments company. So we are payment rails. And at the end, if you settle through us USD or USDC, it doesn't matter much. So the way how we are looking at it is where we can actually add value. And there are, I would say, 3 main areas. First one is when you actually need to load money to a wallet, where basically you can do it from an existing card. Everyone who has Revolut actually knows this experience very well, I guess, basically just using Apple Pay or Google Pay. And then the second is how you actually want to spend the money that you have in that wallet in any way. So you can either, again, send it to your card that you have, or you can just have a card issued and just basically have the conversion of, for example, the crypto right away at the time of purchase. So it is about finding how we can help connect that, let's say, world of traditional payments with this new world of crypto. And we are seeing then also those use cases with settlement and stuff. So I think it will be just coming more and more.
Okay, and because credit is always connected with the credit standing that you have, and question, Michał, to you again. Sorry for that. Do you see the potential that it will help, for example, that we are going for example, to have more data about the client soon, because we have from the PSD2, for example, soon maybe we will have FIDA in place. You think, from your perspective, you think that it will help, for example, to make this credit scoring better, or we have so much data already that it will change nothing? And how do you think it?
Well, if FIDA goes live, it will change a lot in many, actually in very many places, and the new tools could potentially be created, and there might be a sort of a bit of a really shakedown for the insurance market. But in terms of like credit risk itself, especially both for consumers and for businesses, I wouldn't expect that much change in terms of just the strength of the models. So if you combine like open banking information, which is basically pay information from payment accounts, and for see the sources of income, costs, risk factors, you can track all that internal transactions that are linked to this account. There is a lot that you can already extract from it, and if you combine it with the credit bureau data for individuals or for companies. And then if for companies you add, other information from public registries or like, like in Poland from tax files or from e-invoices registers that are coming live next year, then you already have like a pretty strong source of information, right? It's just always a matter of, cost to risk. You need to weigh it and put the process in a way it's efficient. But FIDA may change a lot, but I wouldn't expect that it will dramatically change like the credit risk assessment process.
So for the smaller lenders, it will change nothing potentially.
I don't think it will change much. The tools that are here right now are like fairly efficient, good, and like you see the markets. If you look at Poland, or even Spain, the market is growing year by year. The portfolio qualities, both like consumers and business, are improving. Actually, in Poland, the consumer lending like portfolios that are being sold on the market, a few years back, they were sold at like what, 40%, 30% of nominal value. Right now, they're 60%. So it just shows, how the risk assessment process in generally improved. And most of the companies right now, like for the consumer products, they are using open banking solutions, and it's working very well.
Okay. Julie?
Actually, there is one more thing to mention, that e-wallet is coming, and that's gonna change the market in Europe. KYC will be same through the Europe. E-wallet can handle also instant payments, so that will be changed more than PSD2. That's actually running, and we are using that, but e-wallet will change the market.
Yeah, and it's already quite well developed, so we can expect that soon we will have structured data and easy exchange of personal data that will help to assess it. Yeah, Rudolf.
Maybe what is interesting connection is how there is this war for the customer, like who will own the customer in the end, right? And what the traditional banks are seeing is how Revolut is stealing their customers. So they are trying to copy a little bit Revolut. But what is Revolut doing? Revolut is seeing Klarna, so it tries to copy Klarna and be more like a lifestyle application, right? And then what is Klarna doing? Klarna is maybe becoming just one of the checkout options in Apple Pay and Google Pay, right? So maybe the e-wallets could be the future potentially, but who knows, right?
So the e-wallets maybe the next stage of the development of.
Could be, yeah.
Okay, and do you see that see as a potential that new market players will be created, or just the existing banks or the new banks like Revolut will take the whole market?
I think the opportunity for new market entrants is that they can start from the first principles. They don't have to provide everything. They don't have to have loans, and they can do just one thing really well, and the customers might like that, right? So it's always the question between providing everything and being specialized in one thing. So there will be, I think, this tension, and like who knows where it leads.
So they will be good in the technology, like Apple, for example. They will be convenient, and customers will flow to use them.
Could be for a time, and then maybe there will be the new change on the market. So right, so
yeah, of course, and of course that's of course very interesting topic. Whether this will develop, because that means that you will possess your data and you could use your data, because right now it's a little bit problem to get your data from the bank, from the investment company to use for your own purpose. And the idea of FIDA is to give you ability to use your data for your own purpose, for example, for the credit scoring or insurance purposes. And from your, Gabriel, perspective, you see any, for example, need in the sector that maybe clients are asking for the solutions that could be white labeled for them, from the perspective of, for example, the wallets, for example, from the perspective of BNPL or similar?
So for us as a tech provider, I think the main goal is to provide simple infrastructure, ideally white label with some customization, so there's some differentiation, and then based on what the customer needs, the customer's PSP or payment institution, EMI, etc., provide as many payment options as possible, depending on the market where the end user is. And if they're, of course, operating globally, then you want to have as many integrations as possible, as long as it's within your budget. So I think, to answer your question, if there's going to be demand for this, at least at the moment, we do not see that, but it may change. All these things change quite quickly. Then for sure we will consider that, and it's going to be part of the solution that we offer. But honestly, at the moment, I don't see that, and not all the trends are here to stay. So,
of course,
who knows?
Of course. So who knows? Okay, and question in the topic, because we talk a little bit more about the BNPL. We spoke a lot about the open banking and something in the middle. What's in the middle, and you think that in the near future there will be potential for the monetization of the API of the PSD and the data from this market? How do you see the potential from this sector? Because financial data are always the key for every business. They are good, they are reliable about the client, and you think that soon we will be able to build new models on that data? Michał?
Well, yeah. Of course, I can elaborate, because we are aggregating data from PSD2 APIs, and then we are analyzing them. First we are aggregating them, then we are cleaning, standardizing, enriching, and then we are analyzing. So basically, this first layer, which is data acquisition, so sort of this purely infrastructural, it's obviously the lowest margin, and there is not much of a business to be done here. But then, of course, analysis, the most sophisticated are the things that they are doing with the data. Then you can resell it with the more reasonable margin. So of course, there is a market, and there will be.
Okay, and Jiří, question to you, because Michał says that there will be market, and from the perspective of the bank, do you think that it is something interesting? Do you see the impact of PSD and this data on the banking day-by-day activities?
For the credit purposes, we are using that same like all of us, but we cannot sell it like a bank. So there is no place for monetization, but for the consumption. So
I have one interesting remark, because always we had these discussions, and there is always this comment was sort of from the bank side, that we need to give you data. It's for free. We need to expose our data for APIs, and we have nothing, right? So why would we really even bother to do it in a good quality, whatever? Well, we have to, because it's regulated and we have to. But we did an exercise 2 years back or 3 years back, because one of the major banks in Poland is not giving the customer, account holders, credentials through API. So, well, it kind of cripples your product. It's difficult to sell the data if you don't know whose data is that. So we walked around the banks in Warsaw. We actually approached top 10 banks, give or take. And we asked, okay, well, we are okay to pay for the data. Just give us more, a slightly bigger range of data, and we'd be very happy to share our margins with you. And, you were always asking, if you were always claiming that would be fair, that we share the margins, and, there is sort of reciprocity. And eventually we couldn't agree on anything. Every bank looked at us and okay, well, you're working with Revolut, so they're stealing our clients. Okay, so we'll not give you the data. Others, you're working with lending companies now. We are not interested in cooperation. And at the end, what seemed to be a reasonable sort of market fit for both sides, it appeared to be not feasible. So I wouldn't say that fintechs are too much responsible for that. Maybe regulator.
Yeah, I can agree. But for the daily purposes, the PSD2 is the failure, because banks are protective. We are protective. We wouldn't like to share our data to others. But hopefully PSD3 will change that for daily usage, and the e-wallet also, because you can add your banking account there. So that will be the way. And from my perspective, it's nice to open all the data to the customer, and he decides where he will move with his data. And what we are building is like called financial marketplace, and we are open to integrate all the data from other banks, not just from the banks, but from the insurance companies and others, to be able to sell their products in one app and do the analysis upon all the data in one platform.
Okay.
Just a super short, very last comment. It's very true what you're saying, and it's like for if FIDA is successful or not, it depends on actually if customers have an access to data. Because if customers have an access to data, and even if APIs are not fully standardized, like it's not, it doesn't work like exactly the same in every country. The market will find its way. So as long as there's data available through an interface and customer can access it, then sort of open banking or open finance companies will be able to access this data one way or the other, and work on it and build better products.
Okay, that's good because right now we are just exchanging the data about the payments, about the let's say payment history from the 90 days. Let's call it that way. How much? 180. Okay, sorry. 180. And the question
sometimes depends on the bank.
Yeah, depends on the bank. And the question to you, because we will exchange right now also the data with the, for example, payment, not only payment institution, but as well with investment fund, with funds, with for example. Investment companies with crypto services providers. So from the perspective of the bank, do you usually think that it will be helpful, for example, to have new business model, new services for them, and maybe offer new services that previously were not even in the scope of interest of the bank? How do you think it will soon look like?
Yeah, absolutely. We are living in real time, and we would like to have everything instantly. The data should be open, and the customer should decide who can work with his data. So yeah, and the models and the opportunities are always behind that. And that's the place for all the fintechs and the startups to find out where is the opportunity and do monetization upon that.
Okay. And Philip, question to you, because from your perspective, because you're maybe tech supplier, maybe part of the market, it's always problem how to treat the Visa, MasterCard, or BLIK, because in part you are the market player, you're making the market. And from your perspective, do you see how this, for example, card networks and open banking complement each other, and how to deliver new services? Do you think that they are comparable, or something is better?
Yeah, I think it's again about finding synergies, how one can help another. And I'm just thinking, I think it was Adyen or maybe some other payment provider, basically in their onboarding flow of a new merchant, instead of basically you typing the bank account number and trying to somehow verify this in different means, they basically introduced that basically you just connect to the bank via strong customer authentication, and by that you basically verify that this is really the company account. So basically this improves customer experience and reduces potential fraud that someone actually tries to put there someone else's. So I think this is really about finding the ways how like one thing can complement another. Another thing, for example, is that like Visa several years ago acquired Tink, and one of the reasons was basically the ability to crunch the data and bring something meaningful out of the data. And we've introduced a product that basically helps with understanding what the transaction is about, what is the merchant, what are the merchant details, and so on. And the way how we are looking at this is that we have, of course, the data from the issuer, but also we have the data from card network, we have some external data, and so on. So we are trying to combine all that together, so we are bringing really the value there. And it's not just about the payment, but then, for example, what the bank is looking at, how I can drive down calls on the customer care, because the cardholder will know, okay, this was this shop, and not just some random name I don't understand, and I'm calling because I think there is a fraud. So I think the business case can be found in many areas, and it's really just about how you combine all these data sets together.
So what you mentioned is very important in the aspect of the new technologies and the new services. So the frauds and fighting with the frauds. So this data could be used not only for making the new products, but for good purpose also from everybody's perspective. So from the perspective of fraud fighting with.
Yeah, absolutely. And what we are doing, like we have very long history with our AI model. I think we started to use AI in our risk engine in early 90s, and we are. This is basically what where our trust is based, right? Because everyone sees Visa as reliable and secure. So we are investing a lot into our risk engines. And we've run recently a pilot in the UK where we actually were able to improve on account to account, on faster payments, basically like capturing fraud or like detecting fraud, to be precise. So we basically now are offering this as a solution, which is not related to card payments, but basically learned from the card world and improving on this to basically bring the same security also on account to account payments. So it's really about complementing and finding synergies.
Okay, and Michał, question to you, Michał Szymański, that time, because Blik, because we are talking about the security and about the patterns that we are seeing in the transactions. So Blik in Poland is seen as a very secure mean of payment, or especially in the e-commerce, and potentially you do the same. So you're analyzing multiple of data, you're fighting to make the Blik secure as it possible, and you think that you need more data, you need more cooperation maybe for that. How you see the opportunities, the problems with security for example in the other markets or maybe in a whole EU?
Yeah, very good question. So from the very beginning, we are very minimalistic regarding the data we have. So actually, we don't process the personal customer data. It is just those are just numbers, and customers are the bank customers. So we fully cooperate with banks, and we have our anti-fraud engines. We are secure firstly because each transaction should be approved in the mobile banking application. So there are no exceptions with that. But we see the growing social fraud risk, and here those engines are more and more important. But we don't plan to gather more data just for that reason. The reason we are planning actually to process more data is more about interoperability with other P2P schemes like the Spanish, Portugal, or Italian. That's the Europa initiative, because in those systems, the standard is that before sending a transfer, you can actually see the name or part of the name of the recipient. So to be able to deliver such a service, we should start to collect the names of the account holders, but not for security reasons.
Not for the security reasons. Okay, so you see that it's a little bit different how we all treat the security, because Blik is the payment scheme that issuer and the receiver is the bank at the end of the day that is participating in the scheme. So it's a little bit different level of security that we can talk about than it's done in the card sector, for example, where the issuers are much more and much higher numbers, and frauds are different schemes. And from the perspective of because I know that Visa is using the AI, for example, for fraud detection. You think that it's useful tool or not? Because the first wave of how the AI was implemented, everybody told AI will change everything. We are so good with the AI that We won't need the experienced people on the positions. You think after this, let's say 2 years, that this is still the case, or we are coming back to the situation where these tools are just only helping us with the crime fighting, or what's your thoughts?
Yeah, I think in terms of the risk, that's basically what I said, and I think it is here to stay. Like machine learning models and AI is important factor, and not just in risk, as you basically had in your keynote, having, for example, payment orchestration. That's just very, very important. But I think like the frontier that we see is the basically agentic commerce, right? How the agents will be shopping. And I remember I was reading an experience of one US journalist, because things like Perplexity or like different systems can already shop there on your behalf. And so he wanted to order X, and he actually received X, but the dozen of X costed him like $30, because the X itself costed like $4, but then there was like priority fee, shipping fee, some expedite packing fee, and so on. So and that's the thing that the agents are not realizing nowadays. So it wasn't actually a fraud, but basically just poor user experience. So I think it's about all the market participants, how basically to help this new wave of economy, which is coming, to basically put it into shape so the customer can put trust in that, and the merchants and the banks are basically happy with the data they are getting, and they are able to risk the transaction and say approve or decline.
Actually, from my perspective, is the question was the AI. The machine learning, totally agree, that was with us, and it will be used in models. We are somewhere before AI Act comes, so maybe something will be forbidden for us. And from PSD3 perspective, as we are doing currently, the human behavior analysis, we have to be protective for him to be sure that who is paying whose bills. And when I will use agent for the payment purposes for my app, it's not having my behaviors. So in that way, from PSD3, we have to deny it. So that will be question mark at the end of that work.
Okay, because everybody is saying about the instant payment, that money have to flow instantly, that we are expecting that nobody will wait for the money if we will pay. And on the other hand, we are seeing that, okay, this creates also the new risk that, for example, the new frauds, new patterns. And from many perspectives, we are banned, for example, from processing the data. From example, from the perspective of GDPR, from the perspective of AML, even we are banned to process some sorts of data. And you think that the numbers or the frauds will rise after the PSD2 potentially, or will be the same, but we'll just only see the new models that will be implemented. Maybe AI will be used for example, to create more reliable histories for example, for the people. What you think?
It's growing all the time. The risk are new scenarios that will definitely grow at the end.
I think that's the constant battle between the fraudsters using new models and new technologies, and those who are trying to protect the customer. And I agree that regarding AI, in payments, there are actually two areas. One is using machine learning and AI for fraud prevention, which is proved great, etc. Second is this agentic payments. We are working on them. We have a project. Personally, that's my personal opinion. I am a little bit skeptical because, first of all, I think that we are in quite early stage of those large language models and using AI for our personal purposes. I do that every day, but I think that we now assume that it is neutral and working only for our benefit, and the experience shows that it will be like with browsers actually. And I already saw the possibility of spending your marketing budget to inform the AI better about your products and how good they are. So firstly, I'm not sure if AI will really give me the best product for me, or it will also take into consideration the provision for the owner of the AI. And the second thing is that actually the finalizing the purchase, I think it's really very short now. So if I'd like to find a new bicycle, yes, I can spend weeks and AI can bring me more benefit, a lot of benefit, because they will shorten the list, etc., etc. But when I decide that, oh, that's the washing machine in that shop I'd like to pay, how long it will take me? 1 minute.
Exactly.
So
exactly.
In of course in trading and some specific areas that will be invaluable, but for a regular household it is, I think, a little bit like this fridge which is ordering food by itself. So we are talking about that for decades already, and it is not materializing
it's not
yet.
the real life, just only the advertisement. Yeah, Rudolf?
Maybe just to add to this, what is interesting about AI is how it can become an echo chamber. So if you don't really prompt it that, you know, be hypercritical, be cynical to me or something like that, it just kind of repeats like what you put in, and it starts as a dialogue, but it resembles a monologue at certain point when you are communicating with it. So I think it's really important to have the right seed prompt with which you prime it to think either contrarian or similar to you. And yeah, I had also recent experience when I was trying to buy new headphones, and like I wasn't getting the right recommendation. I had to go the old way and see like what are the best performing headphones on the market, what is being shopped most, and so on, right? So I had to go different route.
So despite that the AI was developed for a few years already, and the LLMs are quite accessible for everybody, still a real person can do better the advertisement for example of the services that you mentioned, that you put trash information, you get trash at the end of the day. So yeah, that's true, and we see that all over the for example news portals where AI is used, for example, to create the content. Yes, so if they have poor data, they have not good quality also at the outcome. So definitely this is the problem, and we'll see whether it will be easy to have understanding of this data, of these outcomes. And
I think this was a good point about the data, because I saw somewhere, I'm not sure if it's true, but it was showing that like the sources of data for LLMs, and it was saying something like 30 or 40% from Reddit, right? And I'm like, okay, maybe not the best source, you know, to give you advice.
Yeah, and the problem with the copyrights potentially, if they are using the data from the sources like the books, like the something what was created by humans. So this is the problem that. But in the United States, they told that for them it's not a problem. It's acceptable cost of the development of AI. We will see what will happen in the EU with that, definitely. And guys, the last question, because our time flies, unfortunately, and we had one interesting, at least for me, topic, because at the beginning we spoke a little bit about the instant payments. It's good, everybody is focusing on that, and not so many people are focusing on one thing that arose two years ago. So about the MiCA. So we have EMTs, for example, that are fast, that are convenient, that they don't need to use the existing payment rails. They can be somewhere on the back. The client will not see that technology, but will use it. Do you think that application of the, for example, stable coins, so the EMTs from under the MiCA, will potentially somehow kill the instant payment initiative, or that will be just something separate?
So if I may start, I think that we actually witness a perfect storm in the payments, especially European payments, when we have a couple of factors which will definitely change the landscape, but I wouldn't dare to guess how it will like in 10 years, because there are so many factors. One is definitely technology and changing customer behaviors, and here stablecoins and crypto generally. It's visible that it is a big trend and actually could move, the market could move into that direction, and we are preparing ourselves for that. But we have also the European payment sovereignty agenda, where we see a lot of initiatives on two layers. First is interoperability of existing solutions, but we have also the players, including big, with the pan-European ambitions. We have also the Digital Euro project. We have a lot of legislation. So definitely stablecoins are part of those changes. For me, it is difficult to guess how fast they will actually grow, but they can change the market significantly. I fully agree.
Okay, very interesting. Jiří?
From my perspective, totally agree with you. Digital euro is coming, Visa is tokenized, and where I see this place for stable coins is for local currencies and that kind of international payments with FXs that could be faster. And especially you can see startups in South America when the inflation is really high. There is also place for stablecoins. So yeah, there will be place. They are not killing currencies, but they will stay on the side.
They are creating some new value for the people.
Yeah, that's the new opportunity, how to use them, and MiCA is legalizing them.
Exactly. Rudolf?
For me, what would be interesting to see is what the programmable money is bringing, right? Because it can shake like how we perceive trust. Because now we trust in the institutions that they are secure, they have good fraud measures and everything, but when we start trusting the technology more, like, do we still need the institutions, or to what extent, right? So that's a little bit anarchistic, but...
So we are going not for the MiCA compliant, but rather for the Bitcoin direction. In your opinion, maybe soon.
Not sure if Bitcoin, but CBDC, like I have a limited understanding of it, but I understand that it should be also programmable, right? So there should be like something like some conditions or something like smart contract from Ethereum that you can use. Mm-hmm. And in this way, you trust the contract, right? You don't have to trust the institution. So,
the institution.
Yeah, so let's see.
So we are deleting the intermediaries from the sector.
Yeah, when you mentioned MiCA, actually one thing that came to my mind is I have been talking to several companies by the past several weeks that are actually applying for MiCA regulation. And one thing they are basically all telling me, and I'm not expert of regulation, is that basically the requirements that are put on them are sort of kind of similar to what payment institution needs to have in place.
Exactly.
So what I'm sort of like personally feeling as a trend is those that will actually basically make it and be successful, they might actually basically in time get like a payment institution or e-money license, and basically this blend of the like what we now see as crypto and traditional finance is just blend into finance, and we will not basically look at I'm paying with this or that. I'm just basically doing what I need to do, be it send money overseas or pay for the product, and which way it is. That's for me as a customer at the end doesn't make sense, or like it's not that important. Important is that it's convenient, and whether it is this way or that way, that's secondary.
The technology is secondary. Yeah. Gabriel?
I pretty much agree with everything that's been said, and I just want to underline this idea that also Rudolf and Michal mentioned, that I similarly see big potential in the crypto space, stablecoins. I mean, I'm a hodler myself, but still, I think the near future is, for example, if we took a look at cards. I think both Visa and MasterCard are very open to this idea of having so-called crypto cards or providing cards to the crypto companies. So I think for a regular consumer, who is not understanding the technology much, and they see the logo there, so exactly what Rudolf said, they trust the institution, they understand what is Visa and MasterCard. So I think it will work like this in kind of blended mode for a while, I think. Maybe next decade even more.
So the name builds the credibility, and we will see whether the technology will work on the mass scale that we have. Guys, the last question to everybody of you, and we will have to finish. What do you think in the payment sector? What trends, what innovation will be boosting in the next 1, maybe 2, maybe 5 years? Briefly, from your personal perspective, maybe we'll start from Philip.
Yeah, very shortly, and we repeated it a few times, stablecoins and cross-border payments. I think this is something that will disrupt the market.
I will say something different. I already mentioned it a couple of weeks ago at the one panel discussion. So I think when the biometric payments comes and the ease of payments will be at the highest level possible, I think we as parents need to focus on educating our kids on financial literacy and not overspending, because it will be that easy. So I think focusing on parenting, it will be super important in order to prevent fraud and unwanted expenditures from your credit card or whatever that will be in the future.
For me, I have two smaller trends. One is how insurance companies will become the back ends, basically, and the trend of like micro insurance, where it's triggered by the payment. So you pay for your flight ticket, and you get upsold insurance on back of that payment. And I forgot the second one, so I just go with this one.
Okay, great.
From my perspective, we have been talking about AI, but not about the quantum, and the quantum is going to change the market also. So one point is the security. We will be more interested, like customers, in security in future, and the openness. Instant payments, everything will be instant, but the data should be open.
Okay, Michal?
I will be not original with stablecoins, but in case of the Polish BLIK, I also very much believe in recurrent payments, which are the new product of BLIK with a huge potential.
Okay, Michal?
Yeah, I would echo Michal with variable recurring payments and automation of both like consumers and business spending based on like the different PFM or treasury management tools. And like from a Polish perspective, when FIDA comes live, then probably large insurers will go to banking space and large banks will go into insurance space, and it will be a very funny time.
Definitely, it will be a funny time, especially that the EU is doing everything to make us fun. For example, for me as a lawyer, so definitely we'll have really interesting times in the near future. Thank you very much for today. I think that, of course, we could deliberate for much longer about these topics. Unfortunately, we didn't have too much time for that. Thank you very much, and applause for my guests. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. Hope you enjoyed your lunch. It's time for our panel with digital identity and cybersecurity. And we have our panelists. We have Vladimir Vanyo, Roman Shereshnak, our keynote speaker, Jakub Hanek. Are you here, Jakub? No, he's not coming. Sorry, my bad. Kevin NG online. Are you there, Kevin? And Andrei Dvorak. I would like to welcome everyone to the afternoon session of FinWeek Bratislava 2025. It's an honor to moderate all the panels I've been moderating so far, and I hope this one is going to be equally good as the previous ones. Before we begin, I would like to thank our partners making this event possible. Thanks to our main partners, Minister of Finance of the Slovak Republic, National Bank of Slovakia, and Visa. A special thanks to our conference partners, Slovakia Travel, Embassy of Poland in Bratislava, CRIF Slovak Credit Bureau, DECTA, Golden Gate, Blick, DevOps Group, Fumbi, Bratislava Stock Exchange, TPA Slovensko, Prosper and Pavlovic, University of Economics in Bratislava, and Matej Bell University in Banska Bystrica. We also would like to thank our AI stream partners, TechMates, and our official networking partner, IDEA. And a big thanks to all our supporters and media partners. If you have questions during the discussion, you can send them via Slido using hashtag FinWeek. We will either address your questions in the Q&A section in the end of the panel discussion or during the panel discussions if your question fits into the current topic we're discussing. So let's, without no further ado, introduce our keynote speaker. Roman Chereshnak, welcome.
Thank you very much.
Great to have you here.
Thank you. Okay, guys, I think it's working. Okay, it's working. Perfect. So thank you very much for introduction. As you mentioned, yes, I'm Roman Chereshnak. I'm AWS Solution Architect, focusing definitely on AWS. And today I would like to introduce you our solution that is focusing on fraud detection. Currently, we live in an era that many SMS messages, emails, or different kinds of calls are during per day, and we need to, let's say, sort which emails, SMS messages, or call are fraud or not, if they is correct, if in some particular situation can anything occur, and definitely some or another people try to, let's say, make some profit from people that do not know what to do or are in some stress or emotional part. For this situation, we have a customer that call us and mentioned that, yeah, we have lots of, let's say, fraud. We have lots of data, and based on the data, we need to, let's say, identify which data are based on some bank institution, some data are basically on, let's say, some fraud detection, and based on that, we create a solution that is able to positively or, let's say, effectively sort the, let's say, bank institution and so on, and based on that, introduce if the situation or the, let's say, some payment situation are bad or good for the customer. Based on that, we had several discussions, and each discussion is, let's say, leads in several ways. For one, customers will, let's say, make some review of his architecture. Based on that, we check the data that the customer has, and based on that, provide lots of, let's say, solution or update some algorithm. These algorithms are strictly based on data because data is everywhere and need to be able to sort the data based on specific situation. When we, let's say, are working with algorithm and working with fraud detection, we need to sort the data because when we work with mass data, we receive mass model, right? And it is really bad for the customer, for the institution, and so on, so on. What is another very important part is to work with batch data and also data that come to our solution with real time, right? And based on that, we need to update the model, let's say change the model, change the characteristic, for example, update the hyperparameters that are, let's say, input parts of our algorithm. Based on that, we need to, let's say, divide data based on some particular situation. Because we know that data is definitely everywhere and our algorithm needs to be trained on some specific data. After that, we validate our solution and provide or test our algorithm to, let's say, another or different data. Based on that, we make some, let's say, repetition process where we are able to improve our algorithms or improve our model. And based on that, we are able to provide this model to our customer, right? When we are working with defining the data, with modeling model or divided specific situation, we need to involve customer. Customers is very important for us, and for this reason or for the specific situation like buying some stuff on eShop, we need to improve the process of paying, for example, or definitely we need to improve the process of checking if the situation or the processing is correct or not. I mean, if the process is fraud or not. Based on that, we are checking in the real time if the process or the eShop is, let's say, is correct or the payment is right. And based on that, we are able to measure, or we are able to make a decision based on the situation, and this situation are handled by the AI model. For this particular reason, we have lots of rules, lots of permission, and based on that, we can clearly mention to the bank institution that, yeah, this website is correct, or if the customer want to pay something, it is, let's say, 50-50 that some money can be stolen. For the reason, we need to cooperate with the data, we need to tune some parameters, we need to definitely clean specific data, because we need to only work with data that are specific for the current situation, and after that we need to choose some specific algorithm. In many ways, we don't use only one algorithm, because with the mixing of different kinds of algorithms, we are able to create the best possible solution for the specific customer. However, when we create some models or when we create a solution, there is no the end of the, let's say, process, because the algorithm or the model needs to adapt on the data on the real time, and definitely data that come as a batch process in the batch processes. For that reason, we definitely need to be able to say to customer that, okay, your current model is good for this specific situation. The model is reliable on, let's say, this kind of level. And based on that, customer need to decide if the accuracy of the model is good enough for him or not. If the model is not enough for the customer, we make, let's say, or run different kind of test model, test processes, and based on that, the model is, let's say, provided to the customer. Customers all sometimes mention that if it is possible to use model that is already trained to some specific data or is, let's say, more or less accurate on the certain percent of usage. Yeah, definitely it is possible to use different kinds of models that are already created, but we already mentioned that, yeah, the created model is trained and tested on specific type of data. These data definitely are, let's say, from some kind of institution, but it is not trained on the model that the customer gain or the institution own. And based on that, we try to use or create the algorithms based on customers' data, and based on that, provide some restriction, always provide some monitoring stuff, and so on, so on. So it is basically the model is created on the customer's needs and the customer data. When we're talking about the result, definitely what is necessary to mention that this process is able to minimize the human approach. Because when some situation occur, we define some rules, some permission, or some, let's say, some definition that are able to replace human touch. And this is definitely a good way how to reduce the human work. But definitely the process of detection of fraud situation is, let's say, in financial situation or financial institution, really good way how to, let's say, satisfy the customer, how don't lose any kind of data in specific type of situation. When we are talking with the customers, we definitely have different kind of situation. I mean, for example, we make some review of the fraud detection situation, or some, let's say, review of architecture. And based on that, we are able to provide some POC for each customer. This POC can be financed by the AWS cloud, but definitely we need lots of, let's say, engineering stuff, machine learning stuff, data scientific stuff, and so on. And based on that, we are able to create the architecture, and definitely the architecture need to be able to handle any kind of increasing number of fraud detection situation, lots of, let's say, human stuff, and so on. So definitely, as I mentioned, it is not just about data that we're collecting through the years, but definitely we need to work with data that come to our solution in real time. Here is, let's say, a small architecture of one of our customers. It is not definitely 100% architecture of the customer. It is just a small part, I mean, only part that focusing on AI. And based on that, we are able to, or we created the architecture that is highly available. It is able to handle thousands of customers or thousands of situations that occur during few seconds. And definitely we are able to monitor or log the situation that were not correctly, let's say, labeled, or the situation that were not marked as a fraud situation. So basically, that's it from my side. Thank you very much.
Please clap your hands. I was too fast there. Sorry about that. Thank you so much, Roman. It's interesting. Now it works better. Perfect. Great introductory speech, and I really like the idea that you show the graphs, how it actually work. So as I could see that for the model evaluation with the training data, validation data, and testing data, that's basically a data mining model, I would say.
Exactly.
So it can be useful in not only your business when it comes to this kind of fraud detection, but for any kind of fraud detection in my world.
Yeah, definitely, because when the data... Thank you. Many institutions, like a bank institution or different kinds of, let's say, insurance and so on, have quite a similar data. But when we're talking about the data, we need to choose only specific kind of data or specific type of data that are focusing on each field, right? For example, bank, financial institution, insurance, and so on. And based on that, we need to, let's say, make some engineering, definitely some prompt or, let's say, label data, and so on. And based on that, we are able to update our model based on the following situation. If the situation change, just we need to, let's say, update the data or update how to handle with the data. And after that, the model is updated.
Great. I think it's crystal clear. Do we have Dr. Kevin here? He will not connect. Okay. Okay. Hopefully we'll get him into the panel a little bit later. In that case, we'll continue with the people we actually have on stage. Please, you will have 1 to 2 minutes to introduce yourself, as well as giving some information about who you are and what interests you in the context of digital identity and cybersecurity.
Okay, thank you, Han. My name is Ondřej Dvořák, and today I'm representing CRIF as a group, as a provider of credit bureau. But for a very long time, it's not only the credit bureau that CRIF is doing in the field of their services. And today we can represent either a customer of identity services, or we can represent provider of the second layer for the identity services, because the context of the data is something that gives the data the power, I think. And in some specific use cases or on some specific markets, we are also operate as a identity provider, because as if I can follow a little bit on previous panel discussion, as already mentioned, we are living in the area of the European market, which is quite fragmented in terms of standardization, not only identity services, but also access to the data and so on, payment services and so on. So today I hope that we will discuss not only high-tax approach, but also the implementation path for the identity services, which is behind us, as I supposed to.
I see lots of connecting points between credit rating and fraud detection. It's not exactly fraud to have a bad credit rating, but we use similar system to rate customers and find clusters of customers, because it's all about finding clusters in the end of the day. That's my follow-up question to you before Vladimir Vanyo, please.
Yeah, for sure. As colleague mentioned, if you have a data, if you have a lot of data, you can do a lot of things as well in the area of fraud prevention. The key question is how big is your barrier you built as a market player or as a market itself to enter the fraudster to your area. And my experience in this field is that also the fraudster makes their own return on investment, their own strategies, and at the end they are lazy boys, so they are focusing on the fields that the premium is easier to catch. So definitely, if you have a data like we have in Credit Bureau, you can help the member of this association to build the barrier. And I think we are in our CE region in a quite good condition, because for many times we are trying to measure especially the application fraud rate, and we are living in a quite safe place from this point of view.
Thank you. We move over to Vladimir Vanyo, and then with Dr. Kevin.
Good afternoon. Thank you very, very much for the invitation to this prime fintech conference in Central and Eastern Europe, I dare to say. From my viewpoint as an economic researcher, the key question, especially in the last 2 years, is does all this technological revolution that we are experiencing, especially with the artificial intelligence, pose more a risk or an opportunity for the fintech sphere and the banking as such? The most notorious example is an example of the CFO in Hong Kong, who was a victim of a deep fake video fraud, which effectively wired $25 million out of the company, just impersonating him. But that's, again, something that's raising a lot of the questions, like AI is coming and we will all get defrauded. The way I'm looking at it is that this is just a part of ongoing decade-long trend, which will basically boil down or cut out the unnecessary overhead cost in the financial services, and will basically boil down the financial services to the gist, which, from my viewpoint, the true business of financial institutions is selling trust on one side and buying risk. And I would maintain that all these technological advancements are highly useful on both of these sides, on the side of selling trust, the identity solution, and even more so on effectively filtering the risk. The models that already are being tested, for example, by social media companies, are basically assessing your credit score based on your social media activity. So just to sum it up, from my viewpoint, similar story as with the online media. There was statistics recently that over 50% of articles being published online are being written by the artificial intelligence. And then the question is, aren't there a lot of the bots that are actually reading those artificial AI-generated content? But coming to the topic of this panel, I would maintain that AI will be effectively a very strong tool for against fraudsters, and very effective tool to lower the risk of the fraud. Where I see the problem is that, especially in the fintech area, AI is sort of like a teenage sex. Everybody's talking about it. Few actually know how to do it.
Thank you, Vladimir. Now, I'm happy to introduce Dr. Kevin, calling in from Malaysia. He's the president of One Belt, One Road Certified Institute, IFT Academy, and is focusing on framing digital identity and cybersecurity through the lens of ESG and the United Nations 17 Sustainability Goals. The floor is yours, Dr. Kevin. We can't hear you. Can you hear us? No. Hello. Okay. Can you hear us? Dr. Kevin, do you hear me? No. Okay. I can't hear you. Can you unmute the microphone, maybe? No. Okay. We continue, and I hope you will be able to connect later. So, we will continue, and we're missing our expert on the sustainability goals, and there's little I can do about that right now. Anybody here who think they have anything interesting to say regarding the 17 United Nations Sustainability Goals or not? Because if you have, we can continue that topic at least briefly and hopefully dive deeper into it in a short while.
Maybe I have one comment on the fact that in the discussion regarding digital identity and cybersecurity, we are addressing also ESG topic, which most of the people connect with only one thing, which is the sustainability related to the nature, so the sustainability. If I may, what I see from the mass replay. But of course, the governance of the part of the ESG, it's something that we need to pay attention in general, and security in general. I think it's a necessity, an essential part of the approach of any responsible company.
Yes, and we've been covering quite a lot of ground on the social aspects on earlier panels when it comes to digital exclusion versus accessibility in connection to things like KYC, as well as access to platforms and IT knowledge, basically. And we live in Slovakia, most of us here, some in Czech Republic, but we know that the large portion of the Slovak population is not up to doing their business digitally and So that is a real issue we have here. So we do cover the social aspect as well, not only the environmental regarding our carbon footprint. And I think we move over to Vladimir Vanyo here, a famous Slovak economist.
One quick comment regarding your question about sustainability. And that's similar. My schoolmate, who is actually a nuclear scientist, likes to make this joke that within the Maslow hierarchy of needs, we know this, that at the very bottom there is the need to have a charged battery, and even lower is the need to be connected to the Wi-Fi. And he likes to make jokes. Well, and then we assume that the electricity or charging of the battery comes from the electricity plug, right? And that's the same very important point about the application of the AI to the whole fintech sphere. And what we are seeing actually in the last weeks is that the companies that we perceive to be technological companies, including the social medias, in US are actually actively and massively investing in building up not only data centers to operate all these huge AI armies, so to say, but these huge AI armies would not be in existence unless they were powered, and the amount of power that will be needed, all the macroeconomic projections when it comes to the need for the adequately priced, let's put it this way, because what we see also in the United States, because of this ongoing AI revolution this year, we see the price of electricity going up because the demand is simply outstripping the readily available supply. So when it comes to sustainability, especially here in Europe, we must face the reality and simply ask the question, if we want to keep step with the other big competing blocks, not only US, let's talk about the China, we need to, before we go into these nitty-gritty details of the AI models, we need to ensure sufficient supply of adequately priced electricity. And there I would say this topic counterintuitively brings back to the fore the question, is nuclear energy sustainable green energy or not? I know it's causing a lot of feelings, especially 100 kilometers away from here to the west. But I would maintain, or at least that apparently is the trend. Unless we want to go the way where Germany went in the past years and is reconsidering it, we need more sustainable, and I dare to say nuclear power sources if we are serious about developing the AI at scale. Otherwise, we just hit the roadblock, and we will not be able to actually pay for not only the processing power, which is creating these big waves, the 5 trillion market capitalization of NVIDIA, before we even start using all those chips. We need to ask ourselves the question, how do we sustainably generate all this huge amount of electrical supply? So there actually the unintended consequence of this whole revolution is going back to the very basic, and the very is where do we get the electricity from? And it's certainly not from the power plant.
Well, that is the grim reality. You need electricity. And in Europe so far, north of Scandinavia, Iceland, and the Iberian Peninsula, these are the only 2 areas of Europe where you have plentiful of fairly reasonably priced electricity. And the only reason it's cheap, there's no way to transfer it to the core of Europe, and that's why it's cheap. And if it remains that way, the data centers will be built in these places. I'm not part of the panel, but Spain do have a big IT boom and a data center boom right now, and it's doing really great. And lots of IT jobs are therefore created in the areas around Madrid and so on. So there is possibilities in some parts of Europe. But that said, center of Europe will not copy Germany in Energiewende because it's not a very good shop window to show to the rest of the world.
I want to comment one thing because I have a friend of mine that is quite a great speaker, but when we are talking about AI, I ask him, okay, but you don't have any, let's say, knowledge about AI, about data statistics, about machine learning and so on, and why do you do that? And he mentioned, Roman, I am great of faking these topics. So it is really, let's say, sad part, but definitely when we are talking about AI era or AI, let's say, topics, we need to, let's say, divide it. Solution created by the engineer that really know what to do, and the engineer, they are using some AI models to generate some code, And when some problems occur, they just asking AI, okay, what's wrong, what's happening, and they don't have this knowledge. Because when I make some review of the architecture and when I have some, let's say, guys in the call and asking that question, okay, what's happening? Where is the problem? How do you handle, for example, with data cleaning and so on? So I very often listen, man, we don't know. It was just, we just hit the prompt, please clean the data and make it perfect for my solution. So sometimes it is like creating something that you don't understand to some specific, let's say, solution. And when something happen, they just make something like this and try to fix it with AI.
The black box is a real problem. We don't know what happens inside the black box, and that is a real problem. And AI deceives us, it lies to us, and it hallucinates. I'm using AI quite a lot in my work, and sometimes I catch AI and it apologizes for blatantly lying to me. Oh, I didn't check that. I just made an assumption. So we have to keep that in mind. Not only humans are fraudsters, but so is at least large language models. No doubt about it. And that means we still need humans to understand what we're doing. Otherwise, we'll be completely lost to the technology.
Yeah, I think there are lots of images when the people thinking that, okay, AI takes some jobs from DevOps engineer, AI engineer, and so on. And basically, as you saw 2 weeks ago, AI has huge outage that was caused that some DevOps engineer was replaced with AI. And this quite situation occurred because none of DevOps engineer was in the, let's say, in the position, and AI, let's say, act as a source of truth. And this problem was not able to, let's say, fix immediately, and took few hours to fix this issue, and that caused lots of troubles.
Okay, let's continue with our court. Or you want to say something on this as well?
Yeah, for me it's too wide a discussion, so we are jumping from topic to topic. But I fully agree that the way to rely only on one technology, it doesn't matter if it's called AI or whatever, doesn't work at all, and it didn't work in the history as well. So now after some sort of period when everyone was exciting what the technology like language models are capable of, now I think we are in the stage that the most of the companies, our industry in general, are applying so-called hybrid models. So supervisors in terms of people that are supervising. Also, in some cases, especially if we are in financial services field, especially discussion about the financial situation fully in AI mode. It's something that that customer don't want. They don't want to rely only on bots or agents or this kind of technologies. They want to be in touch with someone that he understand each other, being human. So I think again, like in each and every technology, we need to balance the cost and pros.
That's interesting, because I've been in contact with customer service representatives, flesh and blood ones, and many times I think I would prefer to interact with an AI bot that is programmed better, because the inflexibility of humans is immense.
True. Just a little quip more on that note. Do keep in mind that, for example, many of the law offices are forbidden are forbidding its employees to use AI. Not that they would not trust the machine capabilities, but simply because once you upload your, especially confidential data, the data are out at large, which is something you wouldn't want with your financial situation. So there I see, again, one counterintuitive bottleneck regarding the privacy. And then the other bottleneck, speaking as an economist, is the issue of accountability. If a mistake is being made with your flesh and blood advisor, it's easy to pinpoint why, when, and by whom the mistake was made. When AI makes a mistake, you can, as we say, go and complain to the priest.
And for sure, we already have AI Act definition, so we know in which area we are not able to use, and we not rely on AI only. So we need to combine these approaches for sure.
I think, and we do it in the company, that we can rely on AI in some specific part, but definitely not to make AI decide on, let's say, on a human perspective. So definitely, AI help us, but in many aspects we can rely specifically on AI.
So where does AI work? Biometric verification? Can you use AI learning models for that? Or you need a human to do the verification and identities, or you prefer other expert systems?
It's quite hard to answer, because in some specific, for example, when there is some authentication and authorization process, this is definitely when AI can handle this situation. But when we are, for example, taking some, for example, images or taking some fingerprints, there is definitely a way how to use this, let's say, this human, let's say, authentication in different kind of system. So I think it is really necessary to take on count the risk when the AI can be, let's say, helpful, and when the, let's say, AI can be in some situation very risky. Because when, for example, when I took my images and when I use my face as a, let's say, authentication or authorization and provide this information to AI, it can be used in, for example, in bank institution or different kinds of institution. And I don't want this way to be, let's say, to allow AI to make some solution for me. So it is hard to say sometimes.
That's exactly. AI can be used for frauds. You can basically scan a person's picture, AI enhance it, and then use that for facial recognition to access other people's systems. So face recognition is one of the least secure ways to enter a system. That's what I would like to say, because you basically need a picture of somebody.
Yeah, my understanding of ADAS, either one or second generation, is about something what I mentioned. It's about the distribution of the infrastructure of the trust, and distribute the trust to the points where you need to verify who is in front of the final device. And in terms of technology, I think it's we are in the stage that we will be now in a continuous discussion of what will be the best in that period of time. Because in the meantime, during the lunch break, I spent some words about quantum computing, which is not on the table because it's still somehow in laboratory. But we know that the technology will come and will break a lot of things that we are now using and we are now relying on. So from that point of view, I think it's not about specific technology, about specific method of the authorization, but it's about the level of the trust you put on the overall system. By the way, we are running, we call it SOCOL, Identity Hub for the German market. We are supporting 8 identity methods that are available on the market, that are supported by the regulators. Depends on the risk definition of the business model of the customers. But it's at the end it's a mess, because you need to maintain something like that. ADAS for majority of the market puts the way this maintenance just only to the identity provider, which is, I think, the best benefit.
And I'll just briefly challenge you, Johan. According to the survey that I found in the research that I did before this conference, actually 99% of the institutions say that they are deploying AI to fight the fraud. So I would not underestimate this ability of, putting the computer to play against the fraudster computers. And there I dare to say, although I'm not a technician, there I would argue that the machine trying to detect if the attempted fraud is being run by another machine is certainly doing a better job than the flesh and blood human.
I completely agree with you there, Vladimir. It's really that AI can detect AI better than me, and at least quicker and in larger amounts, and can be automated. I mean, me as a professor, I read student papers. If I spend a lot of time reading them, I can see if they're AI generated. But imagine a corporation having thousands of documents or pieces of information flowing in every day. It's not feasible to have a human scrutinizing them. It's not feasible. So for this way, this have to be automated. But I will throw out a hook here that might be quite scary. Lots of institutions are using online onboarding. And what you basically do is you photograph your ID card or passport, maybe a utility bill, and take a photo of your face. I can see many ways how I could, I could Photoshop it, let's say it like that. It's extremely insecure. So if we want to reach a higher level of security, we need some sort of online ID system like the Swedish Scandinavian Bank ID, which is an app you have on your phone or something like that. You need something else. Just this scanning an ID card, taking a photo of a utility bill for your address, and then a photo of your face. I could easily open up an account for somebody else.
If your question is who should be scared, I think anyone who underestimates this risk. Because, as I mentioned, in some markets we are providing the choices. So Identity Hub, and you can choose which identity method you could support in your onboarding process. And very often, especially outside the financial sector, which is, by the way, I think the most critical part, because the banks anytime invest, and that's why we can say they have a trust, not only because they are financial institutions, but because they follow the technologies and invest in the protection in many ways. But in other sectors, these risks are very underestimated. And we see that the e-commerce players, for example, in previous discussion, there were discussion about buy now, pay later models and alternative financial schemas and so on. And all of these players that are not natively from the financial sectors are choosing only the cheapest onboarding process possibly, which is totally the risk for sure. But I think this will change very quickly with the ADAS 2 and so on.
And the reason for that is they don't have any responsibility when things goes wrong, or why do they choose the cheapest solution? Because let's say I'm an online vendor. If somebody pay with a fake card, the worst thing is I won't get paid for that fairly small sale, so why would I care? Is that the risk that the vendors are not held responsible? Is that why they have no incentive to pay for better solutions?
Good question. Of course, at the end, if some channels are not working financially well for them, they can stop providing them because they are not relying on them. They are selling the goods. They are not selling the financial products. So from that point of view, again, they are trying to find a way. Also, how to balance the question we already raised, the accessibility of their service to the customers, which is another aspect. If you put too many things in front of the customer, you need to use this app, you need to this document, and so on and so on. It makes the obstacle also for your real customers. So again, it's a balance. It's a different point of view they are following, but it's generate, I think, some kind of another risk that is now under the radar.
Vladimir.
Just a very quick comment on that, because it's always good to boil down this discussion to like basic principles. And what you exactly mentioned, the security versus accessibility, that's something that has been here long ago, long before the AI, already when internet banking started. And I remember my former colleague who ditched his bank because he literally was not able to install a complicated internet banking app, which was super safe, but very cumbersome. And so he ditched it for something easier, accessible online. But this discussion, accessibility versus security, has been here since the very first computer. I remember my former colleague, the chief technical officer, responsible for quite a huge operation of London-based publicly traded technological company. He taught me one thing: the only secure computer is the one that's turned off. From my viewpoint, as we like to say in economics, you cannot prevent the flood. You can just prepare for it and cope with it. And this is something that's here. I have a lot of statistics which do show that in these initial stages, everybody is or pretty much everybody is victim of some sort of the fraud. But again, going back to pre-AI era, quoting again my former schoolmate, much smarter than me. He went in IT geek, and he is active in the cryptography, deciphering all the complicated encryptions. And he said, any code, even the most sophisticated and the most expensive encryption, can be broken with the adequate application of the computing power. He just says, at the end of the day, even these fraudsters need to make a business case. Does it make sense to invest 1 million to break into your bank account to reap a couple of thousands of profits?
But I know that these things happen to high net worth individuals, that fraudsters sit outside their house for up to a month in a van, basically scanning electronic signals to pick up banking data and so on, for then in real time transfer money away from their bank account when they're actually logging into the bank. These things happen, but not to people like me. I'm perfectly safe for people spending a month on me.
I have a very funny situation because my boss ordered some USB connection to his computer, and yeah, when he plugged in, this cable automatically sends some sensitive information to some server. So basically, when he used this, some USB accessory longer, that definitely some specific or sensitive data could be sent to different kinds of servers, and yeah, this is a really big issue.
Time is flying, but please.
Yeah, I would say something that was mentioned, I think, not strongly enough, at least. I think we discussed a lot about how to break the code, how to break the technology. I think today fraudsters are not so focused on this, because they have plenty of situations that through the AI you can accelerate, and it's based on social engineering.
That was exactly what I wanted to come into. Very good. So how have AI changed social engineering and changed the fraudsters' landscape or ecosystem?
I mean, dramatically, because our race to move the technology forward has one issue. Not all the society can follow the race and can understand what's going on in terms of their main asset, which is their own identity. So I think the capability to to grab the information about any one of us through the capability of AI from the public sources at least, accelerate the fact that anyone can say, I am Andrej Dvořák and I'm doing that, and that. And again, the cases with the fraudulent video calls towards the management of the company. It's the reality. Before AI was in this situation, I was facing the case when our HR partner office came to me and asked me, please, Andrej, do not abuse our rules, because to change your bank account for the salary, it needs to follow these rules, and you broke it. I said, what? Who did it? And they received the email perfectly describing a request that please change my account for the paying my salary to this. Completely faked, completely based on my public profile. So this is not about AI. It was before AI, but now you have everyone have the possibility to grab this information and to even ask the AI, please advise me what should be the great scenario to steal the money from someone. So this is, I think, the stuff that also we need to take into consideration.
That reminds me of a case we have where somebody actually used social engineering to pretend to be somebody else and got a job inside a stock brokerage company. And then an outsider who'd been, again, using a deep fake to be somebody else. And the stockbrokers make random trades every day and booked all the losses of some dormant account that was checked like once per year, and booked all the profits on his or her friend outside the organization. And then they withdraw a couple of million and nobody know who they are.
Yeah, definitely. I think this weekend, or I think maybe this or previous weekend, we received lots of emails from Microsoft that it was like a Microsoft server provider or something like that. And definitely it was not just the first letter, not was the micro M, it was like RN. So it looks really similar like M. So, but definitely it was like, okay, if you don't face any consequences, please change the password on this following link and so on. But definitely we already faced this issue, not just from Microsoft, but from different kind of providers. So yeah, we are quite good with it.
I always get those from eBay and from places like that.
Yeah, yeah, definitely, from Spotify or something like that.
So, phishing on steroids.
That's basically phishing. Yes.
That was accelerated by the AI.
We will continue, and we all know about the European Union initiative regarding electronic identities, eIDAS 2.0. Who want to delve into this question? Because it's a big question, and I would like to know where's the status of eIDAS 2.0 now. Is it really a chance that we will have one directive that will fit all countries and can actually be implemented in the near future?
We are not part of the first wave of being the identity provider, but for sure we are trying to monitor the process. And as I already mentioned, I think the overall infrastructure proposed makes sense and gives the good framework, good potential to build some sort of standardization, which is again needs to help to educate the people to say this is the next level of your plastic ID card. Let me say it like that. On the other hand, the scale and the flexibility and the level of the standardization seems to me a little bit similar to what PSD2 was in 2018. And in the end, since we are providing the operations under the PSD2 umbrella through many countries, we have still several standards, And if you look at to the data from Germany and you look at to the data from Czech Republic, if you would like to use the use case from Germany, for example, identity service, which is possible through the existing open banking concept, it's not possible in Czech Republic because Czech standard is not give you enough personal data in the response. So I'm afraid that again, idea, concept, structure, and the level of the standardization is a good way. But the very big question will be on how it will be in reality implemented, and who will be the leaders in the trust of these systems towards the markets.
PSD3 is coming now, and they want to solve some of the problems with PSD2, including the problem with sharing data, so more standardized AIPs.
Yeah, I think the evolution is anytime good, and if the evolution is based on the reasonable feedback from the first wave, it makes sense, and I agree that it has a potential. I think still there are some issues that for identity service are not so strong. Because for PSD 2 or 3, if you are talking to providing the raw data, transaction history specifically, it was mentioned again in the previous discussion, you push the owner or co-owner of the data, meaning the banks, to do so for free, which is the conceptual framework that works to spread the standard, but it's really hard to adopt it widely on the business level. So I hope that this is not part of the identity, because it's much more industry spread. It's going through much more industries, and it will be used also or pushed also by the governments, which is not the case for PSD2. So I'm very optimistic, and we will see who will be the winner of this race, because now there is plenty of players.
And then we have the countries already have a working solution, and they may not be interested in some new standard because they already have something that works for them.
Yeah, I think Czech Republic can play this role as well, because the bank ID concept is very similar to what the new framework of EU digital identity will bring. I think since we know that the Czech banks are part of this initiative as well, we hope that there are positive experience, and I think successful adoption curve will bring their advantage, because it really works, and it really brings the added value not only for the financial sector, but it really onboard the people to use the wider services from the sectors, like state institution, utility institution. When I see the data of the already used and registered users of the bank ID, it's really promising for the next stage as well.
Yeah, I want to mention that when we are working with the partners from USA, from Europe, and so on, the main part definitely is, or the most part of work is definitely in the European Union, because when we stored some data on AWS cloud, that is spread in USA, China, Europe, and so on. Some financial institutions, some insurance institution give us the data, and we need to store in some specific way. But definitely when we are working in some, let's say, Poland institution, and especially some Poland bank, each bank has some regulations, some specific type of how to store data, and we need to each of these, let's say, institutions, we need to work in different way. But in USA, mainly in USA, it is like, okay, this is the norma, and please use it when storing some data. And yeah, when we use or work with another, let's say, company that are located in USA, okay, yeah, these are our normas. Yes, please work on it.
Yeah, I think the interoperability will be the key word, even if the ADAS gives you the standard. Again, too many players mean too many slightly different things, too many brands, too many standards, too many trust partners. So this is not something that ADAS gives you as a granted way.
We're short on time, so just one major question. What will we have in the future? Decentralized identities, is that a realistic future, or will traditional models just evolve? And will we actually build zero trust architecture, or is it just a buzzword? So one question for you each here, and a quick reply because we're running out of time. Who wants zero trust architecture to begin with?
It depends on which social bubble you are living. I think from my perspective, definitely it's not a buzzword. It's a reality we are living, since we are a corporate player across 40 countries, and security is essential part of the journey of CRIF from very beginning for last 35 years. Sorry. So this is something that we know that it's time coming, that it will be far beyond us, and maybe I don't know if it's already public, but since we are living in Czech Republic, Slovakia, we could say we already go beyond these things, also by the fact that we move our main services to the cloud, which was unthinkable a few years ago. CRIF was very proud on their data centers in Italy and other countries across Europe. And we see that the challenges in the security area that are behind us are so great and so powerful potentially with the potential to hit the trust we built for the last 30 years, that we skip and rely on someone who already set a certain level of the security measurements in this field.
And the last question, what will win? Traditional enhanced models for identification or true decentralized identification, for one of you? Vladimir or... Okay.
I don't dare to answer this very technical question, but just one brief last message regarding the macroeconomic forecasts. So zero trust architecture in Europe is forecasted to, according to reputable research consultancies, is forecasted to grow by almost 20% in the next 5 years. So viewed from this side, it's here to stay and it's here to grow. Let's see what the future brings.
Do you include quantum safe encryption in your idea and concept of zero trust architecture, or is that just an add-on that we may see in the future?
Maybe it is possible to see in the future, but I think let's say, centralized hub for security isn't the best way, and definitely when we are talking about the cloud providers and so on, so the responsibility for, let's say, each company for a particular reason are, let's say, divided into different kinds of levels and different kinds of, let's say, responsibility, because when someone, definitely when someone cause some errors, definitely there must to be some, let's say, different kinds of levels that could fix this issue. And I think rely on one specific one specific hub, it is even in these, let's say, divided situation or institutions, that is definitely impossible for me.
Thank you. One question from the audience. So far, any AI regulation in the CEE? Well, EU have the AI directive, so yes, it's regulated. We don't have time to go into that regulation, but you can ask your favorite AI prompt. You can make an AI prompt and find out more, I'm sure. So yes, it's regulated for private industries. And as we heard in the earlier panel today, it's not regulated for authorities' use, for law enforcement, and for military use. So it's regulated for the private enterprises, private organizations in general, but not for the public organizations.
Which brings along the, again, philosophical challenge, whether this regulation will not push out the, especially development and research in this area outside of the EU. And the jury is out there, and the future will show. But that's something that I would just like to point out. So certainly AI could be a dangerous tool, but I would look at the other side of the coin, and that was what I mentioned at the very beginning, the AI as a tool against fraudsters, including the machine-type fraudsters.
Thank you. It's like I heard one other speaker saying, he said that the AI train already left, and EU is not even standing on the platform waving the train off. They're in the taxi in the traffic jam on the way to the train station.
A very good quip.
And with that, it's time to round this off. Anybody want to add some last words? Or otherwise, I would just thank the panel for your great contribution. It was great to have you here. You did a fantastically good job on covering fraud with AI and the obstacle with identification. And I was very happy to hear that we really are getting zero trust architecture, and that is growing fast, because this is one thing I've been thinking about, and I wouldn't say to keep me sleepless at nights, but it's a very important part for IT integrity and security to be able to stem more frauds before they actually occur. Thank you. The Ministry of Finance of the Slovak Republic, the National Bank of Slovakia, and Visa. And a big thanks to Slovakia Travel, our conference partners, Embassy of Poland in Bratislava, CRIF, Slovak Credit Bureau, DECTA, Golden Gate, Blick, DevOps Group, Fumbi, Bratislava Stock Exchange, TPA Slovensko, Prosper and Pavlovich University of Economics in Bratislava. There you are. And Mate Bell University in Banska Bystrica. We also would like to thank our AI stream partner, TechMates, and our official networking partner, IDEA. And if you have any questions, use Slido, #FinWeek, and we will answer your questions in the end of the panel or during the panel if the question fits into the current topic. And also, FINAS and FinWeek have a lots of interesting future. There will be a FinWeek in Malaysia, Kuala Lumpur. FinWeek Singapore. Lots of things are happening. Check out their webpage for the next big events happening. But now I would like to start our panel discussion. Oh, no worries. I could move my papers over there. That could work too. So please, we have Lukáš Bonko, CEO of Bratislava Stock Exchange. We have Jana Peliova, Economic University in Bratislava that is rebranding. Anatoly Lolia, Regional Lead of ESCA Finance. Peter Takac, Director of the National Bank of Slovakia. Great to have you here. And Susana Kaparova, Head of EIB, European Investment Bank, in Bratislava. And then, do we have Dr. Ney here? No. Okay. Never mind. We will actually begin with a short presentation by Jana Peliova on the topic of ESG. Then we will move on, and then we'll come back to ESG in a circle. That's our plan for today. Welcome.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to this panel. Just to make it a bit more interesting, I guess, and to challenge, our moderator. I will start with a topic which is a bit less financial than the rest of the panel, but then at the very end we will come back to it. I am here to open a question which is potentially, I hope, potentially interesting to many of you and many of the panelists. And I would like to focus your attention to the question of private investment into very public topics. Bratislava University of Economics and Business, which is currently being rebranded, as Johan mentioned already, is a partner in a big European Horizon project, which is focusing on bankability by design for projects which are focusing on climate adaptation. And the tool or the way how we are planning to do so is to focus our attention to co-benefits which are very closely connected to the problematic of ESG. So let me introduce you this concept very briefly, and then maybe later I can answer potential questions. Why are we interested in this topic? For many years in the past, big environmental projects and climate-related projects were 100% financed by public sources. But as we can see now, the size, the amount, the volume of work to be done in this area is exceeding public sources which are available. So private involvement into this project, into this process, is very much needed. And this is where we see the potential for improvement. And this is what we would like to move forward there and where we would like to work. Our idea, which I hope will help us to elevate this project, is to focus on potential co-benefits which are being created when thinking about new projects and searching for financial resources to finance these ideas. So what we want to do is to bring together ideas owners or project owners who've been or been not successful when trying to finance their projects, help them to find potential co-benefits. I will explain in a bit what we do understand under the co-benefits. Use the existing frameworks like ESG to make salient the approach and the direction that Chip In, this project, can bring towards the climate adaptation. And later on, help through the exchange of successful projects, ideas, and frameworks to improve the future projects, and help also investors to somehow assess what is really worth to be financed and how to help those who have good ideas to find potential financial resources. So what we are planning to do is to create a bankability by design framework, which will be a platform where project owner can ask for help. We will use, what we want to use is techniques based on already mentioned AI support or AI assistant, and using the existing ESG assessment approaches to create or to help to improve the project ideas and business plans to have a better or higher probability of being financed. And that is why predictable bankability by design is the key end product we want to provide. And of course, our aim is to create a community around this idea. I was mentioning co-benefits earlier, and I know that many of you are very successful in your businesses, and you are using these ideas every day, but unfortunately it's not used that often in that area when we are looking for solutions for environmental improvements. I will give a very brief example. Imagine that you are a farmer in Greece. There is very dry, there is snow, very low rainfall. You need irrigation system to water your fields. And at the same time, because of some infrastructure mismatch in that area, there is not enough electricity or sustainable electricity, sources of electricity. Imagine that you have sun, so solar energy is the obvious solution, and at the same time you need these irrigation plants. But the returns of these investments are actually very long, so there is not much interest from private sectors or other stakeholders like municipalities to invest into this project. But if you build those solar panels over those irrigation channels, you can create you can produce electricity. You can create a shade about the water surface, so the vaporization goes slower. So you save the water. Not that much water is needed. You produce the electricity. You change the climate. You create jobs because someone has to dig and build this system. So from ESG perspective, you may have a very high score, and this could be used, these co-benefits, merging these two, bringing together these two project ideas to produce solar energy and to increase the agricultural outcomes through irrigation could gain more attention from the private investors potentially and be financed. I know that this is really very basic and very straightforward idea, but this is just to demonstrate what we do have in mind when we are highlighting the potential of co-benefits. And what we really want to do is to create let's call it ClimeInvest report, which will be a bankability report assessing technical, financial, and regulatory approach, necessary information, but also including the ESG part, which will highlight the potential environmental, social, and governance, let's say, improvements which are connected with this project. So just to start, before this financial discussion, I just wanted to show you that there is also AI intensive project which is not that much financially oriented in the first on the first look, but of course as it is focusing on increasing the interest from private investors, it also has very much to do with markets. I would like to ask you to join us in this endeavor. We would be very happy to know your feedback, your ideas on this topic. On this, using this QR code, you will enter a small questionnaire, 10 questions, 2-3 minutes to answer them, and we would be very thankful for your feedback. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Jana. That is a good introduction on ESG and what is happening in the European Union on the larger scale. We move straight on to our main questions that we're going to deal with today. Capital Markets Union. I'm a big proponent. We need a Capital Markets Union. Europe should be one market, not a fragmented market. We need capital markets. We can't rely on bank financing because bank financing is not good source of risk capital, and we need to grow new industries here. So basically what I'm claiming here is that the European Union need a few Manhattan projects. No, we're not going to build nuclear weapons, but we need fast, rapid development with less bureaucratic hurdles to get something done. Would anybody agree with me on that here? Or do we have the old-fashioned way, doing everything slowly but very surely, and then it usually ends up as usual, not perfect, as somebody was saying earlier today. So, Lukasz Bonko, you are the first speaker here, and you are the president of the Bratislava Stock Exchange, which is a capital market here in Bratislava. So we start with a joint venture of CE stock exchanges, which is, I think, a great idea. Beyond increased liquidity, what are the tangible benefits and, more importantly, the biggest practical hurdles, be they regulatory or technical, to making this a reality?
Thank you for having me here. So first, I would like to start a bit about information about this project and when it started. It started very informally back in October 21, where we had a discussion with other stock exchanges back in Warsaw. What can we actually do to improve the capital markets and liquidity and our region overall? And we came up with the idea of interconnection of the markets, which means basically that we would stay present in each of the capital markets, but we will be interconnected there for anything which will be traded, for example, in Poland or in Slovakia, will be visible to each of the participants of the markets. And this would mean that instead of dual listing, where you are creating the dual liquidity pools or multiple liquidity pools, you will have one liquidity pool, and the depth of the market will be increased. Because right now it's 8 markets, 8 stock exchanges, 8 CSDs, 5 CCPs, multiple governments, other stakeholders. It of course takes time to find a solution, but we are working very tangibly on the future of interconnection of the markets. We signed a memorandum between the commercial part, memorandum in November last year here in Bratislava with all of the participating stock exchanges. I'm quite happy that we were able to persuade also governments to join us, because this initiative can work also without the support of the governments, but we would like to achieve something what was achieved in the Baltic countries. And for that you need to have a harmonization of the regulation. And of course, we as a commercial institutions, we cannot provide a harmonization of the regulation. And also with the help of EBRD, which is helping us with steering this project and providing the knowledge, providing the independent member, because we are operating on the equal basis. There is no leading stock exchange, there is no leading country. It's equal partners. We are equal partners. And EBRD is helping us, of course. And we were able to persuade the 8 governments to sign a memorandum of understanding this year at the end of summer. And there will be basically push for harmonization among us. When we are speaking about going from north to south, Poland, Slovakia, Hungary, Slovenia, Croatia, Romania, Bulgaria, and as an observing country, because it's not yet a member country of the EU, North Macedonia. So what will be the outcome of the government part? Hopefully we will manage to be seen as this is the rough idea what can be achieved, what achieved the Nordic countries, is first to have a less bureaucratic burden. And the second thing, and actually I think one of the most important, but there are a lot of work to be done and a lot of question marks. Baltic countries achieved that they are treated as a single region by the MSCI. so the largest index providers. And if you are within the index, basically your liquidity, of course, for the top companies is way bigger. We are speaking about the trillions if you are in the developed. And for Slovakia, because of the size of economy and the requirements to be in developed market, it's literally impossible to be ever there, because you have requirements to have two companies which are over a couple of billions in market cap. You need to have GDP on a certain level. There are a lot of requirements, both qualitative and quantitative. So the only way to be in developed and to fulfill because qualitative we can fulfill, it's just about the regulation. But quantitative, it's about the size. So this can be the result of the government part. Very difficult one, challenging. It's not low-hanging fruit, but it will help. Our part is basically to create a fully interconnected markets. Going back to the second part of the question, what is more challenging, if the technology or the regulation? Technology, it's just interconnection. That's very simple. You need to work on it, but it's possible to develop it. Regulation is, of course, the most difficult part. And when somebody is speaking about the capital markets union or now about the savings and investment union, you need to think that it's not about the regulation of the capital market. Each country has their own commercial code, own insolvency rules, all the civil code. Own civil code. You've got so many differences, and you have to speak also about the tax code. So it's not possible to create a single, genuine single market, because there will be always differences, but we need to go somewhere to some ideal state of the harmonization and to actually somehow get rid of most of the obstacles. And speaking about, for example, having just the trade is not difficult. Trade is actually interconnection of the markets. Basically, that's simple. But where it's all the time the most difficult part is the post-trade, so the settlement. Everybody's speaking about the trade part, but forgetting about how you actually change the ownership and who will be responsible for changing the ownership. And this is the challenging part. And fragmentation is one thing. Of course, fragmentation is not helping to develop the markets, but you can solve the interconnection. But think about the Euronext. Euronext is the largest stock exchange group in the Europe. And Euronext is currently on it's France, it's Netherlands, it's Italy, and they are in other countries as well. And they do have the single ownership, single technology, but they are not able to create a single stock exchange near a single CSD. Why? Because of the differences in the regulation. So the idea to have one stock exchange in the Europe, it's basically impossible. Although there will be a 28 regime, which can be very interesting. If you are not aware about the 28 regime, we are speaking about the virtual country with own regulation, which will be for hopefully not just the innovative companies, because who will decide what is innovative? There can be, now we have the greenwashing, maybe we will have the innovation washing. So I would rather see the openness for all of the type of the companies, not just some selected companies. But think about the idea is good. We will create a new regulation for the companies which can be used by them. But do you remember Societas Europea? So European joint stock company. It was 20 years back. There were a lot of talks about creating a European joint stock company with the common regulation, rotating HQ, and so on. But because of all of the political discussions and everybody wanted to have something in the regulation, it's a disaster. It's not working. There are not so many companies using it. There are a couple of them, but it didn't achieve what was the aim to be achieved. So the 28 regime can help if it will be done properly and quickly, and we need to work on a primary market. Stock exchange is just connecting the demand and offer. It's just connecting somebody who would like to sell and buy. But you are trading what is already listed. And to be listed, you need to have a company who will take the company public. So you need to have the investment banking. And now we have a work stream SIU to help develop the capital markets, but on the other hand, there is a CRD6 regulation, which is actually going to impose the quite harsh rules on the investment banking and the cost of capital if you are investing in the equity. So basically, it will be more expensive for banks to hold the equity on the books. So let's see what will be the outcome of this part of the regulation, because on one side we are going to help it, on the other side not so much. But still, what I really do like is the push from the EU to do something. The vision is good. I think what was prepared in the strategy for SIU, it's kind of opportunity to develop it, and hopefully it will be done quickly.
Thank you. Who would like to follow up on this great introduction? Yes, please, Peter.
Thank you very much. Lukas, you opened so many topics, so I'd like to come back a little bit to the beginning and talk about this integration project from the perspective of the regulator. I think it's a very important project, and I'm very glad that Mr. Bonko initiated and is a part of it. Now, why? Because we are lacking the functions of the capital markets in Slovakia. We are very underdeveloped. That's something we have to admit. Because there is basically no equity in our stock exchange, and in the field that we are strong, it's the debt. We are currently having about 90 billions of the bonds listed in the Bratislava Stock Exchange, but again, there is no secondary market, basically, because of the investors, not because of the stock exchange, but the investors get used to hold it to maturity. And there's a problem that the function of secondary markets is not working. The problem we have in Slovakia, and the reason why it is so underdeveloped, is because we basically do not have companies that demand the financing through capital markets. We do not have SMEs or small companies that would like to go to the market and demand the money from there, even though we think the infrastructure is there. And this is where the project comes of the integration, because we believe that when there will be the bigger family of the states, smaller states, providing bigger liquidity pool by connecting them together, it could help. It will probably not solve the problem, but it could help. And it is also part of the SIU, the Savings and Investment Union. It's broadly supported by the ESMA. And I would like to also add that it was elevated to the political level, as you mentioned, and now it is elevated to the regulatory level, through the signing the MOUs we are now preparing within the regulatory bodies of the participating countries. So we are strongly supporting that, and we will see what will come next, at least in our region.
Thank you, Peter. Anybody else would like to follow up on this, or should we move on? Yes, we have Susanna from EIB.
Yeah, thank you, and very happy to be here with you. I am head of EIB, European Investment Bank Group office here in Slovakia. I represent both the European Investment Bank and European Investment Fund. And we are the institution, the financial institution of the EU. We are the climate bank, and our shareholders are 27 EU member states. We are a non-profit bank with a simple but I would say powerful goal to follow up on the EU strategic priorities through the strategic and powerful and impactful investments. So it's our role, and we are linked, and as I said, we are helping to implement the EU policies and strategies. And Capital Markets Union, or SIA, Savings and Investment Union, is one of the EIB priorities. And maybe I would mention the Draghi report we kind of discussed before. But in my opinion, and also in EIB's view, it's a very good reflection on EU. And there are measures to move forward with EU to somehow follow up on what is going globally, to speed up, to simplify, and to unify. And Draghi, in its report, which was issued 1 year ago, clearly says that there is enough capital in Europe, which we need to to move forward, to speed up, to innovate, etc., etc. But we in Europe, we are sitting on this capital, and we need to put it in work. And EIB sees that through SIU or CMU, it's the right way forward. We need to unify through, or like within the last, let's say, 5 years, it was shown that Europe can step in and can move very, very quickly when the whole Europe is unified and we are using the common tools and common approach. So CMU is exactly this. Draghi said that we don't have the fully working single market. We don't have banking union. We are missing capital market union. So EIB is also here to help to frame the whole environment and to help with creating the whole ecosystem within the EU. And on the other hand, we are kind of like acting on this behalf because we are pan-European bank, really. We are located in every member state in EU. We are in all the regions. We were the first ones coming and presenting the green bonds on the capital market. We are now continuing with its digitalization. We, as I say, we are a supporter. We think this is the way forward. EIB plays a key role in the Draghi's report and in all these efforts, and we are ready. And we are, as I said already, like moving forward with this topic. But it's clear that we need to overcome the fragmentation. We really need to cooperate, to have single standardized regulation. We need to simplify the over-regulation, which is already here in Europe, and we need to be fast, much faster than we are up to now. So yeah, I just echo. It's for us. It's important. It's the way forward for Europe, and EIB is also here to help and support.
It's good to hear that from you, Susanna, from EIB. It's great to see that this problem is reflected in EU institutions and not only in the Draghi report. So that is very, very, very good news. Now, Anatoly, I would like to hear your perspective from an industry participant.
From our side, from side of our company, we are a leasing company on Slovak market. Nowadays, we worked more than 3 years on that market. If we talk about ESG and whole information nowadays, what we discuss from our side, nowadays we grow up maybe twice in financing green cars. Yeah, I talk about electric cars, some hybrid cars. Nowadays, small entrepreneurs and some companies want to work usually just with electric cars, something eco-friendly. It's a main point nowadays in 21st century. That's why we try to go with our clients together in that situation. Nowadays, we have main problem and issue with insurance, how to make insurance for that cars, because from 2025 we have information that nowadays usual car for taxi driver in Bratislava city, for Tesla Model 3 or Tesla Model S, which they used nowadays, or Toyota Corolla hybrid. For example, price for whole coverage insurance nowadays more than 3,500 euros per year for Tesla Model 3, or more than 10,000 euros for Tesla Model S in taxi. You know, that's why nowadays we need to prepare some balance proposition for market, because we are working with clients in the fields, you know, and we meet up maybe every day with our clients who wants to make some business. Nowadays, a lot of guys from clients from other countries wants to make some business in Slovakia, because it's very interesting market for another countries, because you have on the market nice proposition with taxes. If we talk about another markets near with Slovakia. For example, nowadays we have some projects for next year. We want to collaborate with Bolt, Uber, and another flotilla in Slovakia, and we prepare some offer for them on the market for financing that cars. But main issue nowadays with ESG is insurance for cars from our side, But if you talk about our company, we try to manage our business process and prepare some eco-friendly rules, or some another ways how to reduce pollution. Nowadays, our employees use just electric cars or hybrid cars for business. If you talk about usual paperwork, nowadays we used U-Sign. We try to manage and finance new cars with nice eco-friendly cars on the market. But if you talk about another way, we need to thinking about how to recycling that cars in future. Because if you talk about Tesla, if you talk about Toyota, we have some warranty for example, 8 years for battery. But nowadays, if you talk about cars more than 8 years old, we haven't any ways how to recycle that cars in Slovakia. It's very important for our future. That's why nowadays our investors of our company wants to invest in our company, but they want to invest just in green cars, because it's maybe highest level of collaboration nowadays on the market. That's why we need to prepare some balance. We need to make some balance on the market, because first of all, we talk about some green ways, but 50% of our clients thinking about how to reduce fuel, because if you talk about fuel, more than 50% of cost of delivery something they spend on the fuel. That's why
exactly. That's why these environmentally friendly vehicles often have a lower TCO, total cost ownership, over its life cycle. But if insurance premiums of 10,000 euros or 2,500 euros kills that, I guess we would not see that many green vehicles on the roads in commercial traffic. So that is an aspect of this greening, of course, the E in ESG. I don't know if we should have incentives paid by the taxpayers here. As a taxpayer, I'm very skeptic, let's say it like that. On the other hand, we all like to breathe clean air, so we have to find some balance here. And I don't think that it's the policymakers and the politicians' job to dictate what the insurance companies are charging premiums for vehicles. Absolutely not. And I guess these premiums are high because the cost of damages are high as well. They're following some actuarial tables regarding car accidents, I suppose. So I don't think there's much the regulator can do. Let's get back to what we're really talking about here. This is a FinTech conference, and we talk about capital markets, capital market unions, and integration as BSSE, Bratislava Stock Exchange, very well explained to us. So, in what way can FinTech drive this integration in Europe when it comes to investments, an investment union, saving in investment unions, that should be to be clear to say. Do we see the FinTechs having a chance to be more easier to passport across the borders and make their products more available in the whole European Union than traditional financial institutions? That's the question. And of course, that question can go both to Peter and EIB.
Okay, I can start. Sure, I spoke about it. It's about integration. It's about cooperation beyond borders. You know, I think this is clear, and also for like Europe itself, but especially CEE region, and then especially Slovakia. It's really about a change of mindset, you know, and I think this is exactly how. Conferences, FinWeeks, FinTech, etc., can help. But this kind of like general discussion and debate, you know, really on a substantial topic, why all this, why it matters, what is behind, you know, to try it and to use, I think, good examples. This is what we need, really like good, clear cases. Because once there is a good basis, you know, then it's just going to run. So I see here a huge potential of, you know, FinTech and all these discussions, because, you know, it's a common effort. We can't do it alone, either individuals or even individual member states. So it's really like an effort of the whole society, and very much it's about the change of the mindset, because I spoke about the capital which is here in Europe, but we are sitting on it, and this is the biggest difference with the US. You know, there is much more risk approach which is missing here in Europe, and we need to learn it, because otherwise we will probably not be able to speed up and to reach out the changing world these days. So this is why I say it's about really a mindset change for the whole Europe, for CE region, for Slovakia especially.
We have a different pension system. Most of American investments come from the IRA accounts, individual retirement accounts that are also placed in risky assets. I don't think there's any political interest in the CE region to change the pension system to something like that. So that's a pipe dream in a way.
If I may, it's exactly this. There is a lot of capital in the pension funds in Europe. And yeah, we somehow need this money, these investments to start working. And it's true, the pension funds in US, the profit is in 2 digits, you know, not like 2-3% in Europe. And so in US, they would look at us like, are you kidding? Like, you know, you don't want to get more for your pension, etc. This is why I speak about really the change of the mindset. And yeah, a bit more risk-based approach, which we need here. And really, pension funds, this is key, how to unlock the capital which is there. This is why, for example, EIF is very much involved in these discussions and, you know, pushing to unlock the pension funds and investments there.
They did that around 15 years ago in Scandinavia, so there is a pilot project in Europe here, so it's not like it can't be done in Europe. Please, Peter.
Yeah, the pension is a great topic, and we can talk about it hours, I think. But maybe one small remark, someone in Slovakia should finally understand and that we have capital markets, not in Slovakia, but in the world, that we can use to create our pensions for the future. But I believe that I'm going to retire at 70. That's the answer for it, because there's no other options. There are not so many young population that will be able to work for our pensions, so you have to find some different sort of solution that will be moving the age of retirement to the late ages. That's why I'm investing for myself, and I have 4 kids. Okay, regarding the fintech question you have in the beginning, I believe that we are living in very interesting times. That's clearly to say. We have the AI, we have the tokenized assets, not the bitcoins, and the regulations have to adapt to these new trends. That's for sure. From the regulatory, the supervisory perspective, and from the discussions we have in the ESMA and with our partners across the Europe, I can say that we see the dark side of the innovation. I'm not a very big fan of having for example, the bitcoins or crypto assets allocated in my private investments in huge numbers. I do have it, but in a small. But maybe I'm rather more conservative in this way. But the discussions are about how to prevent the frauds, how to understand the new technology, how to adapt the supervisory measures to that, to make it more maybe safe for the ordinary people. And these are all the questions that we are discussing and trying to do. But still, going back to the tokenized assets, I think this is the future, because it will be very cheap in the end. You do not have to pay all the chain for registering the securities and so on. So yes, I think I have faith.
So you mean that we can get rid of the old school system of custodians holding your securities through tokenization to a large extent, not to a full extent, obviously?
I would say it's changing and it's going there somehow.
And we continue with the fintech. I will bring up the money banks, typical money banks that previously only dealt with transactions on small amounts like Revolut and N26. They're all moving into an investment sphere now because they realized as a money bank you can't make much money. Just having free liquidity and then not being a lending bank but providing this free liquidity to other banks and so on, you earn Euribor or something like that. So it's not a very lucrative business. And for this reason, they're moving into investments. Are these the ones that will be the future investment providers in the European Union as so-called fintech banks? If that is the case, I'm not so sure that's the way we want it to be. We're putting large amounts of capital and our pension capital and our savings into it, because these sort of platforms, in my opinion, are sort of inviting you to gamble. Yes, Peter, again.
Every investment industry, basically all investment industry is trying to gamble your money. But still, you have some safe havens. What we always say, from the perspective of the retail client, which we are mostly interested in, you have several options how to do that. When you want to have safe haven, go to the collective investments, to the UCITS fund, which is a great brand for it. And basically, you can't do anything wrong. Having a saving plan, putting monthly some sort of money into it, and you... Yeah, so... and of course, on the other side, there is when you have some experience, you can start playing, and that's somehow maybe some people want to do, but most of them do not understand, and yeah.
And most lose money, and that is something that I don't know if the regulator's problem, but it is a problem when people lose their wealth and take excessive risk without understanding what they're doing, and it's a big difference investing in bonds, fixed income instrument, and real equity, or trading contracts for difference, leverage contracts for difference. Basically bucket shops that maybe are hedging the positions, maybe just bucketing the order and take the opposite position. I see issues with this as a person working in academics, and we've seen the bubbles before, we've seen the crashes before. But that said, the bubbles are probably even a bigger risk, in my opinion. Let's say, crypto bubbles and such things. In the end of the day, Bitcoins is nothing different than Dutch tulip bulbs, in my opinion.
Thank you for mentioning the CFDs. I'm sorry for taking the mic to this last intervention. Yes, the CFDs are very dangerous for retail clients. There are serious studies among the Europe that says that retail clients are losing money. The 80 to 90% of the clients are losing their money with the product. So please, retail clients, do not touch any CFDs. We reacted to this by issuing the intervention decision that kept the leverage, so you cannot use the large loans for this. That was the first measure. And regarding the cryptos, I don't know how to say it in English, but we call it natopírovaný vzduch. It's like bubbled air. I don't know if it is even ESG compliant, because what is it? It's just you plug in the computer and do the math, and then you have Bitcoin, So different story is the tokenized assets when I come back, because that is the future, I think, because it relates to some underlying asset. It could be a bond, it could be a stock, it could be something that is well known and established on the market, but in digital form. And that's what we are now studying and trying to bring to the market.
Thank you. We're going to go back to where we started. We're back to ESG now. We have about 10-15 minutes more, if we are allowed to use our full delay, that is. I have not been told to stop yet, so I assume that we're still good. As we get back to the ESG and debate, ESG, cost or catalyst. So, is ESG driving investments, driving financially sound investment, not just environmentally sound investments? I have two interesting case studies from my home country, Sweden, Northvolt and Stegra. I'm just going to mention those there, and the people not knowing them, your Google is as good as mine. And here I have large projects that could not find enough private risk capital, what I always was thinking from the beginning, for good reasons. And now it's costing taxpayers and local communities billions. So that is my little provocative hook I'm throwing out here on the ESG table.
Okay, so as we all know, there are so many possibilities how to use useful tools for both, for good and bad, So for every example of misusing these ideas, we can find equal number of examples which are highlighting the positive effects. So I would say that so many times mentioned greenwashing is, of course, a very bad situation, and misusing, mystification of some projects, declaring that they do have these positive effects, not just environmental, but also social and governmental, which they are not achieving, is very bad. But on the other hand, we teach at basic courses in economics that everyone has to chip in for public goods, and this is something we should push forward, and for this, the signaling, which is within this ESG, let's say, approach towards assessing processes, is a very good tool. Okay, so I do not want to reply to your question, so I will use my academic freedom.
That's perfectly okay.
To walk around.
That's perfectly okay.
But I just would like to say that also in this fintech has to play a big role, because it can help us to make it salient what is good and what is bad. On the other hand, it can also push overconfidence of each person very high, and then they are ending up losing lifelong wealth on stupid investments which were pushed through different platforms and applications. Okay, but on the other hand, Generation Alpha is very much environmentally or socially aware, and they are asking for this. So, and where there is the demand, the supply will find its way.
But General Alpha is quite small generation. I'm playing the devil's advocate on purpose here.
So if I may, from the perspective of the EU institution, EU bank, and I said at the beginning, I said we are the climate bank. So it's clear our priorities, goals, and the vision is going definitely this direction. We are supporting green transition. We are helping green projects to be bankable. We are using different kind of instruments, financial instruments like guarantees, venture debt, etc. We are using advisory to help prepare the project to be, impactful and bankable at the end, the green project. And again, I spoke about the change of the mindset, probably the change of the narratives. I think it's very similar with the green one. We really need to stop thinking about ESG or greening or green as something being a burden. We should switch it to the challenge, to the competitiveness advantage of these kind of projects, and this is also what EIB is doing. Just for your understanding, last year we invested almost 90 billion euros in projects, and more than 50%, closer more to the 60%, went to green projects. So this is how EIB is really pushing and driving this direction, because again, linked with the EU policies and priorities, EU decided to be 2050 CO2 neutral, climate neutral continent, and this is why all these actions and everything is connected. You mentioned two companies from Sweden, and everybody can find it. EIB is involved, at least in one of them. But again, I think don't look at it as a failure itself, lessons learned. Europe really has to take more risks, and we need to work with it. And we need to try, and we will find probably the ways out of it. I don't want to speak about these concrete examples because I don't have the inside information. But, take it as a challenge. It's probably, there is something happening with this to come back on the right direction, but also it's an example for other projects that we make some turns, we change a bit, but still the goal is there. So I think really we need to start also this. Then institutions like EIB are exactly here to help with the venture capital, with venture debt, etc. Being more risky. This is what we are being pushed to, and especially EIF is there for the more riskier investments to support and to allow for investments to SMEs, startups, etc. And then there are. And again, I mentioned Draghi report. From Draghi report, we are there, or EIB is there with the Tech EU initiative, for example, which is a huge, I think, the largest program on EU level to support scale-ups in EU. We have 70 billion euros for next 3 years to mobilize 250 billion euros investments. So I think there are good things happening. We need to have visionaries. We need to have ambitious policy makers, I would say. Without this, it's not possible. And on one hand, we are speaking about over-regulated Europe. On the other hand, and you mentioned it, we need some kind of regulation, exactly not to happen these things that, people are going to lose, savings, etc. So we really need to find the proper balance and unity within the EU. So deregulate, but still having kind of regulation. And the other important thing, and you mentioned, it's about education. We need to educate also in this, in investments and in this sphere, the general public.
Just one quick comment from me then, Peter. In this case, unfortunately, we need to educate the politicians, and that's a difficult part. because they have their pet projects and they don't take any personal risks, so things can often go wrong. So that is the biggest difficulty. I don't know how to solve this problem, but I know that EIB is doing lots of good projects as well. And I did look at EIB's annual report last year, and the green investments do produce a positive yield. I have to admit that right away. So overall, there is a positive yield.
Depends in comparison to the other yields.
Still,
Where is it?
Still
Okay.
positive.
Yeah, but you know, the markets are up now. So, but I want to say the ESG and the topics about it. It's a great idea. It's very important to talk about it and to preserve our planet, the best place for living. But what I criticize is the way how the European Union tackled this topic, because it's a great example of how the road to the hell was paved. In the beginning, when you remember the loads of the regulation that comes with it, the taxonomies and so on, reflected to the how the market participants are using the regulation. And we had a very good example in Slovakia from the supervisory practice. We found an issuer who issued the green bonds. When we look at it, wow, we have someone, let's have a look. And we discovered that it was a company that was recycling the tires, the car tires, and making from the material some bricks or some sort of construction material. And it was, oh, it's a great idea, so it's a good reason for issuing the bonds, green bonds. But when we ask them, are you in line with this, and so on? Are you aware that what you have to publish, what kind of reports you have to do? Do you have independent evaluator? And there was the place where the debate stopped. So we gave them some time to get in line with all the regulation, and after 2 weeks they came to us and announced that we got rid of the label green bonds and we just issued the bonds. And this is the sad thing about this when it comes to the ESG ambition, because it's not working in the real life. I can give you another example from the collective investment perspective. We do not have any funds that are under the Article 9, which are solely investing into the ESG assets. We only have Article 8 funds in the Slovakia. So, yeah, the question is, the idea is great, but the realization of it, yeah.
Thank you very much. That's really clear that the regulatory burden is high. And as you mentioned, there are no specialized Article 9 funds. What is a specific reason for that? Anybody knows? Or is it just too complicated?
It's just because of the obligations. We committed a supervision together with the ESMA, which is called Common Supervisory Action, which is the exercise amongst of all Europe. And we picked specifically these funds and we discussed with the asset managers why. It's the burden reduction. And you know, there is a policy, Rule 25, so the commissioner got the task to reduce the burden reduction 25% down and 35% to SMEs, if I'm correct. And then we have simplification and burden reduction as a new doctrine in Europe. And the ESG is the best place when it is going to be applied, because now they revise with the Omnibus all the rules and trying to reduce the regulation.
So if we're looking at ESG, is the E or the G the most difficult part? Because the S seems to be working quite well in many senses, because it's not that costly and it's not that it's more difficult to make costly mistakes. Am I completely wrong here, or do I have a point? Anybody want to pick up on that question? Yes, please, Zuzana.
Again, it's clear I am the pro-green and pro-ESG, as my institution is doing. From our examples, or from our perspective, from our experiences, okay, it's a challenge, but challenge which is worth it. And I maybe explain. We see. Okay, you mentioned a few examples, but there are hundreds of positive examples which are in Europe going this direction. We see the changing mindset of the business companies who are really seeing now ESG or E especially as really an advantage for them, within this competitive environment, because there are like huge investments needed, especially for heavy industry or energy difficult intense industry, etc. But this is why institutions like EIB are here. This is why EU is loading a lot of money through different schemes and instruments for the green transition. So investments are here. It's really about like thinking that it's for something good. It's not just for reporting, for tackling the bugs, but that you are, or the companies or the state is doing it really for something. It's because of less energy, or like better energy efficiency, less electricity needs, etc. All this is then, going to help the companies, and it's already helping. Like when you renovate, when you modernize the buildings, when you innovate, when you put new technologies within the supply chain or within the and the company, chain, you are saving money. You are helping your businesses, and you are saving money to enable them to invest, in more innovation, in more greening, etc. So I think it's working. It's again, and sorry to repeat myself, it's again about the change of the mindset. And we see, and sorry, I don't want to divide Europe, but we see like Western Europe a bit more further than CEE, and again, then Slovakia somewhere on the bottom. But there are good examples. It's working. So it's just that stop blaming and stop thinking that it's a burden. Take it as a challenge. It can work and it will help all.
So Sanna, that's a very important point, and I think it's good that you bring it up. There are lots of good examples as well. I will give one anecdote. I visited BMW's engine factory in Steyr in Austria, and they're taking water from the river for processed water in the plant. And they were bragging how many hundreds of thousands of cubic meters of water they're saving every year with their new process. And I was like doing the math and saw the meter, how many cubic meters passing per second. So that's like you're saving the amount of water that flows through the river in 7 minutes per year. Is that something to brag about? Oh, yes. Can you imagine how much money we save having to clean so much less water before releasing it back in the river? So yes, saving the environment can save money. Now BMW's paid for this project themselves. But this is an excellent example when companies can get some support from institutions like EIB with green loans and green investments to actually make this planet a better place to live, and the company will save money in the end. So there are lots of good examples.
Definitely, and maybe one last point, we because we have this climate bank roadmap and all these policies also which are going like towards us as institution. We promised to double the financing for climate action, in the coming 4 or 5 years, because it's, the prevention is there also to save the money. With every euro we put into prevention, we save 5 to 7 euros on like rehabilitation of the damage, So I think this is clear. The numbers are there. It's just really about like, let's follow the line. Let's follow the crowds, and let's follow the good examples.
I will finish this with looking at ourselves. We should be pretty good about being Europeans. European industry is the most energy efficient industry in the world. So when European companies outsource manufacturing, let's say to other countries, let's say over in Asia, the energy consumption and amount of CO2 released per euro of value created increases often 5-fold. So we should be quite proud of what we have achieved in Europe when it comes to energy efficiency. And given our higher energy prices, it's a necessity. Thank you so much. I would like to thank the panel for this great discussion. And I did play the devil's advocate because I talked to the participants in advance and they said, go ahead, throw us the difficult questions. Well, I took them literally. Thank you so much for the panel. Thank you, thank you. And I did not get any questions via Slido, so I wonder if anybody have any old-fashioned questions, and I can come with a microphone if you like. Okay. In that case, this panel is over, and I would like to thank all the participants, especially my panel, for participating in FinWeek 2025. And this is a part of the FinTech Valley of Visegrad 4, and in the future, the CE region. And lots of interesting things are happening at FinWeek and FINAS, and you should check out their webpage for their next events coming up in places like Kuala Lumpur in June. And wish you a wonderful rest of the day. Thank you so much.
Dámy a pánové, vítejte na 15. FINAS Meetup. Než začne program, který má celkem 9 různých řečníků, tak bych pozval na pódium Davyho Čajka, aby řekl krátkou úvodní řeč. Chceš 2 mikrofony?
No. Dobrý večer, priatelia. Ja tak klasicky vždy privítam. Mám tu takú posilu psychickú, ja už naozaj idem z posledných síl, asi ste to na mne videli. Ďakujem, že ste ešte tieto sviatky a tento týždeň tu prišli. A toto je len môj syn, aby ste vedeli, že to je tá moja energia, ktorá má ináč, aby ste vedeli, od 8 rokov máme, ako sa volá kryptopeňaženka? Tvoja? Exodus.
Exodus.
Áno, máme Exodus, máme voletky, máme všetko, tak verím tomu, že vy, deti, inšpirujete a nie sme len tí, ktorí o fintechu hovoria, ale aj sami ho žijú. A tá naša ďalšia generácia je samozrejme kľúčová, pre ňu to robíme, takže to som len chcel povedať, že som rád, že ste tu. Ale teraz je to dôležité, že ideme odprezentovať sa postupne, takže nechcem tu ja ďalej zavádzať. Ja len ďakujem, že ste tu a potom neodíďte, ešte máme tu pre vás aj niečo pod zub a tak, takže thank you for being here. We have a unique program from UK. Very tired guys, but enjoy evening.
První prezentace bude od společnosti Idecon and PR House. Přivítáme Tomáš Serváček a Dalibor Samek. Bude to na téma recruiting a IT development.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I wish you a nice evening. First of all, let me thank you all for being here, and we would like to thank Davy for this opportunity to speak with you and present ourselves. As our time is quite limited, I will ask Thomas to tell you something about the first company, which is called Idecon, and is offering like RPOs for our clients who are international companies.
Okay. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. So I will tell you something about our company, Idecon. So the story began 10 years ago when we worked for a personnel agency. After 5 years later, we established Idecon, a company which is focusing on recruiting and headhunting, mostly on IT specialists. And We also do RPO, which stands for recruitment process outsourcing. In this case, we provide our capacities to our clients, and we act on behalf of their name. We usually speak to candidates as a regular employees of the client's company. Throughout those years, we have built quite a good database of IT talents and also non-IT talents. We have more than 10,000 people in our database. We have worked with people all over the Europe, mostly, of course, Slovakia and Czech Republic, but from Poland, Hungary, Italy, Romania, Spain, Ireland. Also, we work with people from the UK. We went through various technologies such as backend technologies, Java or JavaScript, also front-end, full stack people. We have many people who are working as testers, either automation or manual. And actually, there are quite a wide range of qualities of these people, and also, let's say, what they are specializing in. And thanks to this database, we are quite flexible to deliver or to provide our clients missing capacities or missing profiles of people for their teams. We also have worked with many companies worldwide, companies from telecommunication sector, fintech, health tech, also gaming, and we also actually our last project was from Greece. It was a fintech company building banking platform. So that's it. That's the company Idecon, and Dalibor will tell you more about.
Thank you so much, Tomáš. I will continue with the second company. It's called PR House IT, and it is like the logical outcome of the first company. This is like the younger brother, but he's maybe getting stronger already. As we had the big database of developers and IT specialists, and some of them became our friends, maybe because we are trying to be nice guys. We were discussing how to move forward and how to build up, let's say, closer cooperations. So we have established this company, and it is like a software house, which is, I would say that this company is really agile, because currently we have like 23 developers in our team, but we are covering a wide scale of technologies and even roles. And these teams, they could be modified very easily. We can scale up, we can modify them so we can meet all the needs of our clients. We are trying to come up with some new solutions, out-of-the-box solutions. And we are also using some AI-driven tools. And we are doing everything what it takes to make our clients better.
And I would like to add also that we have worked or still working with companies from aviation, also fintech. We created an app, and for example, company Boxil, and they provide a storage system, so we are developing a backend for their system.
Yeah, we can lease the capacities of our experts, but we can also do the autonomous development. It is based on clients' needs. Yeah, this is the last slide already. We would like to mention that because we have these two companies, we are getting something like a synergetic effect, which means that if we have to scale up our teams, we can contact people from our database. As Tomáš mentioned, we have more than 10,000 developers, and we can work very quickly to cover the client's needs.
And good thing to mention is that if there is a need to change technology, we are quite flexible because we are still in touch with many IT specialists. So in this case, we are very flexible. Okay, so...
This is our favorite slide.
So thank you.
Thank you all. I wish you a nice evening.
Zatleskejte.
Have a nice evening.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Děkujeme. Další řečník bude z Ministerstva financí Slovenské republiky, jmenuje se Martin Peter a bude mluvit o národní fintech strategii.
Is it English, yeah? Okay. Yeah, sorry, I'm joking. Okay, I do not have any slides. Unfortunately, I'm here for just a couple of minutes because we have a lot of work at the Ministry of Finance. I'm sorry. I know it's not easy with us at the time, but just the information you should take from a couple of minutes of my talking is that we started to work with the National Bank, with FINAS, and with other associations on fintech strategy, and it should be a compilation of not too many, couple of measures that would help Slovak fintech industry. So we don't want to come with 100 goals and 200 tasks, because most of the case this is how the strategies look like, and then you will never hear of it again. We want to focus on 5, 10 actions, maybe 15, that will really help. We divided it into three parts. One is the analysis of the legal system, and also the environment, fintech environment here in Slovakia. This we would like to do with the National Bank, and to come up with the picture of who are our counterparts, who are the subjects who we want to, or the entrepreneurs we want to help. And then and we want you also to take part in this part via FINAS or via banking association, or even directly send us the challenges, except for taxes, please. Send us the challenges that you have, and maybe if it is in regulation, banking regulation, payment regulation, because honestly, there is also gold plating in financial services regulation throughout Slovak acts. So if you know about something, just let us know, and we will try to put it into the analysis and come with a solution on these two things, these regulatory things. The second thing is we want to come up with frameworks that will help our entrepreneurs. Tokenization is one thing, and we would like to upgrade the sandbox. You know that we have a regulatory sandbox, but we saw what Czech Republic did. Is somebody from Czech Republic still here? Okay, so I can speak. They are very good in this. Maybe if you heard, or maybe if you discuss with them, they are very good in this, and we really want to copy it. Maybe, everything. No, we don't want to reinvent the wheel, so we would like to just have a look on what they did and try to do it the same way, because it's great. The idea is great, the process is great, so really we would like to come up with something like that. So I mentioned tokenization. For those of you who work with crypto, you know what it is, and it's missing here. And we already had a meeting with the National Bank in November. We will send invitation to FINAS, to Banking Association, Payment Association, crypto associations. We would like to meet with you and listen to your cases, because there are already cases or business cases on the market. So we would like to tailor-made the regulation. So that's the second thing, and we would like to have a look on the finances for startups and medium-sized companies, if we can come up with some financial instruments or some financial help. So that's the second part, and the last part is education. We work, and I would like to thank FINAS, because they cooperate also with the university, the Economic University and other universities. Even there were 2 students from Kenya here who are part of the FinTech seminar we have at the University of Economics. So they were and there were some other students from the Slovak group. So thank you for that, Davi. So we would like to focus on universities and collaboration between economics, FITCA, yeah. So and also legal or law faculty here in Slovakia. So this is it. Only for you, what you need to remember is that Ministry of Finance is trying to help fintech companies, and if you have questions or some remarks, contact us directly. That's why there are no contacts. Sorry. My name is Martin Peter. Yeah, Martin Peter. It's very easy. Martin.Peter@MFSR, like Ministry of Finance, Slovak Republic. But you will find my contact in the information from FinWeek. So thank you very much, and thanks to Davi for this great opportunity, and also for the conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Martin. Následující řečník Speed Peterka and Partners Michal Rampášek, a bude to na téma, co by měl fintech vědět o aktě o kybernetické odolnosti. Cyber Resilience Act. Obslužte se.
Okay. I hope you are hearing me. Yeah. Okay. Hi everybody. My name is Michal. I'm a lawyer at Peterka Partners, which is a proud member of FINAS. First of all, I would like to introduce Peterka Partners as a new member of FINAS, so you can understand what we are doing and how we can help to fintech companies and also to other entrepreneurs. And also, we will try to very briefly introduce you in the new kind of topics that me personally is leading, and it's a topic that's referring to cyber security and cyber resilience. Who we are, Peterka Partners is actually 25 years old. We are this year we are celebrating this kind of anniversary. We are on the market from the very beginning. We have headquartered in Prague. We are one firm with being present in 9 countries, 10 offices. We are present in Poland with 2 offices. That's why we're opened this year. So you can find us basically in each of the state of the Central and Eastern Europe. What's our advantage and how we differentiate from the other competitors is that basically we provide what is truly known as a one-stop shop system. So once the client comes to us, he gets entrance into all our offices or our capabilities in all the states where we are present. We are part of the big legal networks, so we can also assist clients in outside of Europe even. So we are more than 150 lawyers together with the tax advisors. We are fully integrated. We are being modern law firms, so we are trying to also cover the new areas of the law that basically are combining not just the legal but also the technical competences. Okay, so this is basically what I have summed up during my presentation. Basically, it's the single delivery point that it's our advantage, and we are stable at the market. So the clients are most of our clients are with us for those 25 years because of our confidence. Yep. What's the Cyber Resilience Act? Why should you know something about that as a fintech company or as a company that is active in a fintech era? First of all, I know that everybody of you from the legal point of view heard about the DORA. CRA is not the DORA. It's totally something else. Even it is a EU regulation, even it is very important, it does not cover what the DORA covers. DORA covers basically cyber resilience of the financial sector entities. The Cyber Resilience Act, however, aims at horizontally at any cyber or digital product requirements. It's a horizontal legislation. It does not cover only the fintech or only the financial sector. It covers everything, from baby monitors to specific IoT devices in industry. Yep. A regulation is coming to us in basically 2 years, but we should know something about that because we should be ready for this. That's why we are still talking and are ready to talk with the clients from this date to understand why we should understand the consequences of this regulation. The regulation comes into effect December 2027. It comes up with a total new obligations to basically to those who develop, design, manufacture, integrate any kind of digital products. And by digital products, I mean basically everything, hardware or software or combination of hardware and software that it connects directly or indirectly to internet or to other device. So it covers, as I told you, basically everything from basic apps, printers, IoT devices, up to special security devices like IPS, IDS, so this intrusion detection, intrusion preventive systems, CMs, firewalls, up to the specific industrial devices like PLCs and HMIs. This is why it is so impressive and will be a game changer for the whole industry, even for the fintech. So the fintech matters even when it comes to the CRA, because the fintech from the basics uses the digital products. The fintech companies are producing, developing, designing digital products. They should know about what the CRA comes and what are the requirements. How should they be prepared for this? So when you are developing the software or are integrating the products, integrating the digital products into the custom-made products, and you are putting them on the market, you should know that the 11th of December 2027 is a big date. It's a hard date that everybody needs to be complied with. Otherwise, it faces not just the sanctions, but the withdrawal from the market, which, from my point of view, is much more effective and maybe devastating for the producer than just the sanctions. This is what nowadays people are starting to understand the consequences of Cyber Resilience Act to whole European digital market. Okay, so what it brings? Yeah, there is a lot of those requirements, but these are just, I would say, some of them. Basically, what the Cyber Resilience Act requires is that each of these digital products needs to meet an essential requirements, and each of those products, starting from December 2027, should be placed on the market without any known vulnerabilities. It places also such strong obligations to the manufacturers and developers of the digital products to have the security by design purely from the development and design perspective. From the obligations, it is also the obligation to cover the incidents and also the actively exploited vulnerabilities. something that would be game-changing for the developers is that it first introduce also what is called the minimum support period. It is minimum of 5 years that the security updates should be have to be present, and then the manufacturer should support the product for at least 5 years. Availability of all security products needs to be for at least 10 years. This is something that when we are talking to our clients, from little IT firms, developers, back to the biggest or one of those biggest players on the market, this is something that they are really surprised, and they are starting to be prepared of. The same applies to SBUMPs, or what we call as a list of the components of the software. It is also the obligatory requirement coming from the CRA. So what you should do? You should first of all look at what you are doing, what you are also purchasing, and talk to, if you are a producer, if you are a developer, you should look again together with your DevOps team, together with your compliance team, with your quality management team to the requirements of the CRA. And yes, get ready, and get ready very fast, because these 2 years, I believe, will be very fast, and we need to be prepared. The standards that are now being prepared to, let's say, be as a part of the compliance for the CRA are now still being developed. So in coming 2 years, we will be also having a new harmonized European standards that will cover the more detail of the requirements. So the review of the contractual relationships is one of those things that we do. We are doing it already now, and we are also training and starting to train the developers and compliance teams just to be ready for this kind of what we call legal and tech revolution in the cybersecurity of digital products. I would just also use this opportunity to invite you into our special workshops. Of course, focus on the cybersecurity, where we team up with guys from the cybersecurity, from the Siemens cybersecurity team of Siemens Healthineers, and we are having these very nice 2 workshops in Bratislava and Prague in coming month. So it's a Prague 5th of November and Bratislava 12th of November. Yeah, that's everything from my side. I believe I have just 10 minutes to cover you something that's such a huge theme, a huge topic from the cybersecurity point of view. But if you have any questions, I will be ready here to discuss and team up with you. No problem. That's all.
Thank you. Next speech is from Crypto Voucher. Name is Crypto Voucher and P100. Máte mikrofon pravděpodobně?
Můžeme tento či?
Ano, jste dva, ja? Dva, jasné, áno. Tak to máte dva.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Jakub Kutrevi, and I would like at the beginning say thank you to David Chaiko for this opportunity to stand here and say a few words about our projects and what we actually do. And thank you also to Piotr Stanio for coming, because our team operates in 2 countries internationally, and we have more than 25 people in Rzeszów in Poland, and we have also a small team here in Bratislava. So he was driving here 7 hours by car. Thank you for that, I appreciate it. When it comes to Crypto Voucher, this is a project founded in 2017. Initially, it was. Can I switch the slides or?
The clicker is here.
It's here. So when it comes to Crypto Voucher, it is a project founded in 2017 with the main idea of the founders to make purchase of cryptocurrency simple and accessible for everyone. Initially, it was part of G2A, which is actually marketplace with digital products. And then later, founders decided to buy out this project and continue independently. Year by year, our business was growing and our customer base was growing, and that's why we started to improve our features and functionalities. For example, expanding payment methods and wallet development, and of course, regulatory improvements. The nature of the crypto voucher can be described as a digital voucher that is used to convert financial value of the voucher denominated in fiat to any cryptocurrencies offered on the website. Basically, we offer three kind of services according to MiCA. First one is exchange of crypto assets for funds. Second one is custody of crypto assets, and third one is the transfer of the crypto assets on behalf of our clients. As you can see, the purchase of the voucher is very simple. There are two ways how to buy a crypto voucher. First way is basically directly on our website using various payment methods. And second way is through the network of our distributors, which are usually companies in Western European countries like France, Netherlands, Germany, and others. So the process is very simple. Our customers can buy a voucher, then they go to our website and they just put the unique code, and they can redeem the voucher and get crypto either to internal wallets or to external wallets. All products and features and functionalities. So currently we have available like 20 crypto assets on the website, including the major ones like Bitcoin, Ethereum, Litecoin, and others. We have multiple payment methods, including credit card, debit card, bank transfers, and some other alternative payment methods as well. Easy voucher redemptions, as I said, it's very easy. Our customers can just put a 32-character code on the website, provide the wallet, and they can redeem the voucher. The voucher range is from small to large amounts. It's suitable for gift cards or just personal crypto purchases. As I said, there are two ways where to redeem the voucher. We offer, one of the services we offer is internal wallet. So our customers can manage the crypto and using functionalities like swapping, selling, depositing, withdrawing, and peer-to-peer transactions. But there is also a possibility to redeem the voucher to external wallet according to preferences of our customers. There is also a possibility for API integration for our partners that enables automated generation of the vouchers. And when it comes to fees, this is something very important for us to be transparent, and so there are no hidden charges on the website. Of course, AML compliance, this is something obvious for us because we are in the processing of obtaining MiCA license currently, and this is something that we need to fulfill to fulfill regulatory requirements. This is the status of the MiCA license application. We take our business seriously, and that's why we started to prepare on the MiCA on summer 2024. We were preparing the documentation for a few months, and then we became our first company in Slovakia that applies for a license. And basically the whole year 2025 is about ongoing communication with regulator and providing additional documents and clarifications. And currently at this stage, I believe that we are almost done, and we will get final MiCA authorization very soon. thank you for attention, and my colleague Piotr Stanio will continue with our second project, P100.
Hello. Thank you, Kuba, for sharing the stage with me, because originally this presentation was meant for Crypto Voucher, but I was able to smuggle in P100 to it, so thank you for that. So first of all, P100 is a natural consequence of Crypto Voucher. We are doing crypto for 9 years now, and we've been living through ups and downs of the crypto industry. Not only the Bitcoin going up and down, but also the regulations, AML5, MiCA, DORA, and then the next regulation that I just learned is going to happen, the CRSR. Yeah, thank you, you made me so happy. Just another regulation. Yeah, so with P100, this is just the next chapter for us. And if I wanted you to memorize one thing about P100 is I would like you to remember us as payment operating system for crypto and for fiat. So what we do is we provide you unified dashboard, unified account that you can manage both fiat, stablecoin, and crypto transactions from one place. Who we serve are companies, mostly obviously crypto companies, but I guess also non-crypto companies will pretty soon try to jump to this wagon. So here we are. We are quite attractive, I would say, especially to small businesses, micro businesses, and early entrepreneurs, and I will tell you why. So first, what we define as this operation system for payments operation system is what you get are the essentials. You get Euro IBAN account, you get cryptocurrency wallets, and you get white label infrastructure. So basically that lets you to manage all of the funds from one place instead of switching from bank to Binance, from Binance to bank, and then you have to explain to your bank why you receive transactions from Binance and so on. And sorry, maybe one more word here. So how we want to be, who we are and how we want to be seen is that we provide, if your business needs crypto, if you are using crypto or you want to start using crypto, we provide you one solution that is in one box, and it provides you financials, it provides you technology, and it provides you compliance under the same roof. You don't have to worry about this, you don't have to worry about accounting, you don't have to worry about taxes, you don't have to worry about the license, because you and also your underlying customers can be covered within the roof of P100. So those are just the features that that we offer, and basically it's what I said. So crypto-friendly business account. So yeah, normally, I mean, if you go and open a business, and you go to Tatra Bank or WU Banka, and you can create a bank account. But if you're a crypto, oh no, you cannot. So that's so obvious. But if you do crypto, it's not that obvious. That's what we solve. Then we provide white label API. So you can create your own wallet infrastructure, stablecoin infrastructure based on our technical infrastructure. You don't have to build it yourself. We provide it for you. And comparing to Fireblocks, you can easily save thousands of euros yearly. Yeah, just because we are not Fireblocks. Another thing, crypto liquidity. Again, you don't need to have separate accounts on Binance, Kraken, or any other liquidity providers, because you take it, you get it from us. Same with stablecoin settlements that you can automate. And this financial and technical part is not the only part that we deliver, because we also give you this, we take this huge headache burden out of your head by providing lots of regulatory and legal things that normally you would have to go and do this yourself. But if you use P100, you don't have to. So here we are talking about built-in KYC tool. You don't need to integrate yours. You can use ours. Sanction PEP screening, again, no additional costs. This is with us. Crypto travel rule. Customizable risk system tailored to your business needs. So, guys, when we process thousands of transactions with P100 and Crypto Voucher, we had to develop our own risk system. Now what we did is we made it kind of white label, so you can generate, based on this, you can generate your very own risk system and then set your own risk rules. One business can say, okay, I'm fine with receiving 5,000 euro transaction, and that's fine because I have this customer screened and whitelisted. But different business might say, oh, no, 200 euros, send to manual verification. So you can do all of that with us, with the white label risk system. Crypto transaction screening. So chain analysis, elliptic, additional costs with P100, no costs. And all of this is available via P100. As I said, perfect solution, in my opinion, for new companies, startups, SMBs, because normally you would have to go to all of those places, integrate those solutions all together, while in P100 you have just one place where you can do this. That's it for me. Thank you for having this opportunity, and hope to see you.
Thank you. Next speaker is from Digifin, Tibor Zavadil, and the name is Towards a European Digital Mortgage, Breaking Borders to Improve ACES and Affordability.
Thank you, Ilka. Yes, hello. Thank you. I'll be honest, I will present this vision for the first time, so you are the first attendees, and I will welcome a lot your feedback, especially during wine, because it can even be very critical that I'm crazy and it's impossible. So feel free to join me during wine session. So what I'm going to talk about European mortgage, what is current problem is that mortgages are local, they stop at national borders. You cannot get mortgage easily as a foreigner, you cannot cover it with a foreign property. And if you want a mortgage locally, you must bring lots of papers to the bank branch, and really it takes lots of time, it's costly, it's simply very inefficient. When we digitalize mortgages, we can do it completely globally, meaning we can reduce drastically time, paper, and costs, and we can really sell mortgages across countries from abroad, from everywhere. So that is why I founded Digifin, which is a fintech startup that built or is building a mortgage ecosystem. It connects all stakeholders of a mortgage network, and we already have 2 platforms ready. The first one is B2C platform for online mortgage, allowing clients to apply for mortgage directly from their mobile phones. The second platform is B2B platform for brokers, which allows them to sell mortgages remotely without any need to meet their clients in person. And now we are working on embedded mortgage for real estate agents. So you can buy a house together with mortgage, and there's no risk that you sign a reservation contract and you don't get mortgage at the bank. And the last thing which we are offering to bank is mortgage as a service, but this is very tricky. Without banking license, we cannot really verify creditworthiness of the clients. I'll get back to that. The benefits of digital mortgage are huge, right? It's much more efficient. It reduces time and saves costs and increases data accuracy thanks to AI processing automation. It increases profitability because it creates a new distribution channel for selling mortgages online, through brokers, through real estate agents, and all digitally. So there are even people living abroad. So broker companies and banks can increase the market share, and obviously there is higher conversion thanks to digital customer experience. And of course, I would not do that if my business had a negative social impact. So I strive for positive impact, and my project helps to make mortgage market more efficient by digitalization, and also improve financial inclusion, meaning more people can get access to mortgages and we are really environmental friendly because we reduce useless traveling and document printing. There are, however, lots of challenges. The first one is that mortgage is a really complex product. It's the most complex financial product you can get at a bank. That's why we are building AI mortgage robo-advisors that would make this process smooth and will help answer clients their questions 24/7 directly from their mobile phones. Of course, it's highly regulated. That's why we already attended one regulatory sandbox at the National Bank of Slovakia, and we will attend probably more to make sure that our product is compliant with EU regulation. And the toughest problem is rigidity of the system. We exist on the market for 3.5 years, and we still did not manage to get any bank customer. I'm just getting crazy. Banks are so slow, so stubborn, so inefficient. They just say, wow, it's a great idea, but come to us next year. We come next year. It's still not priority, come to next year. So half of the banks in Slovakia are still using paper applications at their bank branches. And there is someone sitting there who is manually writing these paper applications to their banking core system. Slovak banks are really stepping behind Czech banks. In Czechia, you have a fully digital bank. You can apply for mortgage and sign a loan contract directly from your mobile phone. So we are really lagging behind. And because I'm losing my patience, I decided to apply myself or my company for EU mortgage license. So I'm currently exploring how to do that, in which country, and who could help me with that. But I really want to get independent from banks. So my vision is to offer EU cross-border mortgage, to really unify all these 27 countries into one mortgage ecosystem, one license, one digital process, one Europe. And this is supported by EU Mortgage Credit Directive that already promotes single EU mortgage market, provides EU-wide framework for mortgages, and does not insist that mortgage collateral must be inside the country, but it can also be outside the country. So they support cross-border collateral, cross-border mortgages. And many Europeans travel. Look, 17 million Europeans live in other countries of their home residence. 2.5 European properties are owned by EU residents, EU citizens who do not live in the country where the property is located. And we don't need to go too far. 15% of people working here in Bratislava come from the border behind in Austria and Hungary. And they have very big trouble to get a mortgage to buy properties just 10 kilometers from this place. It's just crazy. Banks still do not provide mortgages that can be backed by foreign properties. And I think it's really time to change that. Technology allows that already. We have digital identity, we have electronic signatures, open banking, automation, and global pricing maps. So why to do it on paper locally at the bank branches is just crazy. I don't get the point. So this is my plan. If this is really big project, basically I want to create a neobank for mortgages, European mortgages, and if you want to join me in this journey, feel free to get in touch with me outside. I'm looking for new partners, investors, colleagues, fintech enthusiasts. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. And the next speech is from ADBC Creative Solutions, Sofia Balash. Please take the mic. The name of the speech is Scale Your Team First. Scale Your Team Fast, sorry.
Yeah, thank you so much. So, first of all, guys, I really much like you because we are partners, I think, so we are not competitors, but it's really similar to services. So, hi, I'm Sophie from IDBC from Hungary, and I'm truly honored to be here today in Bratislava. Let me give you a short overview about who we are, what we do, and how we can support your team, how we can bring values to projects across Europe. So, first of all, we are not a fintech and not a startup company, but we operate with the same agility, fast and innovation mindset as a startup. So first of all, we are an IT company, and second, an HR solutions provider, which means that we don't just search for a talent, but we also understand technology inside because we live it in every day. So IDBC, we believe that technology, transformation, and the talent, these are the three key drivers of success. And this is exactly the challenges what we can help you with. So with more than 10 years of field experience in the banking and finance sectors and over 250 IT experts internal, we are able to provide IT professionals in two ways. The first one is in-house resources. The second way is targeted headhunting. So our main services include end-to-end recruitment processes, RPO, which means recruitment process outsourcing, IT contracting and SAP services, and also digital business transformation using tools like ARIS and web methods. So we have a wonderful model, try and hire, tell the truth, is the most popular among our clients because it allows to them to test and try the employees before making a hiring decision. Before that, and there is no mandatory fee. It's a risk-free solution, and this is the most sought after by startups. So we combine IT and HR solutions, support our clients in finance, engineering, and also digital banking transformations as well. So if you are planning to enter to the Hungarian market, we can assist you on every step on this way with benchmarking and also with tax advisory, but with salary benefits and also local regulatories. So as a trusted partner of the Hungarian FinTech Association and the Hungarian Promotion Agency, we are able to help companies to enter and launch their services efficiently in the Hungarian market. Hungary has a very strong IT technological. So Hungary has a very strong, technological ecosystem, it means, and we have highly skilled professionals in the field of software development, DevOps, and also system architecture. And I think this is why more and more companies choose Budapest for their development side. Just think of an example like Wise or Revolut. Both of them established their engineering operations site there in Budapest. At IDBC, we cover a wide range of IT expertise from ELO to full stack development and also project management. So we provide a success fee basis and guarantee with our candidates. We also scale up a team fast, large SSCs. And let me share you an example with Marshmallow. Marshmallow is a London-based company expanding to Hungary and asked IDBC to help their entire recruitment processing and became the exclusive partner of RPO partner. And the start of the project, they had 180 employees. By the end of the project, they grew to 270 with our support. So we fulfill 80 positions within 8 months. And I like this project because it shows exactly what we do the best. We scale up fast and hire efficiently because we stay connected with our candidates very close, and we build and nurture our community. Just in a nutshell, our story. So it's began 11 years ago. There were a cute business mindset couple, Agnes and József, and it was a small house in the Hungarian forest, and they had a dream to build up a company based on strong relationships and where people matters and partnership last. And this family business began to grow into 16 million euro company supporting companies all across Europe right now. So now we have a 3 division and more than 300 employees. We have one division, IDBC Go, with 50 IT experts specialized in SAP, middleware, workflow system, and also DMS platforms such as ELO and OpenText. And we have strong partnership in Denmark, Germany, Austria, Bulgaria, Poland, even if North Macedonia and Albania. So, for example, we are a trusted partner of Telenor Denmark, but we also deliver some DevOps developers to the Silicon Valley for other projects. What is our secret sauce? So our secret sauce is that we don't just fulfill today position, but we also anticipate tomorrow needs. It means that we highly monitoring the emerging IT trends, and we stay close to our partners, we stay close to our candidates within networks, meetups, newsletters, events, and so on. So we are agile, fast, obsessively technical, expertise, and basically the love child of IT and HR. So if you need support, you can find me, and I would be happy to continue our conversation afterward the event or during the event. So thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you. Next speech, iProof. And the name is Human Verification versus AI Fraud, an unwinnable battle.
Hello. My name is Vít Brunner. I'm based in Prague, and I work for a company called iProof, which is headquartered in UK, in London. And we are members of Czech FinTech Association. And here I would like to thank FINAS for the, let's say, last-minute opportunity to speak on this, let's say, meetup. I prepared a presentation that will be about challenges challenges by digital identification in the era of different cyber attacks powered by AI. When I started to work for iProof about five years ago, I was talking with different, let's say, people, potential customers about digital attacks and deepfakes, and in that time it was more like science fiction to some, and this has developed into everyday reality. So let's say in that time or earlier, that it was used, let's say, video identification for verifying if the person, let's say, is the right person remotely. But in that time, it was mostly about different types of presentation attacks. Now we are, let's say, in a different time. It has changed, and there are a lot of, let's say, digitally injected attacks. As you can see here on a short video, one of the colleagues with, let's say, injected, let's say, faces from public sources. You might recognize some. So these attacks are very dangerous and highly scalable, and let's say future-proof systems for, let's say, remote identification need to, let's say, embrace technologies that are, let's say, able to eliminate such threats and attacks. And this is also related to the fact that currently these, let's say, deep fakes or face swaps or different kinds of attacks are hard to be discovered by, let's say, humans, and there are also some, let's say, studies, let's say, talking about it, and also there were many successful attempts how to, let's say, many successful attempts that, let's say, compromised the video identification. Most famous one was, let's say, in 2022 by Chaos Computer Club. Yeah, so several years ago, the criminal gangs that were, let's say, trying to compromise some security systems or steal identities had a couple dozen people. Now it's a different business. There are, let's say, groups, let's say attacker groups or financial criminal groups that have several thousand people. They are working, let's say, globally. They share or sell, let's say, the know-how how to breach different systems, and it's yeah, I would say it's yeah, circulating around the globe like weather, yeah, nowadays. And iProof is publishing 2 times a year threat intelligence report that's based on the experience and yeah, different novel attacks that are, let's say, countered or eliminated by the technology. There are different legal and illegal tools how to, let's say, yeah, create new, let's say, IDs or yeah, inject videos or photos into different images or create synthetic, let's say, identities or photos from different photos or images. And if you combine all of them, you can have more than 100,000 attack combinations. So in this field, it's really hard to, let's say, yeah, yeah, it's a big arms race, and it's really hard to keep up and yeah, be on top of it and be ready to eliminate all of these, let's say, threats. Yeah, I can show you now a very short video. In this, we demonstrate face swap attacks. It can be done or used for digital onboarding or even for some video calls. You can basically select, yeah, you'll see on the next, you can select a face, maybe of some famous person, but also from some other person, or create synthetic identity from different images, and try to, let's say, penetrate the system. So these kind of attacks are very scalable and are attacking or trying to attack most of, let's say, the systems of financial institutions, which are, let's say, the prime focus, because this is where most of the money lies. So by using, let's say, virtual cameras, you can, or the attackers can, let's say, replace their face with any other photo or make it, let's say, dynamic with a deepfake as a video. Yeah. So some future-proof, let's say, technologies need to, let's say, embrace different, different or more very complex, solutions that have multiple layers that can block the attackers. Yeah. So very low secure and not scalable are, let's say, processes with fully manual oversight. And as you can see, let's say the most resilient and scalable are technologies that are automated, and there's certain expert human oversight, meaning that you have skilled people that are checking the false positives, or let's say red teams and other teams, checking the anomalies. Yeah. So if there's some, let's say, human element in this chain, this is, let's say, attracting the attackers, because they are trying to find ways how to fall maybe in the digital onboarding process into the human, let's say, processing, where there is a high chance they can go through, because the failures by the human processing are higher than by the automation, also by recognizing let's say the faces. Yeah. So on the next slide, I will show you a video how you can verify actually the real and right person in real time. Right person by let's say identifying the right person. We do the face match, of course. By right now, we mean that we are doing it in a live stream. So we use cloud biometrics for that, not device biometrics like Face ID that might be, let's say, that most of the people might be familiar with, and a real person is let's say, verified by some challenge response, and ideally passive, which I will show you now. So here we can extract the data from passport, from the NFC chip. We activate it with scanning the MRZ zone. Now we get, let's say, the trusted data from about, let's say, the person from the passport. And now we compare this trusted image with the actual, let's say, person that's identifying. Let's say we are having this animated image that's helping the success of the process, because people tend, let's say, not to create the best selfie, and you can do the process from the bottom, where you have a big chin and big nose, and nobody, let's say, would like to make a selfie from this angle. So this is, let's say, improving the whole process. And then maybe, I put it again. And also we are flashing colors from the screen of the mobile on the face of the person, and these, let's say, reflections are, let's say, captured by the camera. And this is, let's say, 14 color code that's unique for every user and transaction that would, let's say, never repeat and it again in the lifetime of the user. That means if there was an attacker holding my head and filming or making video from this ceremony, it will be blocked by the ecosystem of the, let's say, iProof technology, by the ISOC, and this transaction would not go through. Here we have also quite, let's say, easy, secure, but fast technology that lasts let's say one second. And you have seen previously, let's say, 3-4 second video from this, let's say, dynamic liveness detection. We call it passive challenge response liveness. That means the user doesn't have to do anything, just is looking straight to the, let's say, camera and not moving. And the technology does the magic itself. So these, let's say, these types of video identification where the user needs to do something actively, like turning the head left, right, lift the left eyebrows or whatever, yeah, are very also dangerous, because if there is some attack with deep fake or face swap, let's say you are telling the criminal what to do, and such attacks are, let's say, likely to pass. Yeah. So with this, let's say, passive solution, we are truly, let's say, inclusive, and it's very easy and also a highly secure solution how to verify or identify people remotely. Yeah, I described just now, let's say, the flash mark technology with the color code. It has about 27 international patents, and yeah, maybe there will be some more in future, because the teams are working constantly on improvement and development of the technology. Yeah, the idea behind the technology that you have, let's say, multiple layers with different data points, and this is, let's say, harder for the cyber criminals to, let's say, go through. Yeah, the technology that I described is not just about, let's say, the liveness and the face matching, but there's, let's say, ISOC, Security Operations Center, or cloud system around it that's, let's say, constantly monitoring all the transactions. And yeah, I mentioned there is, let's say, internal red team that's constantly using all, let's say, tools that are available, yeah, to, let's say, compromise the system. And also, yeah, on top of it is built threat intelligence that's, let's say, yeah, trying to keep up with let's say, yeah, all kinds of threats, novel attacks that are, let's say, incorporated into, let's say, technology to be, let's say, resilient against all kinds of attacks. Yeah, so when you would be, let's say, thinking about using different tools for remote identification, these are, let's say, from our experience, the major things that you should ask for or go for. Yeah, you need to decide for technology or vendor with, let's say, good references and testing, some, let's say, performance and success rates that are, let's say, in line with your goals, and also for different kinds of certifications, yeah, ideally biometrics or access. And yeah, iProof is certified by EIDAS, so literally this solution can be also used for e-signing, so it would be perfect for digital mortgage, for example. Yeah, you can literally sign the mortgage with your face, and then it's 100%, or it's, yeah, let's not say 100%, but it's bulletproof that the person is the right person that's, let's say, behind it. Yeah, in current, let's say, e-signing systems, yeah, in different companies, that there are, let's say, people, yeah, or there are, let's say, some other people using PDF or other tools that are signing on behalf of other persons. But here, let's say, in the stamp, you have also the photo, so it's 100%, yeah, or yeah, almost 100% sure that who was, let's say, signing or identifying or authenticating. Yeah, here's just a list of selected clients. iProof works mostly with banks or different financial institutions, a lot with governments, because they are looking for, let's say, inclusive and highly secure solutions. And next to, let's say, the digital division, iProof developed access management solution that's used in by different, let's say, governmental clients, but also on airports, like in US, yeah, there can be interesting reference at let's say the airport in Atlanta. Yeah, interesting reference is with the Swiss bank UBS. They had the challenging goal to onboard, let's say, new clients 24/7 in 5 minutes globally, and yeah, they then decided also to some step ups, and they are using the technology also not only for external people, meaning clients, but also internally for approvals and e-signing. And yeah, if you have the set of the biometrics data, the next step would be for using it for also access management. So in many banks or big institutions, you have cards to enter the building, but cards can be, let's say, exchanged, swapped, and some other people that are not, let's say, wanted can enter the building. Yeah. Also, if you use NFC with the phone to enter the building to make it user friendly, the phone also can be somehow abused. But if you let's say identify with your face, then it's again bulletproof. Who's entering the building? Yeah. Other references are here, but yeah. Let's go to the most important slide. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is from Great Britain, Brendan Muller, Introduction to Liverum.
Hello. I guess you can hear me. So I'm sorry, I'm not from Britain. I'm actually from Canada. No big deal. I'm just wondering, am I the last speaker?
No.
No? Okay. So I'm going to probably speed up the tempo a little, maybe 5 minutes. It seems to be like somewhat of a pitch session, but I'm not gonna pitch basically what we're doing. I'll give you a little bit of background and, essentially what, I'll roll into our company and what we're trying to build. But my background specifically, my name is Brendan Muller. I've been working in finance, traditional capital markets for about over 10 years, mainly in Asia, mainly in China. So I built derivatives markets at futures exchanges, in physical commodities and financial underlying like index futures and government bond futures and the like. Long story short, so I maybe I'll summarize. I'll say I experienced the epic transition that China experienced, specifically its liberalization of its markets. And really, from the perspective of a stock exchange or a derivatives exchange official, being quite aware of what was happening when Bitcoin was launched and the enthusiasm that was embraced with in China. Eventually, China's stance was very strict. But you could tell at that time the power of the innovation, because just a side thought, it's the capital markets, as you know, are highly regulated. So if we come out with this technology that is essentially self-regulating with the blockchain and the participants within it, it's really, really quite phenomenal. Picking up, I guess, my career after I left China, I went back to Canada and started building fintechs cross-border mainly. And so a lot of the, if you're in cross-border payments, you may know a lot of the emphasis in Asia, at least, is the cross-border e-commerce seller outside of China to Europe, to the United States. So we were building a platform, kind of like a Wise that gives you bank accounts in many different countries. You're a fintech, you have banking partners in every country that you want to be collecting your funds from your sales in. So I was building a platform like this in Canada. And then it was a little bit of traditional finance still, cross-border fiat. But then I think for myself and for this project, it's more, if you've been in the infrastructure of stock markets or clearinghouses, you know how much money moves, you know how it moves, right, from the settlement process of stocks to cash from one account to the other. And I'm sorry if you've heard it so many times lately, but stablecoins really are going to revolutionize financial infrastructure on a very deep level. Clearinghouse. So in the US, they're really looking at it. So if you're in or have had exposure to the derivatives world, you have to put up some margin to trade. You have collateral. You have to do your profits and losses daily. So there's a movement of funds daily. So stablecoins are really going to revolutionize that. And this is how I get involved in the Liverum project. It's actually sponsored by, I kind of call it corporate VC. In Singapore, this is being run out of Hong Kong, so that's our headquarters. We're setting up now a trust business in Hong Kong, a money service business and payment service provider, PSP, in Canada. And in Europe, we'll be setting up a crypto asset service provider. And right now, we have a VASP, and that is Liverum SRO in Slovakia. But the platform itself is quite straightforward. It is in a traditional sense, I would call it a merchant bank, but for crypto. So in fiat, we would say money in, money on, money out. So here I would just say what we support is crypto in, crypto on, crypto out, and fiat out, all in one platform. So hence, I just try and summarize it as a merchant bank for crypto. So if you're a merchant or if you're a business, you want to accept cryptocurrency as a form of payment, the platform enables that with its payment gateway type of functionalities, right? You can see that the QR code is something like a payment link that you send your client. They scan it, the transaction takes place over the blockchain, whichever blockchain you're transacting over. When the crypto comes in, we can support swapping it for another crypto, or we can support you just holding it there in custody. And eventually, if you have to pay out into fiat, we can support that off-ramp as well. Our focus is institutional and quite large tickets. We're looking geographically, basically from Europe into Asia. And I think I'll end there. I think it's quite similar to what P100 is building. So that was a great presentation. But I think we should, next year we should be globally operational, right? I'll just wrap up there. I'll be in Hong Kong next week. I do some things with the a FinTech and Finance Alliance, FFA. So it's actually a nonprofit based in New York City, and we'll be traveling with some American FinTechs into Hong Kong. And I do have some spare tickets to Hong Kong FinTech Week, and I've been here, almost 2 months. I think if you haven't been to Asia yet, you definitely have to go, because the pace and the speed of innovation is phenomenal, right? And I think there's a lot of value here that can be very, very, very valuable there as well. So thank you very much. Talk over wine, huh?
Thank you. And The last presentation will be from Finsteco.